afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Town of Greenwich. Yes, see, you were declining. Okay, welcome to the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission hearing being held virtually on Tuesday, August 4th. This afternoon and evening, Ms. Jones will mostly be seated for Mr. McRae, who is absent. We'll have some shifts during the meeting, but Mr. McRae will be absent, and people will either Ms. Jones or Ms. Jenkins will be covering for him. In addition, we have two postponements this afternoon. The first one is at 50 East Putnam, the YMCA of Greenwich. They were applying to increase the cap in their child care program from 28 to 42 children. And they have postponed based on the commission's discussion at the briefing session. As you may recall, Dennis, you missed that part of the briefing session, I believe. It turned out that they do not have a CO and have been operating without one. So this is one of the matters that will be rectified. The second postponement is number 6, Peter Bolt, for a final site plan and special permit to convert an existing barn carriage house into an ADU at 295 Taconic Road. This is a historic designated property, and the barn will not be altered from the outside. It is being remodeled from the inside, but it is being postponed for now. Our first item this afternoon is a discussion item. It's the Historic District Commission and Historic Properties of Greenwich to review the report from the Historic District Commission and for the commission to provide comments and recommendations regarding the designation of the Albert C. Hankin House located at 341 North Street as a local historic property pursuant to the town charter and also to the provisions of the Connecticut General Statutes. With that, Ms. Young and Mr. Melillo, we welcome you, and if you would kindly proceed.
Thank you. We're delighted to be here. And of course, we would like to hear a motion for you to accept the report, as well as any comments that any of the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission might have regarding said report.
Okay. I think we've all had a chance to read it. Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, Ms. Young, Mr. Melillo, as usual, fascinating reading. I learned a lot about the town as a whole, in addition to the property and the neighborhood. The one question I had was, and this is a kind of a non-professional type of architecture question. The west front, to me, looks really busy. Has that been modified in any way? I'm sure if it had, you would have discussed it, but it just seems so mixed in terms of styles and purposes compared with the rest of the property.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'll take that if you don't mind. Hi, Andrew Melillo, Secretary to the HDC. Thank you to the Commission. Yes, the west facade is unique and busy because the house underwent a 2008 2007 renovation, which I think was very tastefully done to blend in the Tudor revival and
you're talking about the greenhouse. The greenhouse? No, right?
No, the west facade.
No,
of
it's
the west, the other. Okay, yep, I got turned around. West
it's
is the other
it's
way.
the conservatory, the glass like addition.
Oh, I call it the greenhouse.
Sure,
Yes.
fine, you can call it that. That's fine.
Yep.
But that was a more recent addition.
Very recent.
And so it takes a blending of different styles, and that was not original to the house when it was built in 1903. So if it looks like that, you're spot on.
If I may, Mary, the addition was completed by the present owner, and I've had the great fortune of having visited it for an event, for a couple of different events. And at the time, the present owner commented that they had done it consistent with the guidelines from national parks regarding how you add to a historic structure. because you are not supposed to add the same architecture. You are supposed to make it distinct. And so they made it distinct, and yet to me, it blended in when I saw it, when I was at the property. And from the inside, it was quite spectacular because it's a very large space and very contemporary on the inside.
So in other words,
So-
the fact that it's distinctive is in fact compliance with.
Is in fact compliance with the guidelines given by the Department of Interior for additions to National Register property or any kind of historic properties, but I think they do them specifically for National Register. So, and the owner talked about that, and I was so blown away that she was actually conscious of that and had gotten an architect who would do it.
Yeah, clearly there was a lot of stewardship involved, and again,
Yeah.
the report was fascinating and the property is extraordinary, just extraordinary. So thank you.
Yes. Mr.
Well,
Lowe,
is that, just a quick question on this rabbit hole. This, was this what is, I know it's not a
you'll be
rabbit hole.
tired later.
I know. So, is this the one that was patterned after several different centuries from different countries, like the French orangerie? Was this that we're talking about with that glass kind of domed thing? No.
The addition you're
No,
talking
it's-
about, or the house?
The addition's quite geometric.
Yeah.
I would have called it geometric.
Okay.
There's
So
a photo of it from the inside in our attachments. The glass is quite geometric. So it picks up an element of the Tudor because of the cross lines while being very contemporary.
okay.
To me, I mean, you know how much I know about architecture, right? But I thought it was well done.
All right. Okay.
All right. Anybody else? Is there any public comment on the report that the commission has received regarding this property? Would anybody from the public wish to speak on 341 North Street? I see no public comment. Does the commission object to a motion to accept?
We are voting perhaps to support or not voting. Are we actually voting?
We're accepting to accept the report and make comments. Do you object to us making that at this time?
No.
No objection.
Okay. As to Historic District Commission and Historic Properties of Greenwich request for P&Z review and recommendations regarding the report from the Historic District Commission for the designation of the Albert C. Henkin House located at 341 North Street as a local historic property pursuant to the town charter and the provisions of the Connecticut General Statutes. Be it resolved that the P&Z Commission accepts the excellent report submitted for this property and supports its proceeding for a local historic designation. In particular, the Commission notes the architectural value of this Tudor Revival structure, the respectful additions and changes it has undergone, the consistency of the surrounding landscape with the building itself, and the historical significance of the original occupants vis-a-vis the Greenwich community. The commission is grateful to the owner for pursuing this application. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. I don't think we need a roll call vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Hope we
Bye.
didn't keep you. All righty. And with that, as mentioned previously, the item number 2 has been postponed. And we go to Newfield Properties 3 LLC for a final site plan to designate the property as a set-aside development, creating a third unit and restricting one unit in the current legally required 2-family dwelling. That'll be Unit A, pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 830G, and along with associated site improvements on a 7,375 square foot property at 241 Hamilton Avenue in the R6 zone. This is a must decide tonight. Madam Jones is seated for Mr. McRae. And with that, Where is the applicant? He has his little hand up. Sorry, Mr.
I
O'Donnell.
just promoted him
Okay.
or tried to.
The only one that you have to promote totally before I begin to read it is Tom Hegney, because he hates when I've read the application and he's in cyber universe. Mr. O'Donnell.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Tracy as well, and Bianca. As usual, I am happy to answer your questions. You've seen this application before. There's a couple things I would like to get into the record, but I can happy to just respond to any concerns you have.
Go right ahead and get your comments into the record.
Okay. The units, all three of the units will be comparably finished, and they are currently comparably finished today. The ground floor unit, which is the proposed dedicated unit, is the largest of the three units, just by a hair. All three units have in-unit laundry. That is on the plans, and that will continue. Two of the three units have fireplaces. That's the ground and first floor levels. So the dedicated units will also have a fireplace. The applicant is proposing to retain as a condition of the site plan approval, the 26-inch maple that's at the rear of the property. And if that tree ever fails, which is not anticipated, it's a good, healthy tree, the applicant would accept a condition that that is going to be replaced with a native Connecticut planting, either another red maple or a white oak or whatever we agree at that time is the most appropriate. The applicant is happy. I recall the last time I was before you and we discussed if there's anything else that we could do to improve the landscaping. And I've had the great pleasure of working this through with Jackie a bit. So what we'd like to do is propose 25 quarts of pollinator pathway plantings. So it essentially create a mini pocket meadow in Chickahominy. The mix of plants we're proposing are drought resistant. That's going to include coneflower, black-eyed Susan, mountain mint, and switchgrass. And so then you have essentially the full season. You're pollinating and nectar for bees. You have seeds for birds. You have in concept a place for the birds to hide in the switchgrass and the mountain mint. And then the switchgrass also has deep rooting, so it should improve stormwater infiltration in that front pad of grass area. To clarify the site work that's going to condition, I acknowledge that there's an element of contrition to this application. So we know some of this site work has been started. The paving already occurred, some of that under prior ownership. There's about a 1,400 square foot pad that represents most of the rear area. That's going to be cut out and removed. There's going to be a 2-foot deep gravel basin, infiltration reservoir, and then pervious pavement installed on top of that. So that's the majority of stormwater management for this project, as well as 2 deep well sumps. The applicant accepts the fire marshal's comments, acknowledging that they are in excess of the state building code and the state fire code, as well as acknowledging that the Greenwich Fire Marshal will review this application at the time a building permit application is submitted. And the applicant accepts the comments of the housing specialists, and again is grateful for such a well-informed and easy to work with staff.
Any questions from the commission? Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. O'Donnell, thank you. Just wondering what the rationale was to not provide an energy narrative.
An energy narrative would be required for a special permit. The applicants declined to submit it under this application on the basis of the application coming through under the state statute.
I think you're obviously right. 8-30G does not require it, but I think under our regulations, any building you're over 3,000 square feet, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Would require it. I mean, my read is it's optional under 8-30G. I'm just saying is nice to have and useful.
Well,
And
it's-
I would put it as equally as useful and important as a planning plan, which you have provided. But I'm not asking for it now. I just want to get it out there that we view it as very important.
It's really actually beyond a nice, because the energy efficiency is passed on to the affordable tenant. And so more than on anything else, I would think that efficiency in an 830G application, where it is possible, is very important because it benefits, it can potentially benefit low income tenants. So I know we can't demand it, but again, we're looking for facilitating for lower income population. Anything else, Mr. Wells?
No, thank you.
Just to reconfirm, you will certify that that driveway is porous?
Correct. It's 37 by 38. I know that the plans were a little disjointed. There's an engineering plan which is separate from the site development plan. I can put that up on the screen. It is referred to in the drainage report. It has been reviewed by DPW engineering, and that
Okay.
includes that it's a little in excess of 1,400 square feet.
It's already in?
No, that
that-
will be installed. So there'll be
Okay.
soil and erosion controls going
And
in.
so you will, prior to CO, you will have a certification that that's a porous driveway. Okay.
Correct. O&M in the land records as
Okay.
expected.
The other thing about which there was confusion, and I think it's been eliminated, it was actually I think it was a typo on our part, is the affordable unit is at 60% under state law. Okay, just that at 60% of median income of SMI, and that was just to clarify, and I think it was our error, but just on the record. Tracy?
We'll also get a certification at the CO process regarding the porous driveway. It'll be in the standard.
That's what I said.
conditions. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, no, that's what we said. Prior to CO, the applicant will certify that the driveway is porous. And the addition of it's the 25 additional pollinator plants and the tree protection to be installed as well. Okay, is there any other question from the commission? Mr. Wells?
Yeah, I just a clarification, Madam Chair. When
Yes,
I
sir.
read the housing plan, I mean, I read it to read maximum rent income restricted individuals with incomes up to 60% of the lower of area median income or
Correct.
state median income. Is that
That's correct.
correct?
In
Okay.
our case, SMI state median income is significantly lower than our area median income, even with the incorporation of Bridgeport into the area median calculation for us, it is still significantly lower.
So they'd be going off to SMI, right?
SMI.
Yeah,
We
thank
have
you.
encountered we have encountered towns where that are below, where their area median is below SMI.
Yes, that is
which
correct.
It was very funny conversation for us down here where the AMI is higher, Fairfield County, it's all higher. It was a funny conversation when the trust realized how diverse that Fairfield County incomes can be from the rest of the state. Anything else from the commission? All right, does anyone from the public wish to comment on this application? This is 241 Hamilton Avenue, to create a third unit in the structure. I'll say create, Mr. O'Donnell, and make it affordable. Any comments on 241 Hamilton Avenue for an 830G? Okay, I see no public comment. Does anyone on the commission object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed, and I would appreciate a motion.
Have a motion. As to Newfield Properties 3 LLC application PLPZ 2026-00115 for a final site plan to designate the property as a set-aside development, creating a third unit and restricting one unit in the current legally required two-family unit dwelling, and that third unit would be called Unit A, pursuant to General Statute 8-30G and associated site improvements on a 7,375 square foot property located at 241 Hamilton Avenue in the R6 zone. Whereas the commission held a public meeting on July 21st and took all testimony as required by law. Whereas the applicant seeks final site approval to modify an existing two-family residence to a three-family residence with a lower level, Unit A, constituting a set-aside development under CSG 8-30G on a 7,375 square foot property located at 241 Hamilton Avenue. The proposal is in response to the zoning violation this unit, regarding this unit, which was required, a zoning violation which was required by the ZBA to have been removed, this unit to have been removed in their decision, Appeal 8817, dated December 11th, 2002. Whereas the ground floor unit has been chosen to be the affordable housing unit and would be internally renovated to be a 3-bedroom unit up from the current single bedroom layout. Currently, the subject building has a 1-bedroom unit on the ground floor and 2 3-bedroom units, one on each of the upper 2 floors. All 3 units would be rental. Whereas the project looks to legalize the addition of 2,070 square feet of impervious site area, which increased site parking from 3 to 5 vehicular spaces, while zoning requires 7.8 for the proposed design. This work was done sometime between SE Minor and Company's survey dated July 27, 2017, that is submitted as the existing addition site plan in the application materials, and the zoning location survey by K&A Land Surveyors dated March 6, 2025. Whereas the Aquarian Water Company provided a letter of water service commitment, will serve letter, on August 3, 2026, confirming sufficient water supply to meet the estimated residential water demand for the proposed development. Whereas the fire marshal submitted a memo dated July 30, 2026, noting all their life safety items identified during the P&Z review are addressed at this time, and their office has no further comment for the commission to consider. Whereas per PZBA 2002 decision, Appeal 8817, the building remains non-conforming due to a ground floor unit that was supposed to be removed. The applicant now seeks to legalize the third unit under CSG 8-30 to resolve the violation. Per the ZO comments dated May 5, 2026, the zoning violation has existed since the approval to reverse the merger of 241 and 243 Hamilton Avenue, which approval was issued subject to the third living unit being removed from 241 Hamilton Avenue. Whereas the applicant will need to demonstrate that the building can meet current building codes and not pose a risk to public health or safety. Whereas the applicant submitted the proposal as a set-aside development pursuant to CSG 8-30G, based on the applicant's intention to designate the ground floor unit, Unit A, as affordable, and that unit would be maximum rent and income restricted to individuals or families with incomes up to 60% of the lower of area median income or state median income for a period of 40 years. Whereas the applicant states that all 3 units will be comparably finished and that Unit A is the largest. Whereas the applicant submitted drafts of the Declaration of Restrictions and the Model Affordability Plan set aside affordable housing units, the P&Z housing specialist provided revised comments on these documents on July 30th, 2026. Whereas DPW Sewer Division provided comments on May 6, 2026, asking for a signed letter acknowledging their comments. That letter was submitted on May 12, 26. Whereas the project has 2020 square feet of impervious area to increase the amount of vehicular parking. DPW engineering reviewed the drainage design and provided comments on May 7, 26, noting no concerns to be addressed during the commission's review. Whereas conservation provided a memo dated May 6, 26, noting the parking lot changes may already have been built, and they requested confirmation of the installation of porous asphalt if already built, and asked for a landscape plan as well to understand the site's vegetation. Whereas the IWWA Green Sheet questionnaire dated Aug 21, 25 indicates no wetland permit required. Therefore, be it resolved, the application of Newfield Properties 3 LLC, record owner of 241 Hamilton Avenue, for a final site plan application PLPZ 202600-115 to designate the property as a set-aside development, creating a third unit on the ground floor, Unit A, and restricting that unit pursuant to CSG 80-30G is approved with the following conditions. Prior to issuance of ACO, the applicant will provide proof the driveway is porous. Prior to zoning permit, the applicant will provide P&Z staff with a planting plan and work with such staff to finalize it. Prior to zoning permit, the affordability plan needs to be approved by the housing specialist and by the town's legal department. Finally, applicant will preserve the 26-inch maple on the property, and if it fails, applicant will work with staff to agree on an adequate replacement. Do I have a second or comment? Sorry.
Hold on a second, first a second. Tracy always makes sure I don't mess up. Could I have a second, please? And again, Ms. Jenkins is seated on, Ms. Jones is seated on this. Hello? Could I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jones has seconded. Madam Kulikowski, you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would add to the modification regarding the affordability plan that prior to ZPSO, it's not only reviewed, but it's then recorded on the Greenwich Land Records.
Anybody have any objection to that modification? Then in that case, the motion is so modified. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Wow, that was weird. Your mouse moved like a minute after you said aye. Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the commission. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. And so on we go. Our next application is, where's the applicant?
It's Chip.
There he is. I got him. I'm assuming there's only one Chip. Our next application is number 4, 22 Shoal Property LLC for a final coastal site plan to construct a new single-family dwelling with a driveway, walks, patios, utilities, drainage, and associated landscaping on an 18,970 square foot property located at 22 Shoal Point Lane in the R12 and coastal overlay zones. This application is currently a must-decide tonight. But there is an available extension until after our next meeting on 9/5. Seated on this application are the regulars and Ms. Jones for Mr. McRae. Mr. Haslam, if you would kindly proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Chip Haslam for the applicant. I have with me tonight, or this afternoon, Len D'Andrea, who's the engineer in the project, Azure D, who's the coastal engineer, Matt Pop, the landscape architect, Bill Kleinman, the architect, And also attending is the owner, Marilyn Bastide Weissman, and the owner's rep, Cassie Stevenson. They're available for questions from any of you. They've already addressed
I
the commission.
I brought in Ms. D because she responded to the comments about the floods, how you look at flooding, riverine versus coastal, and I thought the commission might have questions for her. So I've brought her into the panelists. The others we can call on as we need. Hello,
Super.
Ms. D. Okay, so the commission just may have questions because we've been working on these issues. Go ahead, Mr. Haslam.
Well, we first appeared before you last winter on an application for CAM approval, and various concerns were raised by the commission and by the Conservation Commission and by DEEP and by the neighbors as well. And we therefore were spending some time trying to revise the plans to get in under the statutory deadline, but we couldn't do it. So we had to withdraw that application. And we subsequently filed this application and appeared in front of you in May with revisions to that prior plan, which we presented to you at that time. It became, I think, clear to us that the commission and DEEP and the Conservation Commission still had concerns about the plan even after we had modified it. So we went back to the drawing board and modified it substantially. Most importantly, removing the detached two-car garage from the plans and bringing it around and making it part of the main structure, and also making it just a single car garage rather than a double. Removing all the walls and anything else that was in the AE zone out into the X zone at the suggestion of DEEP and Conservation and you folks. And improving the landscaping plan in response to Conservation's comments. And I think we're pleased to see that the staff notes that came in the other day on Friday, and I think the Conservation Commission notes, and then today the DEEP comment, which just arrived at about 3:30 this afternoon, I think all reflect the fact that the team worked very hard to revise this plan to get rid of the issues that were troubling to the commission and to various other agencies or staff and departments. So we're feeling pleased basically at the response that we've gotten. It was a sacrifice, needless to say, for the applicants to decide to get rid of a two-car garage and make it a one-car garage within the house. And the rest, I think, are improvements. As I said, the landscape plan, the engineers were able to, with the removal of the two-car garage, deal with the wall issues favorably. So I think as far as the design is concerned, we're hopefully in pretty good shape, as reflected in, as I said, the staff comments, Conservation comments, and DEEP comments that we've received in the past few days. So the one comment I did want to make, this is all as far as design is concerned for the moment. We won't get into the other issues yet, but Mr. Wells asked if the circular drive was a need and not just a want on the client's part. And if you look at the plan, the reason why it's a need and not just a want is with the single car garage, in order to be able to back out, navigate, and leave the property, you can't have another car parked immediately behind you. The circular driveway is intended to create off-street parking for the applicants and also to allow for circulation when the garage is in use. They do have sons who are in their 20s and drive, et cetera, so they didn't want to have guests too. So that's the reason for that, but it's porous. And I'm sorry.
I think Mr. Wells would like to
No,
ask.
no, I wouldn't. I'm just nodding.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, all right.
Thank you.
And also to your point, it meets the separation requirements for the highway division of the two curb cuts, which is important. And I don't think that you mentioned the fact that perhaps highway might waive that, but in my experience, that doesn't happen very often. And on the other hand, I think that they would be prone to approve the two cuts where they're currently provided. So for the purposes of circulation, for getting out of the garage, it doesn't add any non-porous surface to it, and it keeps cars off of the street, which I think is something the neighbors would prefer. So that's the reason for that. So it is a need, not a want, in my client's opinion, and I would concur with that. I know there's other issues that the neighbors want to raise, and I think that you want to have heard and addressed, and I'm happy to do that at the appropriate time. But I filed a memo back on June 23rd, 26th, stating what I believe is the proper way of taking the CEO's opinion as to yards. Ultimately, the decision rests with you, and that's what the Zoning Board of Appeals found in not taking up the appeal from the neighbors. It wasn't really an issue of standing, as I understood it, so much as it was not a final appealable decision. It's an opinion from Mr. Lunny. Ultimately, the commission makes the decision of how you enforce and apply your regulations. But in any event, in my memo, I indicate why I think that Mr. Lunny's interpretation was correct. But I also indicate that if there is any ambiguity in the regulation itself, that it does, by Connecticut law, fall in favor of the applicant, the property owner, because zoning is generally in derogation of common property laws, and therefore a tie goes to the runner, or in this case, the applicant owner. If there's a ambiguity in the regulation, I don't think there is. I think you can read the regulation quite clearly, but we can have that bigger discussion. So if you would like Azure D to address the issues with FEMA, that might be appropriate time now before we get into those other issues. If you need to.
Let's just see what's on the commission's mind. Just on the question of the driveway, just before we go with the rest of the commission, Mr. McRae was at the briefing yesterday and asked if the driveway would be shortened, could be shortened. It currently complies with the DPW distances. Is that something that could be considered to reduce the impervious? Even though you're saying it's going to be porous,
so there's no.
It's still considered not green space under our definitions, even though it's porous.
As I said, in my experience, it's hard to get highway to deviate from that requirement. And we also would like.
But your client might be willing.
Yes, but we also would like to have the storage space.
I understand. Yes, I understand. I mean, I live in a small neighborhood. I understand where people houses close together. Several of us do. We understand that can become an issue, but still, this is an environmentally more sensitive area of town. Mr. Lowe.
Well, you stole a little bit of my thunder.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I was just representing.
I was going to ask. That's all right. How would you know? I was going to ask whether or not you the applicant had considered shortening this driveway, not having a double curb cut, if you will. In terms of maneuvering, it seems to me, as you face the front of this house, and the garage is somewhat, I think, oriented to the left as you're facing the house, you could, to the right, partially have these impervious pavement to back into and to reorient and leave the same way you came in. You could also have it as a parking slot without having this broad sweep of pavement, however porous. And I just wondered, to what extent did you explore shortening the driveway and considering that as an option?
I think it was more a reaction to the fact that, okay, if you're going to sacrifice the 2-car garage and go down to a 1-car garage on a property, a very valuable piece of property, which is unusual in this day and age to have just a 1-car garage. But if you're going to sacrifice that, and which my client agreed to do, in order to try to satisfy some of these other issues. What can we do to make it so that you feel comfortable doing that and that you will be able to get in and out easily when you only have a 1-car garage, and also, as I said, to take cars off the street and put them where they are. So that was all the consideration. We worked with the engineer in coming up with the plan as currently proposed. Okay,
so I'm going to take that as basically a no. You didn't look beyond this, and that the applicant feels that they've endured some form of sacrifice, having to give up what was a very controversial garage unit. But okay, so also I have not had a chance to read and review Deep's 11th hour missive, came in after 3 o'clock today, and my guess is that some of my fellow commissioners may be in the same boat, but some of them are more diligent than I, so they may have read it. But in any event, maybe we could, is it possible to review the contents of that?
Tracy, or actually,
I can provide a quick
yeah, as
summary.
long as you're here, Bianca, why don't you cover it since it's your application anyway? Why don't you go ahead?
Deep noted that the applicant had addressed their previous comments about the shoreline flood erosion control structure, which was the retaining wall and the garage.
Because they wanted the wall removed.
Yeah, so they were satisfied with the removal of the garage and reconfiguration of the retaining walls, as well as additional planting in the landscape plan. They noted that was to their satisfaction as well. So, according to Braden, they've addressed their comments.
Okay.
And he does note that it is consistent with the Coastal Management Act.
Is there any discussion concerning the impact of this development on coastal biodiversity, as in compromising that biodiversity, or in
Yeah,
any way the
he
impact
does.
on
Mhm.
or the impact on wildlife?
He does note that it appears to minimize adverse environmental impacts. Tracy, can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah,
Please.
hold on 1 second. This way or the other way?
The first page. Yeah, that's good. So in the second to last paragraph, it notes that all reasonable mitigation measures and techniques are implemented to minimize adverse environmental impacts. And that was noted in reference to their previous comment. They said, as the site currently is vacant, it does not meet the first statutory orientation to qualify for a shoreline flood erosion control structure. So the office had recommended that the flood erosion control structure would be removed. The applicant has done that with removing the garage and moving the entire house with the retaining wall into the X flood zone.
Right.
They did note that they added rain gardens and the proposed crushed stone rather than asphalt in the driveway would improve the site's ability to retain stormwater and reduce impervious cover than what was initially proposed. The applicant has also bolstered a landscape planting plan to include more native plantings and large trees. These changes are likely to reduce adverse impacts to nearby coastal waters and tidal wetlands over what was proposed in the original design, as well as removing structures that carried significant flood hazard concerns from the design.
And is it fair to say that they, Deep with regard, they may be somewhat myopically focused on these issues that you mentioned, but have they made any comment about the proximity of these or the setbacks and the proximity of this development to the shoreline?
They did not make any note
Okay.
of the setbacks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but
They just did note that the application appears consistent with the Connecticut Coastal Management Act.
okay. Thank you.
If I may, he also concluded with, we commend the applicant for incorporating design changes that address our concerns, which will ultimately result in a more environmentally sound and resilient project. So I think I read it as all being very favorable, and
I assume that's arguably peculiar to the elimination of the detached garage, right?
well, no, but he goes through, as Bianca just said, he goes through other issues too. The
Right.
improvement to the landscaping, the use of crushed stone, the addition of rain gardens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it wasn't all just focused on the location of the garage and the walls.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm done for now.
Okey doke, I'll go to Ann Knoll and followed by Mary.
Okay, so
I
I
think-
have, sorry,
Should we take the letter down or do you guys want to keep looking at it?
No, no one can focus on it.
I don't need the letter for my question, so, my question has to do with the sort of, I guess, one remaining oak that's on the property. And as I read this, I guess my understanding is that it is close to where the footprint of the house will be. And, but it looks as if actually there's a rain garden proposed there, but it's the rain garden that is really interfering with the ability to potentially keep that oak. And I'd like sort of to clarify that I'm reading this correctly, and then to ask whether there is a potential, where there has been any thought or there's a potential to possibly shift the rain garden somewhere else in order to preserve this one remaining oak.
Mr. Hassel.
I defer to our landscape architect, Matt Pop, if you could promote him, Madam Chair. And
Doing it now. Hold on. Give me Matt, if you, Mr. Pop, if you would kindly raise your little, yep, okie dokie.
while you're finding him, I should just say too, on the earlier question from Mr. Lowe, I got a text from Mr. DeAndrea indicating that the reason, in part, we can't shorten that driveway is the fact that there's a catch basin on the street that would interfere with doing that. We have to go around that catch basin, is the way I understand it.
Yeah, but the catch basin is how big? It's gonna
There
be
are two
maybe
of them.
two.
There
Yeah.
are two of them?
Well,
It looks like they're
why
making-
would that impinge upon
Can
shortening the driveway?
You try to get them so you don't drive on them.
Yeah, but that would be only if you have
But
two
you've got
entries.
you've got an existing proposal of, say, that kind of arched, if you will, formation of your proposed driveway.
Right.
Where are those drains?
Why don't we show the?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I don't understand. If you truncated the expanse of the driveway, how would that have a negative impact
Yeah,
on
it's
these
just where
drains?
you cite the
Yeah.
drive.
Maybe you should also promote Mr. DeAndrea if you could, Madam Chair, and have him.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Okay.
Rather than
we'll
having
promote
me-
Mr. Danny.
I'm getting it.
Okay,
the
let's
information
go
on my watch.
first. Let's go first back to Ms. Jones and her tree question. And then we'll take Mr. DeAndrea and we'll probably be looking at a screen share, hopefully. And go ahead, Mr. Pop.
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect that prepared the landscape plan for the project. The question regarding the oak, it appears that the oak is approximately, maybe 4 feet or so from the building foundation or the building itself.
Mhm.
And then when you build the foundation, you'll be digging into the roots. It looks like you'll be digging into the roots on, maybe 40% of the tree. And I would think that that would shorten the life for that oak. The tree would actually overhang that house quite a bit, and being that you would impacting the roots on 40% of that tree overhanging the house, I would think that would be a safety hazard.
Okay,
So, but
and go ahead,
So-
sorry.
yeah, so it's not really the rain garden that it would be impacting
It's the
it.
proximity to the foundation you're
Yes,
saying.
yeah, and depending on how wide the tree is, right there, it could be less than 4 feet from the foundation.
Okay.
And in conservation's comments from the 29th of July,
They did,
yeah, do acknowledge that Mr. Pop's plan mitigates the impacts of the tree removal. So
from the, well, the
I mean,
previous-
there's never
previously
there are never enough trees for me. So Mr. Pop,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the thing we could do is think about whether you could, well, I guess one of the questions is, they are, obviously, this one's been there for a while. They are salt resilient. That's
Yep.
an okay location. So maybe, Mr. Pop, the thing to do would be to ask you to consider the addition of another tree.
I
given-
think that would be, possible, but we do have 27 trees we're proposing. Let's see.
And how many are you removing on top of what the previous applicant previously removed? That's
That
the
I
trick here.
don't know,
Yeah,
the
because
numbers.
from what I
Yep,
remember, the previous applicant basically took out all the trees.
correct.
Yeah, there's not a lot
So-
left. There's a few
But
shrubs.
There's nothing, there's really practically nothing left.
I'm sure we could stick another oak somewhere.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so we'll look at running out of spaces. Okay. Just where to make notes. Okay, oak. All right, new oak. Okay. And now we go to Mr. DeAndrea and the driveway.
Good evening, Leonard DeAndrea and the engineer for the applicant. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, hold on.
Let's see.
Hold on just a second.
Okay,
Okay.
let's see if I can do this.
Well, I'm sure you're going to do much better than some of the other people on at your firm.
Don't be too sure of it. Okay, so I'll
Well,
even try to enlarge this a bit. I believe you
okay.
can see the site plan on the screen.
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
We're seeing
so
it. I'm
Just,
seeing. Yeah.
just to make it very clear, I
There's
did
one.
try to shorten up this circular driveway, but where I'm pointing to right now,
That's the
one
first.
catch
Yep.
basin, okay?
Yep. And
And
then the
that-
other catch basin is right.
Yep, right
Yep.
over here.
Okay. Right.
And then the criteria is along the curb line, you have to be 50 feet away. So if I bring this
From
to
the
the
catch
left,
basin,
no, sorry, from edge of driveway
driveway
opening.
to edge of driveway. Yes, we're aware of that, but we were willing, what we discussed at the briefing yesterday is that if you were amenable, we would be willing and happy to ask DPW to consider a waiver. They would still potentially refuse you, but we would be happy to support your seeking a waiver to reduce the paved area on this site.
Okay, and if that were the case, this driveway would start right where my cursor is at the edge of this curb box and come in this fashion.
Right.
It would shorten it up by about 30 feet, but to the point is this is not a permeable pavement driveway, permeable pavers or
I
porous
recognize,
asphalt, all
recognize that,
gravel.
Mr. DeAndrea, but as we commented in reply, first of all, there are two things. One of them is we do not count pervious pavement, as you know, in green space. And second, we are counting on an appropriate maintenance plan for this driveway because you know that doesn't always happen. So your best absorption is leaving it as green space. So we would be supportive of a shorter distance. We have done this with other coastal applications, if your client was willing.
And just one last comment. This actually, in this location here, that's where the driveway opening used to be with the
Right.
previous house.
Right.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. You want to go? Okay, let's go to Ms. Jenkins, followed by Mr. Lowe.
Yes, just
I'm sorry. And no?
I need to step away for a minute.
Okay, so
I will
Mary,
carry
Mary,
but-
you will not take over being seated
okay.
on this application. So it is now Jenkins for McRae, Madam Kulikowski. And so you won't vote then, okay? Once you've stepped out. Okay, bye. All right, Madam Jenkins.
Good timing. How many car lengths is that driveway?
Like,
You're muted. Okay.
5.
5 car lengths. Okay. I have to say that I'm just going to comment that I'm concerned about the driveway as well, but I also have to say that I am very impressed with the degree of the design modifications that were made in response to commission comments. And I echo deep in terms of commending the owners for making changes of this magnitude in their property design. Still concerned about the driveway, but compared with having a garage and a retaining wall up against the water, I'm much happier with this. I really like the new planting plan as well, and the degree to which the wildlife can find some refuge there, because the wildlife clearly is very happy there, foxes and deer and everything else. So that was also, I thought, an excellent change. And the driveway is a concern, but compared to the concerns we had initially, I'm much happier than I was a few months ago.
Okay. Mr. I think one of the issues is we are now seeing Deep's comments to the revised plan, but they were not happy with the original. So the revisions were important to them. The second thing is, the commission is obligated to follow state statutes and its own zoning regulations. And I know that's a frustration sometimes for neighbors who would want to see us, residents who would want to see us be firmer and stricter than what those entail. The problem is that it's the statutes and the regulations, and they are lagging, in my mind. The state is still lagging what's really going on in terms of climate change. And so what we see as radical weather changes and flood events is not totally, the state hasn't really been able to catch up with that. And it's not a criticism of them. It is how much faster some of this has transpired. So we're in the awkward situation of asking applicants to modify something out of goodwill, because the state law has, and we are governed more than anything under the state law, the Coastal Management Act here. Okay, Mr. Lowe, you're next after I will descend from my soapbox.
Oh, that's okay. Stay there. It's a good place. I'm not, I must be missing something about this whole driveway thing, because it seems to me where that driveway emanates going left to right from the garage area, I don't understand why you couldn't create a box, a space for 2 cars to park there, not without having this big sweep of driveway. And it would not impinge, I mean, it doesn't have to impinge on any of those, on a catch basin. But it doesn't, the driveway doesn't, I don't find the argument compelling that you need this long expanse of driveway. And I ask, had they considered having, I'm using the word box, but some sort of square or rectangular area there that 2 cars could just slip right in there. So there's that. And so and maybe I'm just being thick, and I certainly don't have any expertise in engineering. So I'm not going to argue about any particular design, but I'm speaking generally. The other thing I would say is we still haven't, Madam Chair, we haven't addressed, it seems to me, the setback issues, and I don't know whether that's on our agenda here or whether this is a good time to bring it up.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, I have always struggled with how that determination about what was a side yard, what was a rear yard, and the orientation of this house and the distance between the residence and the water, and the ability to designate a shorter distance or width or space by calling one thing not a rear yard but a side yard, so that there are different regulations apply. And I recognize that we had somebody weigh in on this from the town, but as I understand it, we still are the final arbiter of this. So I'll ask my fellow commissioners first. Does anyone else troubled or having issues with the way this is laid out and those. And this echoes some of the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors, whose claims include something along the lines of every other house observes X feet, whether it's 35, I can't remember what it was right now off the top of my head, but I think it was something like that, to the water. And somehow this residence is appearing to be built closer. So I just open that, then I'm opening this up.
So,
Anybody else?
There's two things before people answer you. One of the things is when Mr. Green, the one of the attorneys spoke at, I think it was the first meeting, the disagreement was not as much as I recall, and he may want to correct me, was not as much about the designation of side versus rear yards, but about exactly as you point out, Mr. Lowe, the setback distances. Now, we under the Coastal Management Act, and Tracy will give me the exact language, but the protection of the natural resources under the Coastal Management Act's goal to protect the natural resources, we are able to change the setbacks without changing the designation of what is side and what is rear. We can just say, due to the presence of the natural resources. The one holdback for us here, and I'll ask Tracy and Bianca to opine, is that DEEP has not objected to the siting of the house. So now we're between a rock and a hard place. We have heard the neighbors. We always would like to move property away, buildings away from the water. And yet DEEP has found the proposal consistent with CAM, with the Coastal Management Act. So we're in a bind there because although the act gives us the authority, DEEP is not calling on us to do that. Tracy, Bianca, do you want to add anything, either one of you, to that?
I will note that if you're asking for a greater setback on one side, it may push it into the setback on the other side. So if you're pushing it farther,
I looked at that over the weekend,
which would require a variance, and it would be asking them to have a non-conforming setback.
Would it require a variance given the basis of doing it under CAM? I thought, okay, it still requires a variance. Okay, all right. So,
well, it may
okay, so
require
that's
them
fine.
to tweak the design and siting of the residence, right?
Okay. But again, DEEP has expressed satisfaction with the changes that have been proposed by the applicant. So we need to weigh all that. Now, go ahead, Commission, everybody. I tried not to slant anyone, just give you the facts.
Madam Chair, I was going to say basically what you said, which is if DEEP said to us, gee, it's up to the commission to exercise their prerogative in terms of determining whether this is a problem, but we didn't get that from DEEP. And I was also aware of the fact that once you start changing setbacks because of the curious shape of the property, you're going to solve one problem and you're going to create it.
You're going to create a nonconformity. I looked at that. I did look at that over the weekend, but I was somehow fantasizing that they wouldn't need a variance. I'm sorry, Mr. Aslan. I was like, so we can just tell them do it and then it's okay.
No, so I found a lot of comfort from DEEP in terms of, gee, we wish it could be better, but it's significant it's sufficient for their purposes.
Okay, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, I guess two observations. Didn't our ZEO go along with this, right? So I know it goes on and debated, but they're going along with it. But my more important point, can somebody pull up the site plan for this? I have it in front of me. I don't know what page it is. Page 22.
Wow. Yeah, so the thing is, Mr. Yeski, what we were being asked by Mr. Lowe is at the end of the day, the ZEO can opine, but ours is the final
I agree, but
interpretation.
I'm not sure that we're any more qualified than the
This is always why we're very respectful. Our staff is all highly
Correct.
trained professionals. Okay, can someone pull up the site plan?
I have it as page 22 in the application, but I know our page numbering is different. I guess what I'm
No,
getting
it's
at is I
really-
remember this, that Deep was, or somebody was really unhappy with building in a 100-year floodplain, right?
Yeah,
And-
and that's no longer happening.
Right. But I want to understand where the 100-year floodplain is. This is a different one than I have in front of me, but let me see if I can understand it.
What, on the one that's in
Hmm.
front of you, Dennis, what's the title block on the lower right-hand corner?
I don't know. It's not,
Really hard to
somebody
see.
didn't bring it up enough.
I know.
I know it's hard to
Oh,
see.
the one in
but
front of
what-
me is.
Yeah, what do
hang
you
on.
have in front of you? Yep.
I don't know, it says page 22 is in the application. I don't see his title block. It's just, oh, wait a minute, here it is. Got it. It came back up. Zoning and location survey
Okay.
showing properties of
Okay,
Riverside.
ZLS,
Benjamin.
that's all I needed to know. Okay, hang on a
Okay.
sec. I'm running two
I'm just trying to
screens
understand
here.
where the 100-year floodplain is,
Yeah, no, I know. Hang on one sec.
because that's what I remember.
It's
They,
page
they
24.
said all these negative things and then they've come back with a favorable response, which is,
I'm working right off the documents because I find trying to pull them up out of the staff report to be.
that's it.
Yep, hang on, let me blow it up a little bit. So I might have blown that up too much. That's the limit of wave action. Hang on, where did it go?
Is the 100-year, is that the zone AE? That squiggly line?
Right, here's the zone AE line right here too. So this
So the-
this kind of dotted line here.
The line that's closest to the retaining wall and wraps around the footprint of the building.
Oh, yeah,
that
oh,
is-
there it is. Yep, there it is.
Yeah,
That's
that
it.
is the
Yep,
X
sorry.
flood zone.
Yep, so this is X over here. And then once you go over this line heading towards the water, that is the AE zone.
It's AE and then you have the Limwa.
And then you get to the Lenoir area, which is over here.
And which one is the 100-year?
The AE and the Lenoir are all part of the 100-year flood zone.
Wow. I thought that
So
was
the
the other
boundary
one.
goes
Okay.
like this.
So the
around
AE,
property.
the AE is what floods, and the Limois is where you actually could get
Yeah.
water movement with
The wave
waves,
action, right.
with wave action.
And I
Okay,
know
I
Mr.
got it.
DeAndrea can explain that better than I just did. But there's the
Well,
line going around the
Except
property.
we probably speak layman better than Mr. DeAndrea, because,
Oh, he's pretty good at engineers.
oh,
are
he
pretty
is,
good at it.
and engineers,
Yeah.
well, not all.
Us
Okay,
lawyers mess it up, but the engineers are usually pretty good.
Okay, last question. The neighbor, I've driven down here twice now. The neighbors are in the same zones, right? Like if you look at the plot right below there,
Let's see, this is the Peck's property right here.
yeah,
And
lot
there-
number
I mean,
5,
we
is
don't
that what
have,
you're
we
saying?
don't have the whole line going across, but there's certainly,
Mine does. Keep going down somehow.
all right, hang on.
there you go. No,
Well,
for
we
some
don't have
reason-
the whole Peck property anyway, but yes,
But
the
you
line
can see the line.
continues. Yep.
But that zone X and the AE goes all the way around that peninsula, right?
yes,
So a lot of these houses existing today are clearly in that zone. So I understand this is
believe
new
that-
construction, but
I believe I can look it up, but I believe the Peck House is not in the AE.
is that Lone 5? Is that the zone?
Yep, that's lot number 5. Yep.
Okay, I got it.
I remember we looked at it the first time. Okay, all right. Okay, where are we with questions from the commission? Anything else? Okay, so we're still kicking around the driveway thing. We're still tossing the setback issue. And really, we're always looking for as much sustainability as we can and awareness that there is, climate change is there. I know people don't like the word, but some people don't buy into it, and I get that, but all righty, with that, Mr. Yeski,
Yeah, I
go
forgot
ahead.
I had a third comment on the landscaping. Absolutely. There's nothing on this lot right now. I think they
Yeah.
need to beef up the landscaping plan. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I think that they're just taking out every other shrub that's there, but I don't remember any trees being there that were left after the previous owner. Is that correct?
I think there were some dogwoods, which were described as struggling.
Struggling.
Yeah, but if
and
you drive down there, it's pretty open. I mean,
Yep.
there's not a lot there.
Yeah, but there's somebody that roosts in what's in the tree that's left. Let's remember hearing that. Okay, anything else from the commission? All right, let's go. Ms. D, I just if you would just summarize what is in your comments to us regarding riverine, the use of riverine flooding, what happens and the differences, if you would just summarize that for the record.
Sure thing. Good afternoon, Azure D. Sleicher with Race Coastal Engineering. I'm a coastal engineer with 26 years of coastal FEMA mapping floodplain experience. So there is a significant difference in the way riverine flooding and coastal flooding are determined and mapped on FEMA flood maps. There's two pieces of correspondence on the record from me explaining this. One is dated 5/26/26, and that is in direct response to a letter that was submitted by Trinkus Engineering, which suggested that the flood zone delineation as shown on the site plans by Mr. DeAndrea were incorrect, and that they should follow, as being AE 15 base flood, they should follow the 15-foot contour. And so basically my letter of on 5/26 goes on to explain how that's not the appropriate way to map coastal flood zones in the coastal area, that there are a number of factors, including waves and wave runup on structures and other phenomena that FEMA takes into consideration when they plot those flood zones. And the way that you take FEMA's data and incorporate it into the site plan is by a digital lift. It's all GIS based. You take those lines as geo-referenced from FEMA and put them on the flood zone, or put them on the site plan. It is not an interpretation where you take the 15 and you find the 15-foot contour, as Mr. Trinkus suggested, and do it that way. You take the FEMA line as determined by FEMA and just simply input it into the site plan based on the geographic coordinates, which is how Mr. DeAndrea does it. And there are some other implications regarding flood capacity storage and things of that nature that, again, are specific to riverine, but not the way things are done in the coastal environment. So my first letter basically takes point by point and discusses how he was basically incorrect, and that the way you do it in coastal environment is different. And then there's a second letter dated 6/23/26 that further clarifies my previous positions with backup emails from both the state of Connecticut NFIP coordinator and her correspondence directly with FEMA Region 1. Basically indicating this, what I had previously indicated, that you take the line from the FEMA map and that's how you put it on the site plan, and that there's no interpretation of contours in the coastal environment because of the way, the different implications of wave run up, set up, and other things that contribute to base flood elevations in the coastal environment. So bottom line is coastal and riverine are significantly different, and one must take coastal flood hazard lines directly from the FEMA map and place them as they come in. And the only way to change that, should they be right, should they be wrong, is through a letter of map revision with FEMA. So the existing flood lines on the survey, as shown by DeAndrea, are correct.
Okay. All right. As I think we're probably going to hear about that. All right. Any further questions from the commission at this time? No. All right. I'd like to turn to public comment If
Madam
that's
Chair, may I
okay.
just add one comment in regard to the question of the flood zones and the impact on the PEX property? I believe in the file, maybe in the ZBA's file, not in your file, but I'm pretty sure it's in your file attached, I think, to my memorandum, that the DeAndrea firm did do a zoning location survey in 2018 for Benjamin Carter, who at that time owned the property, and it shows the AE zone as running through the PEX house, and it appears to me that the majority of the PEX house actually is in the AE zone. And I believe Len DeAndrea did work on that property as well. He may be able to verify that, but that's what I see, and I believe it's in your file. Zoning location survey for Benjamin Y. Carter.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Um,
When I was looking at the map, it looked like that.
right. Okay. Anything else from the commission on that? Folks who are here in the public, a couple of things. If you would all raise your hands, those of you who want to speak, I'd like to give you a little extra time and go to 3 minutes each if there's not too many people. I'm only seeing 2 hands at the moment.
And I believe those are both attorneys representing.
Right. The J, I believe, is Mr. Green, and we'll have to rename him when he comes in. Okay, so we got 3. Mr. Green would, of course, get as much, the attorneys would get as much time as they want. Okay. Let's try for 3 minutes. I think we might be okay. I'm not seeing that many hands, and I know people have a lot to say on this application. I don't want them to feel pressed. Okay, so with that, our first speaker is, you're all set with the timer, Bianca?
Yes, are we limiting the attorneys?
No, we can't.
Right. I'll start
So-
when we have
Yeah.
other.
So Mr. David Rosenberg is also an attorney?
Yes.
I didn't remember that. Okay, all right. Mr. Rosenberg, you're set to go, and as you know, you will have no limit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners. Happy to be here on behalf of Lucas and Elizabeth Thirst, who are neighbors and live right next door to this. And, this is not the first time we've submitted. I'm not going to say anything that's particularly new, but I think considering the discussion is worth repeating. I know that at the last hearing back in May, when Mr. Green was speaking about this, generally, there was talk about this idea where, at least speaking for his clients, that what the neighbors were looking for was greater setback, and for the commission to exercise that as a measure of their authority under CAM. I want to be clear that, at least with respect to my clients, yes, we do want more setback from the water, but we also want the commission to enforce Greenwich's zoning. And that is something that the commission has a statutory obligation to do in this application and should be applied strictly. If I may share my screen.
Hold on just a second. And there you go. All righty.
So the analysis needs to start with the basic rules of construction for Connecticut statutes, which the Connecticut General Statutes affirmed by the courts repeatedly over again as it relates to the application of zoning.
I love the absurd or unworkable results. It's one of my favorite lines.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It is, and you'd be surprised when it comes up, but sometimes it really does. And so the commission has to evaluate the statute by the text of the statute itself, the plain meaning rule, looked at in relationship to the other statutes, right? And text is clear that if there is a plain meaning that clearly applies and does not yield absurd or unworkable results, then that's where the analysis stops. Now, a couple of times, both in this application and the previous application, the commission has asked the applicant's counsel to explain its plain meaning interpretation of how these lot lines apply. I have not seen it. The letter that Mr. Haslund referred to back from March cites 2 ambiguity doctrines and then references 2 examples to deduce, well, there must be some past practice, which we'll talk about, but still do not satisfy a plain text rule. And Madam Chair, to what you were saying, absurd results are not the same as unworkable ones on a particular piece of property. A result is unworkable and absurd when it undercuts a core aim of the legislative text, where it's something that just, this is not how this was meant to work. Versus you can have a perfectly valid and workable statute that when you apply to the particulars of one property, yields something that, you know, as an applicant, and often in my practice in New York, representing applicants is something that you don't like, but that's what variances are for. And so as long as the statute's application is clear from the plain language, unambiguous, not an absurd result, if it turns out that the owner cannot build the property that they want, the remedy is a variance. And I believe in this case, it is one that the applicants have sought and then, as they've said on the record, withdrawn because they realized they would not be able to meet the requirements for it. Then, to the extent that you actually find truly ambiguous text, that's the only point where past practice and deference to the professional staff and the people who have to enforce this on a day-to-day basis starts to come into play. And even in those cases, the Connecticut courts have laid out criteria for when that's appropriate. And it basically comes down to three. Is that the first is that it has to be consistently applied over a long period. It's not just something that you can reason by implication because it wasn't discussed in 2018, therefore it must be okay, or because there's nothing from the record as to the 4 Windrose Way application that the applicant cited back from the 1970s that, oh, they must have figured out something. You need to actually show that it was considered and it was applied consistently. The second is that the language has to actually be ambiguous. If the language is susceptible to just clear, plain meaning, you don't get here. And then finally, even when you apply the doctrines of deference and interpretation, the interpretation that you land on still has to be reasonable within the text of the language. Mr. Haslund spoke about tie to the runner. But this isn't banana baseball, and just because you have a tie to the runner doesn't mean you get to advance 2 bases. The text says what it says. An ambiguous statute is one that's susceptible to more than one reading. You still have to land on a reading that is supported by the text. But as between those, yes, absolutely, when text is genuinely ambiguous and there's more than one way to read it, then you have to go with the one that is more deferential to the applicant than to enforcement, because zoning is in derogation of property rights. But that doesn't mean you get to reach for an interpretation of yards that is just has no basis in the text whatsoever.
Okay.
So looking at the text at issue, right, we're dealing with a rear yard. Now, the applicant's March letter, they conceded that this is an irregular shaped lot. I think there was some confusion back from the February hearing in the previous application on this, where Mr. Leroux called it essentially a rectangle. But I think everyone's clear that this is an irregularly shaped lot. And for the rear yard, generally with buildings, there's one definition that talks about the full width of the lot and references the rear wall of the principal building. But there's a different reading when you have an irregular or triangular in shaped lot. And at that point, then the rear lot line shall be a line, so it's not a property line, not the line. It is an assumed line entirely within the lot, not less than 10 feet in length. And then most importantly for this discussion, parallel to and most distant from the front lot line. It's measured not relation to the property, not relation to the street, not relation to the building. For irregular lots, the rear lot line is measured entirely in reference to the front lot line. So here's the zoning location survey. We've seen this before. To make this a little easier to see, we've highlighted the actual boundaries of the property to reduce some of the noise from the survey. And it's pretty easy. I think everyone agrees where the front lot line is. And it's here, it's along the cul-de-sac, which lets us, and now that we have this established, we can look at the text of the BZR to see where the lot lines are. So when you look at it, strip everything away, you see your front lot line. And we've broken these lots up into 2 basic categories. I think there's a piece up here, which I think genuinely could go either way, but is not really essential to the analysis to whether this particular piece is side or rear. The 2 blue lines that we show here, by definition, cannot be the rear lot line because they run essentially the prolongations of these lines run perpendicular to the front lot line, and they actually physically touch the front lot line, and therefore by definition cannot be parallel and most distant. which leaves all you're left with is the waterfront boundary. Right? I know that there's been some discussion in some of the earlier, especially in the May hearing, where the applicant suggested that we're trying to apply some kind of a special rule about waterfront rear lots that doesn't exist. And I agree, there is no special rule in the BZR today that requires a minimum distance from the waterfront. But the point that we're making is that when you take the rules that apply to every property, whether interior, waterfront, or otherwise, and apply it to the geometry of this lot, it happens to be that this lot's rear lot line is the waterfront boundary. So when you take the plain meaning and you say parallel to and most distant, when you meet the 10-foot criteria, you get something that looks like this. You know, it's a straight parallel, take the front lot line, measure the parallel curve, bring it out as far as you can within the lot, and this is what you get. And I think, myself included, anyone would look at this and say that this is too much. This would be just dramatically unfair and certainly would, you know, satisfy at least the hardship criteria for a variance. But to the extent that there are other ways to read parallel, the applicant is free to present those, and then we can start getting into issues of deference and interpretation. And so one thing that we think could be a reading of this is taking a mathematical concept called the parallel curve, where you take a point, and you take essentially an infinite number of points along the front lot line, extend the line out parallel from the arc at that specific point as far as it can go on the lot line to where you can get an actual 10-foot line within the definition of the rear lot to have 10 feet within the property line. And when you start connecting those line segments all the way around, you get something like the red dotted line that you see here, which roughly approximates the boundaries of the property, but much consistent with the reason for the 10-foot line rule is smooth off some of the rough edges so that people can't take advantage of weird notches in property and call that the distance and end up with a shorter rear lot line. And we think that, you know, it is not my job to tell the applicants what they should be filing or to tell anyone to do, but I think that this is one that would be colorable within the definition of the statute. It's not one that I'd be standing here saying does not comply with zoning regulations. And then, of course, once you have this line, you can, right, as Mr. LaRoe said in the February hearing, you can then connect your, once you have the front, you have the rear, you can connect it through the side lot lines, and you end up with a drawing something like this. And that is what applies your setback. And this is where we get to the absurd results, because one of the things that zoning is really required to do when the architect sits down and starts putting pencil to paper about what are you going to do, the architect needs to know where to put the building. What the applicant is trying to put forward as basic plain text application of zoning sets up a situation here where the architect gets to design the building, choose the orientation of the house, and then decide, okay, this one is going to be rear, this one is going to be side, and we get to work it in so that it complies just barely on each side. That's not how zoning is supposed to work. That is the absurd result.
Well, one of the absurd results, I'm struggling a little bit with what you're showing because I don't think it has been the neighbor's intent to pull the building that close to the side as you are doing with the buildable area that you're showing. It's not clear to me that modification to that of the building area.
So I don't want to speak for all of the neighbors.
Yeah, who's your client?
My client is Elizabeth and Lucas Durst.
Okay.
So the owners on the other side. I know that the Pecks had their attorney who were speaking.
The Dursts get a significant increase in setback under your proposal, and the Pecks get a building much closer to their property.
So,
and I'm not, again, we're looking at a consistent application of the zoning regulations. I'm not buying into other things you're saying, but I'm going to let the rest of the commission respond. Anybody wish to respond to that? You now have 11 feet. Yeah, I'm seeing that. 10.
Yeah, so this is the distance to the right. So the BZR requires 10 feet on the side lot line. The you know, yes, would it get slightly closer? A bit, but it would also be a significantly smaller house, which would also deal with other issues coincidentally, like the tree and some others. But putting that all aside, all right, speaking for my clients here, the point that we have is that it's not about asking the commission to move anything, right? That is, I think, beyond.
You're asking us to interpret the lot lines differently. I recognize that. Madam Jenkins, you have your hand up.
If you could just back out just a little bit more so that I can see the purple non-compliant area. It's not entirely clear to me why your rear line includes three sides of the property.
Yeah, it's exactly right, Mary. One of the arguments we discussed early on was that exactly where the cursor is, there was someone who said that was a broken side, a broken side yard, a sideline. So that has come up before in the discussions. Your point is that would more appropriately be, given the angle of change, where are my mathematicians, given the, if you look at the geometric angle of change, that would be more consistent to be a broken side as opposed to part of the rear.
And
go ahead.
I would say that I'm, agnostic as to whether that, right, if this changes and becomes a side lot line, does not change the analysis here.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
I'm
You're
perfectly
looking,
fine
you're
with this
looking for
being
completely different. You're looking for us to eliminate the call on where the rear yard is more than anything else. Okay,
Yes.
Mary, go ahead.
Yeah, no, again, what I'm trying to determine is, should we, if the commission were to adopt your interpretation, you're basically saying that most of the house is even under your interpretation, is within a buildable area, and there's a portion of it that is not.
Right.
Is the cure, from your point of view, eliminating that portion of the house or completely redesigning everything that's in the buildable area?
What happens inside the buildable area? This is an as of right project. This is something where, as
Right.
owners of the property, they have the right to build it. They have the right to design it. They have to comply with zone, right? I imagine that they would not want to just lop off the house as a clean line right there, and they would
I'm
want to
not
redesign.
suggesting that. I'm just trying to figure out what the ask is here.
No,
And if the ask is addressed, I'm sorry, if the
and
ask
it's not
is-
even,
if
and
the
it's not
ask is
even
just-
say.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenberg, would you let Ms. Jenkins finish her question?
No, I'm still kind of, you'll excuse me if I'm still kind of several pages earlier where we're talking about ambiguous language and reasonable interpretation. I haven't quite gotten past that, but applying your analysis to this particular chart, the area that is concerning to you is the purple area.
Yes.
Okay, so the garage is out of the flood zone. The house has been kind of redesigned and moved around. And the concern is that particular area of the property, based upon your interpretation of what the rear lot line is.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think all right, not being the applicant, it's not my job over here to say to come up with the ultimate final definition of how the lot lines apply. But this one, which is the one that we're relying on, is completely and entirely indefensible based on the text. There is, aside from there's no basis whatsoever under the BZR for an applicant to choose which part is rear and which is side. Now, that's not to say BZR.
But I don't believe the applicant is doing that. Isn't this our ZEO making this determination?
Yeah, it was the zoning
Okay, so it's
enforcement
not a
officer.
request of the applicant, just to be
No,
clear.
and
on that.
he made an opinion. He gave an opinion in his.
An opinion.
We talked yesterday. We're the final interpreters of the regulations in this regard, but he has made an opinion. I believe Patrick read the regulations the same way as Mr. Lunny, for what it's worth, at one of the previous hearings or the briefings.
And I believe, based upon diagram 9 in the VZR, that I would interpret it the same way as Mr. Lunny does. I'm just saying that I'm not here as a lawyer, but I have to say that the idea that there's a lot of of ambiguous language and things need to be interpreted, it seems to me that we have the standard set forth in diagram 9.
I mean, the
And-
thing that I struggle with, exactly what you're looking at, Mary, what I'm struggling with, and I'm just thinking, I mean, this is what I keep looking at these maps, is Mr. Rosenberg is proposing a rear lot line that folds in half, if you will.
Yeah.
And I'm not, okay, let's go on. Does anybody else have any comments?
If I can just, I'd just like to add to what you said, Madam Chair. If you look at diagram 9, the idea
Diagram
is that,
9 is, what number is this one?
oh, I know, I'm sorry, it's in our regulations.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I thought it was his.
No,
It's like,
and again, it's just an example, and it's not definitive in any case.
I have it open to diagram. I'm so funny. Yes, I had the
It
book
appears to me
open
that
there.
there is a desire to have simplicity with respect to the rear lot line and the front lot line. Because even in the diagram, in the zoning regulations, the sidelines are going all over because lots are broken up in different ways for different times, most of them in this town before zoning even existed. So the idea that the simplicity applies to the definition of the front line and the rear lot line was very appealing to me, which is why I can totally understand that with a lot shaped like this, it's entirely possible that you could come out with 18 different versions of it. But the rear lot line was parallel to what was determined to be the front lot line, and the side lot line was irregular, longer, taking different routes, because sidelines do that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
There we go.
And
so again,
and
this
I-
is not definitive, but looking at it, the intent is that the simplicity be applied to front and rear, because sidelines change with every time a property is sold. But again, I'm struggling with this, but that was why I agreed with Mr. Lunny, even though it's awkward because it's not apparent. It's counterintuitive.
If I can make one distinction between diagram 9 and this lot. And diagram 9, right? It's a complicated lot, it's all there, but the difference is the front lot line. And when you have an irregular lot like this one, right? This is the example of an irregular lot.
Yeah.
BZR requires that you measure it entirely in relation to the front lot line. And here you have a straight front lot line. And so your rear lot line is very clearly one rear lot line that is the most distant from and parallel to the front lot line.
Right.
The difference in this lot is that you have a curved front, is that the front lot line is a cul-de-sac. It's curved. And so you have to measure, right, whatever the zoning intent was, right? The plain text is that you have a curved front lot line, which means that the parallel line is not going to be a straight line. There's no basis to say that, aside from putting the question about being able to split lines, because I think when you look how the BZR treats front lot lines on corner lots, which allows, the designation of one or the other subject to review by the ZEO, right? Does not apply to rear lot lines.
Right.
There's no basis to say why the red one is the rear and the blue one is the side, and why it changes at this point, or at this point, or at this point, or anywhere else.
But in this case, I'm sorry, Mr. Rosenberg, please.
No, I'm saying that's
No, I
the
mean,
problem with
okay,
this interpretation.
If
I could,
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mary.
no, if one of the elements here is that it be the lot farthest from the front lot line, that is the farthest from the front lot line, isn't it? And the areas should, on the side, well, I guess there's a point at which it becomes almost equal, but
That's exactly the issue. That's why Lunny called. That's exactly what the ZEO did, because they become almost equal. So you have to make a choice.
But the majority of what is designated by Mr. Lunny as a side lot line, the majority of that entire line is a shorter distance than it is to his designated rear lot line.
And if I could ask Tracy, just for the commission's clarity and the record, Mr. Rosenberg, could I ask you to stop your screen share for a second? We're going to throw up diagram 9 from the zoning regulations, just so everybody can look at it. So in the zoning regulations, at the back of section 6203.5, there you go. Okay, so here is the illustration of yards and how they should be calculated for an irregular shaped lot. And so having the commission, I just want everybody to look at this and see how you're supposed to designate it and where you and how you measure the yards, so that we can come to a decision that, as Mr. Rosenberg points out, is consistent with our regulations and specifically with this diagram and is sensible. That's a good word instead of absurd and whatever the other one that I love is.
Reasonable, Madam Chair. Reasonable.
Yeah, reasonable.
interpretation.
So you want to be reasonable here. And here is, so you have an awkwardness and I think the lot at hand is even more difficult to work with than the one in the illustration. But this is what is in the illustration. Okay, that's it. We can go back to Mr. Rosenberg's presentation if you want to drop that, Tracy. And anybody on the commission wants to see it again. Okay, go ahead.
And say, yes.
Oh, there you go.
Diagram 9 is instructive, but I think diagram 6 is also, it's illustrative because diagram 6 deals with a lot that requires a little bit of bending, but the geometry is not that different.
But that's, I'm sorry, sir, that is a regularly shaped lot, and that's not what we have in hand. So I would say that it is not applicable. I'm sorry, but I don't see the applicability, because if you look at the two lots, you're looking at a very strangely, I shouldn't say strangely, it is an irregular lot here on the right, and this is for, it's just a lot that opens up towards the rear. Okay, you want to keep going?
Sure. And I think the other ones to talk about here about when it comes to lines, bending, and what comes in is pretty instructive example that was cited actually by the applicant in their papers. So 33 Byram Shore Road, where the applicant appears to be citing it, and I don't want to speak too much for him to say that the ZEO properly considered this entire side lot line boundary as a single continuous line over the course of the entire side lot, even though it changes direction along the way. And this was in their March letter. And, when you look at actually what happened here and you compare it, it's actually entirely inconsistent, where here, straight irregular lot for sure. There is a front lot line, measure parallel to and most distant from. This side lot line, you can say a lot of things about it, but it is not most distant from it. Connects right. It's very similar. It's, in fact, this is very similar to diagram 9 in the sense where you have, right, this line moves in a couple of different directions.
It moves in a couple of different directions, but I see this as inherently a rectangular lot. Does anybody on the commission disagree? I mean, the shape is inherently rectangular and it's being adjusted for the water frontage.
Why doesn't since you're asking us, why doesn't that red rear lot line extend down
to the water?
Yeah. And why
Because
doesn't the line where the cursor is, that's blue, which connects with the green front lot line, why isn't that part of the front lot line?
You're catching us off guard because I'm not recalling this as an application. I'm sure we've done it recently and I don't recall it. But I think that the interpretation here is that the sideline is everything that's on the water side. You see, you continued it because it's in the water side. This is Byram Shore. So it's all along the water and therefore you retain the side.
Yeah, and I think the key between the two of these is that on an irregular lot, it's not about the lot shape. It's not right for a regular lot. The BZR defines it relative to the positioning of the house and the rear of the lot and where the orientation of the lot generally. For an irregular lot, the BZR requires that you measure from the front lot line, period. And so 33 Byram Shore, this is the street frontage. The street ends here. This is the street frontage. You measure from here. Take the front lot line, and as quoting Mr. Leroux from February, take the front lot line, identify the rear lot line, and then connect it with the side lot lines. And here, we took a curved front lot line and or, right, basic statutory construction are not the same thing. The BZR requires that the rear lot line be parallel to and most distant from. And so instead, we ended up with two lines. One of them might be, at some points is more parallel and at some points is more distant. And you have another one that in equal measure is more distant in parts and more parallel in the other. But neither of them can be parallel, or most distant from. And that is the core problem here, is that this is being measured not from the front lot line. This red line only becomes a rear lot line when you measure part of the front lot line, which is not what the BZR provides.
Madam Jenkins.
But the problem is that you don't actually have any portion of a curved front lot line that is going to be strictly parallel with the rear lot line in any case. Isn't that correct? I mean,
that's why we offered one construction.
I'm sorry, which is why kind of the distance, the farthest from distance becomes more determinative, because you haven't got straight lines like Byram Shore Road did, which I also don't remember, by the way.
I'll look it up. Tracy, do you remember it? Bianca, who has seniority over Tracy in these matters? Okay, I'm just not recalling a discussion on it. All right, okay, go ahead, Mr. Rosenberg. I'm sorry, Mary, if you would finish.
I'm done, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And all to say, and this is why we offer a possible alternative construction that actually leaves you a reasonable buildable area consistent with the BZR. Might not be what the applicant wants, but it actually can be read where you actually have a single line that can be read as parallel to and most distant from the front lot line and leaves a workable result. The applicant, who has the burden here, has not done so.
Yep. Okay. You good?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Anything else you want to add?
That is all. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, do you want me to wait until the public comment is over?
No, I do not, Mr. Haslam. You just read my little mind. Mr. Rosenberg, would you stop your screen share, please? Okay. Mr. Haslam, I think while Mr. Rosenberg is fresh in everybody's mind, it would be good if you responded. And I assume that we have his presentation available to us. So we could, I'm going to leave him on as a panelist for now. But I think it's better if you respond while we've all mulling on this, because there'll be other issues that'll come up.
If that presentation has not been yet provided to staff.
Mr. Rosenberg, if
it was just emailed just before the conversation started. So I have it.
Good work. Okay. Okay. Good work. So Bianca is able to screen share it because she's just received it.
Okay.
If you could screen share Mr. Lunny's interpretation, which was just shown, that would be helpful to me.
Perfect.
Tracy, are you, or do you want me to?
I am trying to find, sorry, I received about 50 emails since 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, don't even start.
So,
and then people.
And I was in the car for that, so I am not seeing an email after 3 o'clock from Mr. Rosenberg.
Okay, but Bianca has it.
Yeah,
so
Bianca, it wouldn't have come to me. He probably wouldn't have sent it to me anyway.
It's also part of the packet of the submission, but
you want me to just bring up the highlighted ZLS that Jim provided?
Yes. Thank you. So just while you're doing that, I want to say that the comments, and I think the chair, you already addressed this a little bit, but the applicant's architect did not come up with the idea of what constitutes the side and front and rear yards, or his engineer. This was discussed with Mr. Lunny, and as to get an idea from him before they started actually preparing plans as to what his opinion was as the correct yards. So it wasn't something that was the architect designed a house first and then is now looking for approval of what the yards are shown on that map. But I want to get back to the definition of 6555, which is the rear yard. And it says that the rear lot line shall be a line entirely within the lot, not less than 10 feet in length and parallel to and most distant from the front lot line. And I think Ms. Jenkins is onto the right thing here, which is the line that Mr. Lunny shows here as the rear lot line, is it a line entirely within the lot? Yes. Is it not less than 10 feet in length? Yes. Is it not parallel to the front yard? Yes. And most distant from the front lot line? Yes. The answer to all those things is yes. And that is the definition of the rear yard in your regulations. So it's quite simple. Mr. Rosenberg talks about the fact you have to read the regulations in their obvious fashion, or the way that they were intended to be read. And I would state that given the fact that we meet all of the requirements of 6-555, as stated in the definitions, that this is in fact the rear lot line, and Mr. Lunny properly interpreted it as such. So I'm not really sure where the argument is. Now, Mr. Rosenberg seems to think that there's multiple other ways to possibly interpret this too, some which might benefit my client more, some which might hurt them more. But this is one definition, or rather one interpretation, that most closely meets the definition set forth in the regulations. So it's factually, I agree. Mr. Lunny looked at the regulations, knew from past practice, looked at the prior location of the building, which was demolished, looked at the Zoning Board of Appeals application years ago and deciding whether or not they had looked at this issue, and they did not raise it at that time. So given the fact that this lot line meets the definition in its entirety, I don't see that there's any real ambiguity. But given the fact that Mr. Rosenberg thinks that there's several ways of interpreting this, clearly there may be an ambiguity. And in that case, as I said before, under Connecticut law, if there's an ambiguity, then a tie goes to the applicant. That's just the way it is. And I don't understand his various interpretations of this when right on the written page, when you compare that with this interpretation, is the answer to the puzzle.
Because of the greatest distance.
Correct. And it's more than 10 feet, and it's parallel. It meets all of the requirements.
The other thing, and I don't know, I guess I should say this, Mr. Lunny is fairly new to Greenwich, so I would expect him to come with an objective point of view to this, because he's not, that would be my expectation. I don't know if I'm wrong, and I don't if I should share that, but I'm thinking, you know, he's new and he could say, wow, Greenwich, you're all messed up. He has said that to us about other things. Well, you guys do things, we don't do that where I used to work. So I look at it and I'm seeing Mary's argument, and I'm thinking Mr. Lunny has come to it objectively. Mary is making the same point. I struggled with the same thing over the weekend and couldn't get myself to a different answer. And I have trouble with with breaking the rear lot line as well. Anything else before I go on to further public comment? Because I think we got another attorney coming up. No. Okay, Mr. Haslam, thanks.
Thank
All
you.
right, before we go, and there's another attorney, anybody on the commission want to ask questions? Because this is deep zoning thinking. All right, okay. I mean, every now and then we get one of these where we really got to work through the zoning. All right.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can we conclude from this discussion in the last however many minutes that this whole issue remains subject to interpretation, period? It is subjective by nature, is it not?
I think you look, yes and no. I would say to you that you take the most amount of reasonable data available to you. Not that you're winging it, but that you say the greatest distance across, which is exactly, Mr. Haslam, your point. You hang your conclusions on the greatest amount of reasonable data and its interpretation. So not so much subjective, you try to stay away from that, but which is the line that is farthest?
Well, we are assigning values, it seems to me, to the various components of the criteria toward establishing what's a rear yard, are we not?
Okay, so hold on a second. Can someone just read out the rear yard? I don't have it open right now. Tracy, can you read out the distance thing in the rear
The whole
yard?
definition or just the last sentence?
The bit that where Mr.
just
Lowe
that
said,
sentence.
I'm assigning extra weight, and my answer is no, because here's what the reg says.
Okay. So this is 6-5 in parentheses 55, the second sentence, where the lot is irregular or triangular in shape, comma, the rear lot line shall be a line entirely within the lot, not less than 10 feet in length and parallel to and most distant from the front lot line.
So parallel and most distant. So it is the most distant.
But is it parallel?
That's where you say, okay, this is parallel, these two things are parallel potentially. So what is the additional factor where I have to make a choice that would tilt my thinking scale in one direction? Mary, you want to add something?
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say, I mean, to address the issue of reasonable interpretation, usually you use Occam's razor, and if there are two different interpretations, and there's a simple one and one that you have to draw, a curved parallel line for, that's complicated. You're complicating something beyond the definition of a lot line. And frankly, in this situation, because we're on a circle, theoretically, there's probably 18 inches somewhere in this property that's absolutely parallel to some part of that circle. So I struggled with that too, because you've got an irregular line and an irregular front property line. But if you can't figure out what's parallel, you figure out what's parallel and most distant. What's most
there you go. You just
parallel
said it.
And distant.
There you go. She just said it. So
yeah, but it's still. My point was only that there are several criteria mentioned, including the rear is entirely.
That's fine.
The lot, and
that's done.
And that's satisfied by each of these alternate approaches. It's greater than. It's not less than 10 feet. It's greater than 10 feet. That's satisfied.
So you got both satisfied.
Yep, and then. It comes down to the trade-off of how you strictly define parallel. It's very difficult to talk about parallel
so you
when
don't
you've got
have
odd
to define,
shapes, right?
But it's not just parallel; it's parallel to and most distant.
Right,
from.
and so it comes
So
down
it could
to
be,
the most distant is the most important element here in terms of trying to nail down the definition. And I just tried to.
Wow, Mr. Haslam's ready. Okay, so that was his point to us a minute ago. That's exactly what he was saying. You come down to the last factor because you're looking at two things that are potentially considered parallel, and you come down to the last factor. And that's but
I'm not arguing here. I was trying to establish clarity.
Yeah,
about
I
the
agree.
whole thing.
We
Okay.
can't make a decision. I mean, right now, we're just sort of weighing it all and thinking it
Okay,
through
we
and
can go
trying to
ahead.
Yeah, we're just trying to get our heads completely wrapped about this and making sure that we're making sense and that what we're saying is that we're thinking rationally about what's a fair and we have to,
interpretation.
yeah, an equitable fare that's consistent with the intent of our regulations, et cetera. So we're trying to get there. I don't think anybody's being adamant about it or saying, oh, no, you got to do this. We're saying, okay, you know, how do we look at this?
No, let's
Okay.
go on.
Okay, let's go on.
I
Our
don't wanna-
next speaker is Mr. Green and then followed by Steve Trinkhouse, and nobody else has their hand up. So I guess they're letting the professionals speak first. Mr. Trinkhouse is also retained by someone, but he's not an attorney. How does that work, Tracy? Is he unlimited to time?
That's at your discretion.
Okay, well,
it-
all
it-
right. Let's see if
but
Mr.
we
You know, the
didn't
problem
limit-
is always, yeah,
We didn't
we didn't
limit Azure D, so I
no,
would.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So, Mr. Green, if you would kindly proceed.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission staff. My name is Joel Green. It's my pleasure to once again appear before you on behalf of Hannah and Chris Peck, who own the abutting property at 21 Shoal Point Lane. I am going to weigh in briefly. I really want to spend some time on the Coastal Area Management Act. I did submit some sections of the statute yesterday. I understand that there have been a number of submissions and letters today. I will note initially that I have not seen the letter that Deep may have provided on this. I
Oh,
understand.
at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I think we've, is it in the public record? Has it been posted?
We screen shared it.
Okay.
We screen
Well,
shared it and it is in the public record, but it did come late in the afternoon.
So I can't
As
really
as materials have from
It was
the
provided
public
to,
and their representatives, so
it was provided to the commission and in the file as required.
yes.
So I can't,
And we screen shared it this afternoon too.
No, I appreciate everyone's efforts. I just can't comment on it, having not seen it. I was in.
Well,
Would
New
you
York.
like me to email you it? Is that what you're looking for?
I don't.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to respond to it at this
I
moment.
and if you're ever with Deep, feel free to say to them, they are under tremendous workload because of the change in the statutes, but we are having a hard time getting their comments. As you saw, we had to plead to hear from them on several items. Go ahead, Mr.
They
Green.
are severely understaffed as well.
Severely understaffed, and I think they've had some staffing changes. So
Correct.
it has been a struggle. Go ahead.
So I'm going to comment briefly. First of all, to put this all in context, under the Coastal Area Management Act 22A 109, the coastal site plan, and one of the findings that the commission must make is that the coastal site plan is fully compliant with your zoning regulations. In other words, putting aside all of the protection of coastal resources, you have to make a specific finding. I am, with all due respect, I and fully endorse Attorney Rosenberg's analysis here, and I think that the parallel 2 is being undervalued in terms of this discussion, and a lot of weight is being put on most distant, when the way the regulation is written, the first thing that is established is that rear lot line. That's first. And then
But it doesn't say, or, it says and, so we have to think about them in conjunction.
I fully agree. However, I note that one of the commissioners made a comment that the interpretation of the rear lot line seems to fold it in half, and referring to that boundary. And yet the angle that the side yard takes next to the Durst property is a sharper angle than the angle on the rear lot line, if you look at the diagram. And I had measured it a few months back when we started. I don't have the difference in degrees, but you can see it's a sharper fold to interpret that as a side yard. I'm just going to throw that out because in response to that comment. I think the commission should bear in mind that the buildable area, as it's interpreted by Attorney Rosenberg, provides one option, but I believe that the law would also support, and that's obviously not before the commission right now, but the law would also support potentially a use of the former footprint as a legally existing, pre-existing and legally existing but non-conforming location. I haven't reviewed that, but I'm going to throw that out. I'm not endorsing that, but I believe the law would support that. Another comment is, and I really want this to be clear, I'm not sure it's fully fair to credit this drawing that's been shown that Mr. Lunny reviewed. And we did exhaust our sort of remedy to go to the ZBA. And I appreciate Attorney Haslam making it clear that basically the ZBA said, this is not a determination. So it's not a decision by the official charged with enforcement of the zoning regulations that is susceptible to an appeal under 8-6. And that was the essential point. I understand that there was this use of this word standing, but the lack of standing once again derived from the fact that there's no determination made by the ZEO. So apparently there is some sort of a discussion with Attorney Haslam or Mr. D'Andrea and Mr. Lunny. There's this drawing that is stamped. It merely says reviewed, as was pointed out by the ZBA, and it really has no, it is, I guess, just merely an opinion by the ZEO. And once again, I don't know what the nature of the discussion was back in January. It's a little...
Mr. Green, if I could interrupt you, I believe Mr. Wells has a question for you.
Okay.
Unmute. You muted again.
Just a clarification. Are you saying the ZBA had no opinion, or the ZEO had no opinion on the front rear lines?
The ZEO, the statute 8-6 provides that the ZBA, amongst its powers, is to hear and decide appeals from decisions made by the official charged with enforcement of the zoning regulations. I note that the applicant has repeatedly gone front and center with this drawing as if there was some determination that this commission should be bound by because it's stamped. Now it was stamped reviewed. And so I recommended to my clients that we take an appeal to the ZBA to be sure that this was not some sort of a binding determination or a specific finding by the ZEO. And so we went through the appeal process and we appeared before the ZBA, and the ZBA said that we'll handle this in 2 steps. First, we will decide whether this is actually a decision of the official charged with enforcement of the zoning regulations. And second will be whether the determination is correct. And it failed the first prong of the analysis, and the ZBA determined that this is not an appealable decision. It's not a decision or a determination. So basically, this is a result of a discussion that only Mr. Haslam or Mr. D'Andrea and Mr. Lunny were present at. And that's all it is. And it's just stamped reviewed. And so it is not.
Well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Green, we're totally cognizant that we're the ultimate interpreters of our regulations. We get that. We know that we are the final, where the buck stops. We got that. That's why we are spending so much time on this.
But I agree with you.
The fact that it's a secret conversation or whatever you're inferring got nothing to do with us. We weren't there either. What our job is going to be is, as a team here, we will make a decision on the interpretation of our regulations.
But from where I sit, I read the regulation. We've all read the regulation.
Yeah.
And yet
indeed.
Mr. Lunny's
You disagree with it.
well, no, but my point is it's come up so much in the course of this hearing.
Well, because because you and Mr. Rosenberg have brought it up. I don't think that the commission would have raised it necessarily. This has not come up by, we did not raise this initially as an issue.
Well, the
when it was
applicant has
explained
put
to
it,
us.
the applicant put it front and center in their applications each time.
But
So,
he was being transparent. The applicant was being transparent. We didn't, I don't think initially we reacted. Mr. Green, I'm sorry, but Mary Jenkins and Arn Wells both have questions for you, and I think it's better if they can go ahead so
Sure,
that we can keep on the
course.
thread. Okay.
I'm happy to.
I just want to be a little clearer about the ZBA decision. It didn't really undercut Mr. Lunny. It merely said that, in fact, what we're doing tonight, the commission has the right to take Mr. Lunny's opinion and decide whether we agree with it or not. So basically, my understanding is it's not saying Mr. Lunny is right or wrong. It's just saying we can't review it yet because it is still subject to our approval. We could disagree. If we take a different position, then it could be taken to the ZBA, because at that point there will have been a final determination that they
No,
can.
that's not my understanding. My understanding is, respectfully, the ZBA said that there was no decision made by Mr. Lunny.
Because it is not up to Mr. Lunny to make the decision, it's up to this commission.
That's why it's us. We are the final interpretation. So you don't appeal to them, you say to us, we don't agree, and then we have to make the call. That's what the regulations say.
I don't know. I don't think that was the specific analysis. You have the transcript. The thrust was, this is not a decision. It's a document that's stamped reviewed.
In any event, where we are today, regardless of all that, where we are today is you are before the people who are charged with the final interpretation of the town of Greenwich zoning regulations. And I think rather than focus on this ZBA and whatever, help contribute to the dialogue and to the thought process, because you're looking at a group of people who's very committed to trying to do the right thing and come to the right conclusion. So help us with that, and don't worry about who said what in January, because we're there today.
That's great. I
And Mr. Wells still wants to talk to you.
Should I?
No.
Yeah.
I guess
Mr. Wells?
I'm getting the impression, Mr. Green, that the only evidence we have of Mr. Lunny's position is based on hearsay of a secret discussion, but in fact, we have a survey. I assume he's the one that filled in,
stamped it,
the front lines and the back lines. So not only do we have this discussion, but we also have physical evidence.
But it's merely stamped reviewed, which was one of the essential findings that the ZBA
That's
made.
your entire argument, huh?
Yep. Okay, so Mr. Green, you just heard Mr. Yeski. He is making the same suggestion. Let us not get into that. The final authority is sitting here waiting for you to help us think about this.
No
and give us
one
input.
is assigning any special value to his opinion or his action, the stamping or anything. It's just part of the whole puzzle that we're taking.
I appreciate your framing it in this way. And then I would say that it is the interpretation that Attorney Rosenberg and I endorse. And as he has really clearly pointed out, is that the parallel line is as he has shown, as that being the rear lot line. That is the most parallel, and it is the most distant. And that line, so obviously it does vary in distance, but essentially this is a cul-de-sac, and it is closer to that diagram that shows a cul-de-sac than the other diagram that was shown. So we will stand.
No, we don't think, and everybody nodded when I said this, and we had this discussion with the town planner at one of the briefings for this application. Diagram 6 is for a regularly shaped lot. I think and it's a cul-de-sac, but the lot is regular shape. this is on a cul-de-sac, but it has the additional complexity of being an irregular lot. So we have heard it from Patrick LaRoe, our town planner, and I didn't hear anyone disagree. We lean to the diagram for an irregularly shaped lot. If you disagree, then tell us why.
Because it's a cul-de-sac and the line.
They're both cul-de-sacs
Uh,
on the diagrams, I
Would you-
believe.
would
No,
you-
no, no, they're not. You're right. Diagram 9 is not a cul-de-sac. So I get it. So you're saying 6 is a cul-de-sac, but it's regularly shaped. Okay, all right.
That's, yeah.
Bianca has her hand
So I'm
up.
not gonna, I'm not gonna, look,
Yep.
it is so well spelled out in Attorney Rosenberg's letter that I really don't have much to add, but I would emphasize that, once again, that the use of parallel, the plain language of the way the regulation is worded, this is not equitable. It's really based on the plain language of the regulation. I interpret it that way. Attorney Rosenberg interprets it that way. And I stand on the diagrams and the analysis in his letter as well. So that's on that point.
Okay.
Now, moving on to CAM.
Can I just make one clarification?
Yes, please.
Mr. Green, you said most parallel and most distant to, or most distant from. It is not most parallel, it is just parallel and most distant.
It is parallel and it
Right,
is-
but you said most parallel. and
Don't use the
definition
superlative.
in 6.5
I-
says
Not use the
parallel.
superlative
I
for parallel.
appreciate that correction.
She's our star.
And so the plain parallel then it supports this,
Yeah.
supports the analysis that we've put forward. So
Okay.
I thank you for that clarification. Now, on CAM, we've had this, I've been thinking a lot about these letters and sort of these positions, and you heard from Mr. Trinkus at the last meeting, and he was talking about relying on the elevation of 15 versus the line drawn on the FEMA map. And I've given it a considerable amount of thought, and I've tried to sort of reconcile those positions. I do respect the work that DEEP does, and I understand they are understaffed and they give things a fair call. I have tremendous respect for RACE. They are friends. I've worked with them, and we've known each other for a long, long time. I've worked with Mr. Trinkus for a long time, but here's how I reconcile the two positions. And the comments by Ms. D this evening further support that. One is a mapping issue, and Azure D referred repeatedly to sort of how this flood line is mapped. And my point is that my approach on this CAM, and I've provided the commission with 5 sections of the statute, and I'll get into them in a moment, is the applicant seems to be referring to what I will refer to as a cartographic, a regulatory, and a legal designation of the flood line. And the position of the applicant is that it's shown on the FEMA map. The FEMA map is imposed on this site plan, and that is sort of the line that this commission can consider. Mr. Trinkus talked about the fact that he believes that this commission should be considering the 15-foot elevation line that has been shown on the site plan. And those are two different things. So in one case, you have the FEMA line, the flood zone line, and then you also have this separate 15-foot contour line. And the structure actually encroaches on the 15-foot elevation line. So here is my point. All of the argument by the applicant was countering Mr. Trinkus's point in using the 15-foot elevation line. And here's how I reconcile that. I reconcile it, first of all, that Connecticut General Statutes 22A 92B2F. And you'll bear with me for one moment, refers to policies. And it says the following general goals and policies are established by this chapter. And the policy that is expressed is to manage coastal hazard areas so as to ensure that development proceeds in such a manner that hazards to life and property are minimized, and to promote non-structural solutions to flood and erosion control problems. So my point is that one is sort of a regulatory standard and a mapping standard. But under the Coastal Area Management Act, this commission, and Madam Chair, you said you were going to get off your soapbox in terms of the state lagging and the sort of the environmental conditions that we are all seeing now every day with climate change. And the fact is that the CAM Act enables this commission to go beyond this regulatory or mapping standard. And so I just pointed out 22A92B2F. That's 22A-92 small b2F. And here, the relevant hazard here is not the fact that the waters are going to reach this regulatory zone. The hazard is that the waters can rise to 15 feet. And as Mr. Trinkus will testify in a moment, that is how this commission should be measuring the impact, the actual effect of that 15-foot line. It doesn't matter how it's mapped. It doesn't matter how it's regulated. And interestingly, 22A105C, and I've provided that to the commission yesterday, requires the applicant to provide an assessment of the capability of the coastal resources to accommodate the project, an assessment of the suitability of the site, an evaluation of the project's beneficial and adverse impacts, and proposed mitigation measures. And here, what's happening is the 15-foot line, the structure is actually at or inside the 15-foot elevation. So the point is, when the water rises to that level, this commission can find that it is inappropriate under the CAM Act. And Madam Chair, you have referenced the fact that you can make recommended changes to the site plan that is within your jurisdiction. And 22A109, which I provided you with a copy of, authorizes modification or denial of a coastal site plan if it fails to satisfy the criteria.
However, as I subsequently pointed out and was read into the record, and you now have the copy, Braden Lynn of DEEP, environmental analyst from DEEP, from the Land and Water Resources Division, writes to us today and says, as our previous comments have been addressed, the application appears consistent with the Coastal Management Act. We commend the applicant for incorporating design changes that address our concerns, which will ultimately result in a more environmentally sound and resilient project. And this is the bind that I mentioned before. Yes, I would love to see state law continue to evolve, but at the moment, yeah, and the trade-off that I mentioned to the commission, at the moment we have this question before us, which is DEEP, who is the authority under the state law, is commending the changes. And now we have a bind. Yeah, technically, we could go and potentially ask for setbacks that are greater, but we are being told, and just that this complies with CAM by DEEP. And here you have a question, because there is an equal potential that Mr. Haslam would oppose or would say that we are acting out of compliance with CAM. And that was what I was sharing with the commission, because here we have DEEP's comment. Now, you've been sent a copy of it. I apologize that you got it so late. We got it late. And we have been struggling, as you know, because we always want to hear from DEEP, and we're now, I believe that although you have continued to defend this analysis, you're blurring the line between the riparian to some extent and the coastal. And again, I come back to what they've said. So go ahead. But I just wanted to say, yes, I would love to see the state be more aggressive, but any act, they have to weigh that with, it is always a taking of private property rights. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
First of all, my initial response is that the deep letter is merely advisory to the commission. That's first of all. And so it's
They
not,
have the expertise. This is an environmental analyst that is writing us. He has the expertise.
yes, but that question of the wisdom of using the base flood elevation line versus the 15-foot elevation line was not put to him. It was not addressed specifically.
How do you know that?
Well,
he could have asked himself that question. He's staring at these things. He would know what he looks at. He's an environmental analyst. I am taking him as a professional who has given us an opinion on the interpretation of CAM, and he works for a state agency charged with assisting us with that.
well, I haven't seen what his letter said specifically.
You
again.
have, I'll tell you what, why don't you take a time out and look at the letter? And we've read you sections, we've screen shared it, and we have sent it to you. I am deeply sorry that it came so late, but there's not anything we can do about that.
I agree.
I'm in a situation where I'm looking at what Deep is saying to us, and we're very respectful of the state agencies, and because they give us the expertise. Trust me, I talked to the Department of Housing a lot on 830G for the same reasons.
I'm sure of that, but
okay. So what else, Mr. Green?
Well, I'd like to call on Mr. Trinkus, and I have a few questions.
I will call on Mr. Trinkus, not you. I am the chair. I call on Mr. Trinkus.
Certainly.
And
may I examine him?
No, you do not have that prerogative.
Well,
you do not have that prerogative before a commission. The commission, you are appearing before the commission. You have someone who is going to come in and testify. You are not in court. You are appearing before Planning and Zoning Commission. You are not in litigation. We ask the questions here. If you would like Mr. Trinkus to answer specific questions, you just go right ahead and text him or something, but you do not interrogate him here.
Well, I was merely going to ask him to.
No, you will stop now, Mr. Green. This is not your prerogative. You are before the Planning and Zoning Commission. The commission asks the question. This is not litigation. You are not, you're not in a trial.
All right. Well,
okay. You have to be respectful of us trying to do our job.
I am very respectful of that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But I have had situations where this thing about let me talk to that other guy turns into a brawl. So I always avoid them. Okay, we're going to let Mr. Trinkhouse speak. I am going to remove you, Mr. Green. If you have read that letter and wish to make comments on that letter, when you do, kindly raise your hand. All right, Mr. Trinkhouse, would you kindly raise your hand? Before we go to them, Mr. Haslam, is there anything that you want to respond to Mr. Green on before Mr. Trinkhouse speaks, being it's all fresh in the commission's mind?
Well, I think you have Azure D's letters to you and the comments from FEMA too, with regard to those. I don't really see why his comments are relevant. I'm sorry, relevant to this consideration by the commission. But and again, I disagree with his interpretation of 6-55 with regards to parallel and most distant, etc. I think that is a logical conclusion, which is Mr. Lundy's conclusion. I also just want to say that there's nothing nefarious about the architect or engineer meeting with Mr. Lundy over this.
I know that.
It's almost right. Okay.
No, we know that.
It's malpractice to pretty much if they didn't do that to find out what he thought.
No, we know that.
Okay.
We know that the applicant has to work with the zoning enforcement officer to reach an understanding of what they're allowed to do. Mr. Trinkhouse.
Yes.
We are looking at you and we are ready to go. And I'm sure you're getting some sort of telepathy from Mr. Green, but there you go.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and Commission members. Steve Trinkus, professional engineer from Southbury, Connecticut. I really just have two comments here. When you look at the FEMA floodplain, flood insurance rate maps, which is what governs everything, in the AE zone, right on the FEMA map, it says base flood elevations determined. And they put a number next to the AE designation, in this case, elevation 15. 15 is the floodplain limit. That is the water surface. The line shown on the applicant's plan varies between elevation 9, 10, 12, up to 15. Water simply seeks its own level. Water does not go on a slope. So if a flood is coming up, it is going to fill up uniformly. And if it is a 100-year event, it will fill up to elevation 15. And the issue with this is most of the house is within the 15-foot elevation. It's not as much of the house as in the line shown on the DeAndrea plan. But the FEMA map is what governs here. They call out an elevation. This is their protocol. That is the elevation. Nobody can dispute it. And the graphical line does not follow the elevation. And
But I can't,
simply-
but I have the FEMA maps. I've consulted them and we can screen share the FEMA mapping, but the FEMA mapping shows zone X. The firm map shows zone X and not AE. And I mean, I can't help you with that because I go online and I go into the website for FEMA and I double checked it. So now what do you do? Because there you have FEMA has mapped this. Now, hopefully, okay. So I get your point. Wouldn't I love to have some of those lines move? However, can either one of you, do you guys want to screen share? This one's tough. You got to go online.
I have it up on my screen if you would like me to share.
Sure. But you're looking at the blue and yellow.
I'm looking at Shoal Point Lane where the FEMA lines are.
Making all these people co-hosts. Will I be able to throw them out of the meeting later?
I'm not able to share.
I know that okay, go ahead.
The chair is working on it, Mr. Trinkus.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the FEMA.
No, that's not the map I mean. It's
well,
blue. It's blue and green. It's blue and green. This is not the firm map. This is not the. No, this isn't the one that they use for the FEMA flood zones that we referred to. Tracy, you know the one I mean? In any event, if you look at where the AE ends on the FEMA map, I can pull mine up for goodness sake.
Yeah, if you want to pull yours up, I'm happy to look at that. But I will just point out that when you put in this at 22 Shoal Point Lane, Greenwich, Connecticut, this is the firm map from FEMA that shows up as the map.
Are you talking about the
again,
interactive viewer?
Yes.
I'll
Yeah,
share.
that or downloading it either way.
Ah, you rock, Bianca. There you go. That's the one I like. Did I say blue and green? It's kind of blue-green, aqua-y. That's still how I think of it. All right.
Well,
There you go.
Here's the thing. You can't see the green text here is overlaying the zone where it says EL that's giving an elevation, but the green text is over that. But
the point is that the AE is delineated, and this is what is the reference material for the zoning maps. So this again, when FEMA defines an elevation, that is what governs, not the graphical representation of the line. And again, if you look at the map, you're going to tell me that the water is going to be at elevation 9 and then it's going to be up at elevation 12. That defies simply the laws of physics. Water simply has to find its own surface at what elevation it may be, but water will be a uniform surface. It seeks its own level. And if you have a 100-year flood here,
it's going to wind up at elevation 15 because that has been what is determined. And I think what the commission has to make a decision on is whether this house is going to adversely affect or be subject to potential flooding if you get a storm coming in here where the water comes up to elevation 15. You're taking up a lot of storage volume with this particular project.
I understand.
You will have damage to the structure. And that's really all I have to say.
understand that, Mr. Trinkhouse. In a perfect world, I'd be state governor, okay? And people would lose their private property rights and I would get them away from being flooded. You have no idea how often we say this to people. When after Sandy, nobody wanted to build by the coast, by the water. And then in a couple of years, everybody forgot, and we just haven't had a major event. I totally agree with you that many of these properties are at risk, but that's not what the state law is. That's not how the mapping works. That's where I'm stuck. I'm being very honest, and I think you know that this is correct. We have to follow the law. We are doing our best to press people to be even more sustainable, but they have to agree to do that. And this applicant did agree. I mean, yes, would I stop a lot of this? We have seen applications that have left me very concerned, but it's within the law. Anything else, Mr. Trinkhouse?
Well, I guess a closing comment is quite honestly, and this goes back a little bit. I was employed for about 9 months as an assistant town engineer in Stonington. Again, another coastal community with same development issues on the coast. We did not, in the engineering department, we did not sign off on plans that were building within the coastal floodplains unless the houses were set up on stilts above the floodplain so that the first floor was 2 feet above. We cannot keep building in harm's way and not expect
Get you,
adverse
Mr.
impacts to
Trinkhouse.
occur. And
Are
that's
you-
what's going to occur here.
Mr. Trinkhouse, are you at all cognizant that Greenwich was, I think, the very first town to require 1 foot above BFE? And everybody fought us like crazy. We were the first ones who said BFE is not good enough. We want 1 foot above. We want people to have that extra clearance. And people argued with us because at the time, the regulatory system was not consistent with Greenwich. We have been trying as hard as we can. And I talked to the other coastal communities and we try to do things. So I agree with you. It is a risk that is growing, but we have to obey the law. That is the obligation. We try to push people to be sustainable. I'm tired of saying it. I got to find a good answer here. Okay.
Okay, I'm all set. I have nothing else
Thank
to
you.
add.
Thank you, sir. Okay, does anybody else wish to speak? Mr. Green is back. Okay, and this is going to be it. Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. That's kind of cool. And okay, Mr. Green, I know it's hard to ask a lawyer this, but we're going to ask you to be brief, okay? All right, Mr. Green, brief.
I will be very brief. You have a structure that is being built in points below the 15-foot contour line. As Mr. Trinkus has testified to the commission, a 100-year flood will go to the 15-foot line or higher, depending on other factors. 22A 105C says that this commission shall address the assessment of the capability of the resources to accommodate the proposed use and an assessment of the suitability of the project for the proposed site. Here you have a site, there's a 15-foot elevation, there's a structure below 15 feet, and I would suggest on behalf of my clients that it is not suitable. There are pictures in the record previously that show how high the water comes in that area. And the last piece is there is also an impact that has not been addressed by the applicant, and that is impact on scenic vistas, including vistas of the resource from Shoal Point Lane. That is in 22A 93.
We have had legal interpretations on those scenic vistas across the state, and there's case law on it. And the case law is that is a public vista. It is not a private.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would suggest that Shoal Point Lane is a public road with a cul-de-sac, and it would affect the vistas for the public on Shoal Point Lane, which is a property of the town of Greenwich.
Mm-hmm.
With that,
Thank you.
I really want to thank the commission for all of the time and thought that you've put into this
Even though we got a
application.
little short towards the end. Okay,
I
thank you, sir.
appreciate your patience, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And thanks again.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody else wish to speak on this application? No. Okay. So the residents have opted not to speak. Mr. Haslam, what I'd like to do now is for you to make a close. And then I'd like the commission to kind of weigh in. We do have, I want to know if the commission is ready to make a decision on this. And everybody who's seated, whether everybody's ready to make a decision on this. So if you would close, and then depending on which way, and then what I'd like to do is ask the commission. I know that it's a must close and must decide tonight, but you do have that extension available. I would think, Mr. Haslam, that if anybody on the commission wants extra time to consider, that you and your client might be open, but they may not want that. So why don't you go ahead, and then we'll get to the second part.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the great amount of time that you spent on this matter, not just tonight, but previously as well. And I think you recognize, as does DEEP and Conservation Commission and staff, et cetera, the amount of effort that the owner and the owner's team has put into trying to address concerns raised by the commission and others. We've made significant changes to the plans, I think all responsive. I believe that the proper interpretation of the regulations with regard to the rear yard is the one that was opined upon by Mr. Lunny, in which we agree with. And we think it's also the simplest application of that portion of the regulations to this particular irregular lot. And we hope that you find that to be the case. We have in the record responses to Mr. Trinkus with regard to his interpretation of various things, from Mr. DeAndrea as well from Azure D. And I won't speak to those. I don't have the technical ability to do that, but I think that's responsive to some of the issues he raised today. So I think really, as far as we're concerned, we're happy to present this for consideration by the commission and a vote on this application. I think the one maybe loose end I heard was about the driveway. Could we do something about that? I haven't been able to speak to my clients yet about possibly modifying the plans, but Mr. DeAndrea did indicate to me that if there was a preference from his perspective as an engineer, and the way this property would work as far as circulation is concerned, would be to possibly modify it by shortening the driveway so it's to the left of the catch basin on that line, and not create a situation where you have to do kind of a K-turn or whatever to get out of parking spaces. But I think that was the only real loose end that I heard from the commission that you might want us to give further consideration to. And I have to expect that, given my client's willingness to adapt this project so many times to where it is now, that that's something that they would certainly consider. Other than that, we again appreciate the time spent on this matter, and we hope that you will support it and rule in favor of the application.
So to the commission, without indicating what you might conclude, and seated again is Jenkins, Yeski, Wells, Lowe, and Self. What do you feel you require more time, that you would prefer to have more time, or are you ready to decide? Dennis?
I'm willing to close. I have no problem extending if other commissioners want to have some time.
Okay, once we've closed, we have to decide. So that's the issue. This is in the regular, I'm sorry, we're in, yeah, this is, oof.
No, I
Yes, so
understand,
once-
but if we
yeah.
close, I have no problem.
Close, we
closing,
have to decide.
But I don't
So-
mind
Okay.
waiting a while
All right.
for the decision.
Okay, Madam Mary.
Yeah, I think we're ready to close, Madam Chair.
Okie dokie, Mr. Wells.
Ready to close, Madam Chair.
All righty. Mr. Lowe.
I would add that there was, to what Mr. Haslam mentioned about, not to put words in his mouth, but open areas or what have you, but we had at least one commissioner express renewed concern about this this tree issue, the lone tree. I would, I think, not to beat a dead horse, but I think it might behoove some of us to wait to vote on this.
Okay.
But that said,
No, our practice is. if one person-
I know, but you're asking me what my opinion is, and I'm giving you my opinion, but I don't want all these attachments to it. Like, well, if you're going to say that, that means that you're imposing all this on us. No, I don't want it.
No, but we just have to respect this.
I will not regard it as a motion of disrespect if you wish to close it.
So you are okay with leaving it, with closing it? You are ready, you feel ready to decide?
If I have to decide, I will. I would prefer to wait.
Okay, that would mean that we wait.
That's up to you.
We never rush a commissioner who's not ready unless Mr. Lowe is ready. Mr. Yeski?
I think he's saying the same thing. He's willing to close, but would like to wait on the vote, right?
Right.
Yeah, and we can't do that. We cannot do that.
Well, of course you
This isn't-
can. I mean,
No, we can't do that on a regular item. This is in the regular meeting, not in the public hearing. The moment we close, we have to render a decision. That's why I'm asking you now. Normally, I would ask you after we close for a public hearing item. The moment we close, we must make a decision. So that's why.
If we
I'm-
weren't to close tonight, logistically or mechanically or
We need an
procedurally,
extension from the applicant. They have to agree to give us an extension, and that will cover us to our next meeting, which is 9/1.
and at that meeting, what would take place?
We would then say, hello, Mr. Haslam. We would probably hear from all the opposition and neighbors. We would go through the process. Application's still open, so everybody has to come back in.
Could we close it at the outset of that?
No, not if there is opposition or a desire to speak. Not like we can do a public hearing.
Close it.
Okey doke. So he wanted more time to think, but he doesn't want any more input. I think that's the issue. And because it's a
Well,
regular,
please don't, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, but
I'm
please
saying
don't
that.
put words in my mouth.
not
because
what you meant.
You
I
are
mean, I'm
not
just
in
trying
my
to.
head, okay?
Okay, so you would like more time to think, but in this situation.
I said, my recommendation is that we close it.
Okay, got it. All right, I rest my case. Okay. Therefore, does anyone have any objection to closing this item at this time?
No.
No.
Seeing no objection, this item is now closed, and I would happily entertain a motion.
Okay, I have a motion. As to 22 Shoal Property LLC application PLPZ 2026-00160 for a final coast plan to construct a new single-family dwelling with a driveway, walks, patios, utilities, drainage, and associated landscaping on a 18,970 square foot property located at 22 Shoal Point Lane in the R12 and COZ zones. Whereas the commission held a public meeting on May 27, 2026, and took all testimony required by law. Whereas the applicant is requesting final Coast site plan to construct a new single-family dwelling with a driveway leading to a garage within the dwelling, plus walks, patios, utilities, drainage, and associated landscaping on an 18,970 square foot property located at 22 Shoal Point Lane in the R12 and COZ zones. Whereas portions of the property are located within FEMA flood hazard zones AE15, including an area of limit of moderate wave action, as well as Zone X. Whereas the commission received correspondence provided by Trinkhouse Engineering and the responding materials provided by Race Coastal Engineering dated May 26, 2026 and June 23, 2026, and by DeAndrea Surveying and Engineering dated Feb 3, 26 and May 27, 26. Much of the correspondence related to how flood zones should be shown on surveys. Connecticut Deep, in an email dated May 28, 26, agreed with Race's and DeAndrea's analysis and surveys that showed that FEMA flood zones should not be moved in coastal areas due to topographic lines. That approach is acceptable. However, in riverine areas. Whereas the applicant has submitted revised plans to relocate the freestanding garage to within the dwelling. The proposed structure is completely within the X flood zone and appears to meet the requirements of section 6-139.1. Whereas a letter of opposition was submitted by a neighbor's opposing counsel dated July 30, 26, and additional photos were submitted by a neighbor showing wildlife on the property. Whereas a conservation issued updated comments dated July 29, 26, noting the planting plan consists of entirely native plants and will provide long-term ecological benefits and mitigate impacts of the tree removal by the previous owners. The stockpile in the AE15 flood zone should be moved to the X zone. The revised plans have significantly reduced the site work with the removal of the detached garage. Whereas ZEO issued comments dated July 30, 26, indicating the PZBA made no decision on the appeal of his previous comments regarding front and rear yard lines due to the appellant's lack of standing. Whereas DPW Engineering issued revised comments dated July 31, 26, listing matters to address prior to designing permit sign-off. DPW Engineering noted a grant of right to drain watershed area will be required and a draft submitted prior to zoning building permit. Whereas DPW Sewer issued comments dated May 26, 26, noted a signed acknowledgement needed to be provided. Such acknowledgement was provided the same day. Whereas comments from Connecticut Deep on May 29, 26 indicated concerns regarding the proposed location of the retaining wall in the garage in the AE zone with the loss of trees. However, Connecticut Deep on July 30, 26 issued comments that concerns regarding the location of the retaining wall and the detached garage have been addressed due to moving the retaining wall and the elimination of the detached garage, moving the retaining wall to the X zone, and the additional plantings. Connecticut Deep comments that the application appears to be consistent with the CCMA. Going back. Whereas EMAC made comments dated January 26, 26, applauding the use of high efficiency heat pumps to heat and cool a dwelling, EMAC also recommended the disclosure of EUI metrics for coastal properties. Whereas the commission finds that pursuant to section 22A 106E of the CCMA, the proposed activity with any modifications proposed by the consistent one is consistent with all applicable goals and policies in section 22A-92 of the CCMA and incorporates as modifications all reasonable measures, including best management practices for stormwater and erosion control, which would mitigate any adverse impacts of the proposed activity on both coastal resources and future water-dependent activities. Therefore, be it resolved, the application of 22 Shoal Point Lane to construct a new single-family dwelling with a driveway, walks, patios, utilities, drainage, and associated landscaping on an 18,970 square foot property located at 22 Shoal Point Lane in the R2 and COZ zone is approved subject to the following conditions. The applicant will clarify whether there is any proposed outside lighting, and if so, should provide a lighting compliance analysis to confirm compliance with Division 14 of the BCR. Due to concerns about flooding and coastal resources, any further expansion of the site plan will require Planning and Zoning Commission approval. Okay. And then applicant will consider shortening the driveway to the left of the northernmost catch basin, and if agreeable, approach DPW engineering for permission to reduce the width of the two curb cuts to less than 50 feet. Applicant will follow up with staff on it and DPW's decision. Any further comments?
First a second.
Second.
Could I have a
Second.
second? Who Mr. Yeski has seconded. Mr. Wells, I didn't hear the tree. The additional tree?
Oh, yes. Where I wrote it.
Okay. Should we also, and I'm kind of asking Tracy this, should we also have a maintenance plan for the driveway, for the porous driveway?
We would get them, that's something we would get
Standard.
anyway.
It's boilerplate. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, can I believe the word was consider with regard to the driveway issue.
For the driveway.
Right.
Yeah,
You want a stronger one?
is there a way to embellish that, create stronger language, or
Shall apply to DPW for a shorter driveway because it's DPW's call. They can reject it. We ask them to apply and then they can reject it.
but by asking them to apply, they have to then pursue the whole idea
They
of
have to.
shortening the driveway.
And
Do we need to determine a minimum or maximum shortening? Or are we not getting, is it up to, or will be determined by?
Arn already has the language. He wants it left of the storm, of the catch basin.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know what that, how
As
you
depicted
quantify
on the
that.
site plan, because we don't have the measurements, so we're saying as depicted on the site plan to the left of that catch basin. And then we instruct them to apply, and then, but understanding that DPW can refuse. It is their final authority. Okay.
Right, but otherwise, they're compelled to pursue this as though it's something they would really like to do. Is that right?
Yeah, right. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Yeah, and I'll
Alrighty.
add the language on the tree saying was it the 24-inch?
It's the
oak?
removal of it, and they won't be able to put in a new 24, but to replace the removed, why did I think it was 26? The removed oak tree.
Right.
With another oak at a
Well,
suitable location.
can we
At a
normally,
suitable location to be reviewed and signed off by staff.
so replacing 24 inches with a 2-inch caliber?
A
3-inch?
minimum. Well, here's your bind. You replace a tree that big, they don't always take, this is always the trade-off.
No, I understand, but I'm just wondering whether we could, there's a big difference between 24 and 3 inches.
Yeah, you can ask for a 3-inch caliper tree.
I don't want that. I would
3-inch
like a larger one. Yeah.
How about as large a caliper tree as can be agreed with planning and zoning staff and the landscape designer? And then we'll let the folks who know,
Jackie and company.
the folks who know best about tree movements, etc. We'll let them figure it out. So that's going to be Bianca, and she's pretty good. She worked on our post-road planting plan for a very long time. Okay, Mary. Oh, wait, I should probably let Tracy go
Well,
first.
no, I'd let Mary go. She may grab one of the same ones I'm about to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, I may need Tracy to help me translate some of this. Do we need to have a specific condition about moving the stockpile into the
No.
X zone?
Happy to add it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There
That's
shall be
good.
no
Thank you.
stockpiles in the X zone. Excellent.
No
In the
stockpiles in the
AE.
AE zone. They
In
can
the
be in
AE,
the X zone.
perfect. Yeah.
And they get covered under the S&E control plan.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do we need to have a specific finding about agreeing with the definition of lot lines set by the ZEO?
I would think it would be a better idea to do it. Tracy?
The commission finds that the definition of the front and rear lot lines certified by the ZEO on XD.
Reviewed by.
Review. I wouldn't use the word certified.
Reviewed
By the ZEO,
we
as
concur,
provided
whatever.
by the applicant.
We concur with it,
concurs, the commission's interpretation of the zoning
Consistent with.
regulation.
Yeah.
Is
consistent with the applicable
Yeah.
zoning regulations.
And specifically diagram 9 of section 620, is that 3 or 5?
Oh, wait.
3 or 5?
6205, I believe.
205,
And-
okay.
And the thing I really need help from Tracy with the
That's a shut up,
ZEO,
Alban one.
It was not lack of standing. The ZBA said that the ZEO letter did not constitute a decision qualified for review by the ZBA. Is that what I heard? I haven't looked at the
Oh,
transcript.
yeah,
I'm kind of
sure.
relying.
Well, here's what I said.
It should be a lack of jurisdiction, not a lack of standing.
Jurisdiction.
Lack of standing.
I like that.
Excellent, Bianca. Thank
Okay,
you.
lack of jurisdiction instead of standing.
Yeah,
Okay.
as noted in the public notice for the decision for the PZBA meeting on 6/24/26.
I'll let you add that.
Yes. Thank you, Bianca.
Thank you, Bianca.
All right, we have.
That's all I had. I'm
All
done.
right,
I have one
anything
more.
else?
Hold on one sec. Any future site work or proposed structures will require P and Z commission approval, not further expansion to the site.
I like that. I like that. It's more specific because
Right.
the fear was mostly what we didn't want was the 2-car garage to come back in at some point in the future. When everybody's moved on administratively, we will remember this one. And, okay, anything else? Bianca, Tracy? I'm ready to go for a vote. Okay. All righty. You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Now, it is 7:03 and we're ready to start the public hearing.
Actually, we're ready to start dinner.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that.
And
Okay,
then later
so do
there'll
you
be a
guys-
breakfast break, right?
We may have to, given the length of the agenda yet before us, we may have to take a couple of short breaks. So you guys want dinner now?
I
Yes,
would.
please.
Okay, no imbibing of anything that will leave you jolly.
You don't want us to be jolly?
No jolly, you'll be serious. Okay, so 7:30, 7:35, what works for you guys? What gives you enough time to eat?
Let's do 7:30 because I want to get out of here before 12.
Well,
Well, let's
Yeski will fire
have
me.
a big argument over the 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that's
Okay.
Let's
important.
spend 5 minutes arguing.
Oh, good, whatever.
I'm stopping the recording, so somebody remember to turn it back on, okay?
7:30, that's fine.
Fine, let's go.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Recording stopped.
It is now 7:33, and we are opening the public hearing. Our first item on the public hearing, who's the applicant again?
Millbank.
Chip has it.
Chip. Oh, I bet he's tired of us.
He needed dinner break. Yep.
He ought to be elated.
Okay, our first item, number 5, it is, but our first item in the public hearing is the Millbank Land Company LLC for a final site plan and special permit to amend the previously approved conditions of the final site plan and special permit from 2017. This was they are requesting relief from the parking agreement with the adjacent property at 30 Millbank Avenue. This is 46 Millbank Avenue who is requesting this, and it is a 15,817 square foot property in the R6 HRO zone. And Mr. Haslam, if you would proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Chip Haslam for the applicant. Mark Johnson has been watching and asked that he be promoted to presenter as well. He's the sole member and principal of both the Millbank Land Company, which is the owner of 46 Millbank, as well as the principal and sole member of Stone Harbor Land Holdings, which is the owner of 30 Millbank next door.
Yes, but so he's a partner in Stone Harbor.
He is a principal and sole member of both entities. There are no other members.
Ah.
Okay. I don't. Yeah.
That's a change from what I knew.
No, well, you actually, I think, were the only member of the commission that sat on this back in 2017.
No, I might have been the only member of the commission who recalled that Andy Fox was originally Mr. Johnson's partner in Stone Harbor.
Correct. Still is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
But not in the land company, not in the land company, the land holdings.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Got it. All right. Okay. I'm the only one from 2017. No, I think we had Yeski.
Is that right? I apologize, Mr. Yeski, if I got that wrong. But
I remember both partners.
Hello.
One died, right?
No, because Andy Fox is alive and well.
Yeah.
No, the other guy.
I'm not
And
dead yet.
Mark Johnson is sitting right here. Before you bury him, what did Truman say? Who said news of, no, it wasn't Truman, news of my demise? Mark Twain.
Mark Twain, yeah, Mark Twain said that.
I thought you were going to talk about Mark Antony, who said, I don't come to bury, I've come to praise him, you know. Anyway, go on.
Okie doke. So with that great introduction, Mr. Haslam, I don't remember when Mr. Yeski joined.
16.
16. Okay, so you did say that. I was reading the I was reading
and Mac Rye predated him, but Mac Rye is away on some beach. So
I was reading the record from back then, and most of the repartee was between you and Mr. Maitland and Katie DeLuca. So I apologize if it kept.
We called Mr. Maitland the big tree.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
He was the repository of all knowledge, and never will I equal that expertise, but I try every day. Okay.
So Mark bought under Stone Harbor, he bought 30 Millbank in 2007. And then subsequently in 2017, 46 Millbank became available and had been occupied or owned by a podiatrist. And Mark wanted to convert 46 from medical office to general office. But under general office, he would have needed 21 spaces, and there's only 14 plus 1 handicap. An option would have been, because it was a HRO, which had been established in 1991 by the doctor. And by the way, the 30 Millbank had been established as an HRO in 1978, so it went back quite far. So both properties, HROs. The thought was that he could possibly put parking in the front yard of 46 Millbank because it's permitted under an HRO zone. However, he and the commission and the HDC, I think, all agreed that that wasn't the best solution. So what could we do? So when it became apparent that Mark was the principal in both entities, the one owning 30 and the one owning 46, that perhaps he could enter into a voluntary agreement with himself, pretty much, by which the two properties would have shared parking if and as necessary. So it seemed like a good solution. I should say too that 30 Millbank is grandfathered as well as to the non-conforming parking. So it's a situation right now where there's really no restriction on 30 Millbank whatsoever as to the employee ratio or the fact that it's non-conforming, even though there's a business use over there. It has been since 1978. So that's kind of the background for this. And now Mark's in a position where he wants to sell 30 Millbank, and he's finding that buyers are not interested in buying a property that's subject to a joint parking agreement with the neighboring property. I expect because you just don't know exactly what that's going to entail down the road, depending on the uses. So what we're proposing today is that if you would give us a mark relief from that parking agreement condition of the approval in 2017-18, that we would enter into an agreement and covenant, basically with Mark with himself for the two properties, whereby each property would have to annually submit to the town an affidavit stating that they are meeting the requirements of 6-100.1 as to the employee relationship or ratio to parking spaces. And in addition, you're granting this for 30 as well. Right now, it just applies to 46 Millbank. So by extending that to 30 Millbank and having that a covenant that's enforceable by the Planning and Zoning Commission, that those employment limits would not be exceeded, we're hoping that you see a benefit in giving relief from this restriction in that you now have both properties under that aegis. That's the consideration that we're asking for you.
And are you willing to restrict both of the properties or only the one? That was
both of the properties. That's the give.
Okay.
It's that right now 30
yeah.
Millbank has no restrictions on it because it's non-conforming as to parking.
Exactly.
Predated.
So yeah, okay, that's how I read it. And then I went back and talked to staff about it, and we had some lack of clarity. So you are restricting both properties, both 30 and 46, to 1.2
employees per parking space.
Exactly. And that is, so that is the restriction. You are offering up on both, and then they will both be entered into all the necessary land records.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. That was not.
That would be a condition of your granting relief from this, that this agreement and covenant be entered into and recorded on the land records and is enforceable by the town of Greenwich, most notably the commission and your designee.
Right. Now, little things here. There's something in your material that says while they are under common ownership or the same ownership, but you don't mean that. You mean forever and ever, right? Regardless of what happens to ownership.
No, it goes to the successors and assigns as well as the
okay.
after the
so
agreement.
There's a sentence in there in one of the narratives that says while it's under common ownership, and that's not correct. It is forever and ever, no matter who owns it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I was mean to say that while it is in common ownership right now, now's the time to do this because Mark can enter into the agreement and the covenants for both properties.
No, I totally understood. It's a great idea because otherwise we'd, Tracy?
Chip just finished my thought. What the narrative meant was right now it's under common ownership, so now's the time to address
it
the
just
situation.
wasn't clear when I was reading it. And
no, if you read it fast, I can see
forgot.
both.
I just want to double check. Now, if I'm just thinking out loud and Tracy, your hand went back up. Okay, so thinking out loud, if the use were to change, would you be agreeable if somebody comes along who has a different use and is going to do something? Would you be agreeable that that has to return to the commission, even though it's use group 2, or, that might be administrative, that we would want to see it just in case? Are you agreeable to that? Mr. Johnson, you don't need to worry too much because you won't own it anymore.
I believe they have to under the HO anyway, don't they?
Okay,
HRO, correct.
HRO.
okay. That was also not clear, so I just want to make sure if the use were to ever change,
Well,
it would return to the commission. Correct?
can I, just a clarification?
Yes, sir.
and thank you for allowing me to,
Oh, yeah,
be
sure.
involved. I did
long
learn
as
a
you
lot
don't
about
wanna
the lot
interrogate-
lines.
As long as you don't want to interrogate anyone, you're good.
No, because I believe right now under the HRO,
Yeah.
it's for general offices. So it depends what you mean by change of use. But yes, if a medical doctor came in, that would be a change of
Exactly.
use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was office to office, it would be the same. But it would be the same use. It's whether somebody wanted to put, like that suit place.
Yeah,
when
I was just
suddenly-
thinking of
remember-
that, exactly. That's funny.
It suddenly went in and we're all like, what the heck is that doing there?
Right.
Yeah.
Because when they never came to anybody for approval, they just like rented it out and put the suit place in. What's it called? Suits to go or something?
Suit Express, I think.
Suited, whatever it's called. Yeah.
Right.
With that horrible sign.
Believe me, there's been a lot of interesting people that have come by looking
Okay.
at the building.
So now, just to be clear, so the ratio is both, you're both 46 and 30 would have the limitation, and it's to 1.2 employees per parking space. At present, you have 11 employees at 30 and 13 at 46. You may not remember that.
Under that ratio, the request is that if you multiply 1.2 times 14 and not including the handicap space, that gets you rounded down to 17 employees, and that would be at 46 Millbank. At 30 Millbank, it would be 1.2 times 16 parking spaces, again, not including the handicap. That gets you, again, rounding down to 19 employees. So that would be,
Wait, say that again, because I couldn't figure out what that would be at the second one. So at 46, you would have how many?
I rounded down to 17.
Okay,
So it's 1.2 times
okay.
the 14.
And 14 at Millbank at 30.
Right.
Okay. Did I have another question noted?
Well, no, 30 is 16 spaces. And that
Right.
comes out to 19 employees.
Right.
Okay, so 14 isn't right. Okay, so it's 19. 30 gets 19, 46 gets 17.
Right. The 14 was the number of parking spaces, standard parking
yeah,
spaces,
yeah, yeah.
46.
Yeah. Now, I found my last question. I was just writing stuff down today. So if there was something that affected, even if it was even if it was still office, and it somehow potentially affected how much parking you would need, would you be amenable to coming back into staff and discussing that? If it suddenly increased, it was still an office use and suddenly, oh, I know, you have realtors. They have tons of them in an office because they're not there, but they need the parking all of a sudden for when they have a meeting. That one in Old Greenwich where everybody's always overflowing. Would you be amenable to just discussing it with staff if you ever had a higher demand?
Well, one factor involved is Millbank Avenue itself. In front of the two buildings, there are, I believe,
some spaces,
8 spaces, public parking. It's a 2-hour limit.
Yeah, have you ever tried to park on Millbank during lunch?
Well, but then there's also the row of buildings next door to us that has a large parking lot where Berkshire Hathaway real estate company is. And I could always ask, I mean, in the past I could always ask them if, hey, can we park for an hour?
I'm just saying, would you be willing to come in and discuss it with staff, not with us, because I know we're.
But for like a one time, you mean if there's like a large.
No,
meeting?
permanently. No, permanently. If you went to still an office use, but something that was going to have a higher demand.
And so then asking for more employees.
So you would suddenly need, yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right. But still the same use, but a higher demand. Okay, Mary.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to do annual affidavits. So at the point at which they can't give an annual affidavit, they're probably going to have to come in anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Right. But it's just belt and suspenders because once upon a time we were worried.
No, and any exterior alterations obviously too have to go to HDC
know.
and they're
Oh,
to
yeah.
you too. So
Yeah, I know.
right.
Oh, that
There's just
I
site
kind of
plan.
remember. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, just give me the numbers again. In 46 Millbank, you're asking for 17. How many spaces do you have now?
That's 14 plus 1. Actually, I rounded down. I should have rounded up. But yeah, it's 14 plus 1 handicap.
But you're looking for 17.
Well, it's 1.2 times that. is
17
what the-
employees to use those 14 parking spaces.
Right, under 6-100.1.
And then in 30, give me the number of spaces now.
16 plus 1 handicap, and I'm just including the 16 times 1.2 gets you to 19 employees.
Okay.
So it is in conformance with the
Yeah.
dash 100.1 of the regulations.
Yes, yeah, 30 is, got it. But they're agreeing to limit both.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Yeski, anything else?
No, that I just we
Okay.
were talking about a lot of other stuff. I just wanted to get the basic. That's the I got the
Yeah.
basic.
And really, one of the other things is you can have the employees, but they may not be on site because it's permanently changed. The work from home thing, I
Yeah.
think, continues. And I think, I keep wondering if it's going to hold and we could reduce parking requirements.
Well, that's why I
Then-
thought that I wasn't initially a big fan of the 1.2 ratio because it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
an unknown and pops up occasionally. But I've come to think since COVID that's actually probably a better
May not be bad. I know. I was thinking the same
thing
thing.
going by
reading it.
square footage.
Yeah. Yeah.
It really might be. So
Yeah, it might be. Unless, of course, you have a staff meeting and everybody has to show up.
right.
Or somebody takes over your company who makes attendance mandatory, like certain tech CEOs are doing. Okay, any other questions from the commission? Mr. Haslam, I'm going to turn to public comment. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this application at 46 Millbank? Oh, I do have 2 more questions. 46 Millbank. Anybody wish to speak on this application at 46 Millbank to eliminate their joint parking agreement with 30 Millbank? All right, seeing no public. We would also ask you that you redo that that agreement, that the declaration that you have. You have to revise. You have right now. You have a declaration for the joint parking. You guys are looking at me like deer in the headlights, both of you.
Well, what I drafted
We provide you with his draft suggested agreement.
Oh,
Yeah.
I missed some emails today. Okay.
I
The
know
volume-
there was a lot of emails.
There was
this
a lot of
afternoon.
emails and it was hard to keep up.
Yep.
You've sent us a draft, so we would ask you to submit a revised declaration to remove the parking agreement. Okay.
Good.
All right.
And we would certainly ask that we would have law take a look at the
Right,
agreement
expect
before it's
such, yeah.
recorded
Yep.
Okay.
as a condition modification.
So I'm just making a note because
But
sometimes
overall, the presented agreement
Okay.
does do what the law department.
awesome. I don't know how you found
asked.
time to read all that. I knew you had it. You guys had it. I don't know how the 2 of you found time to get everything done.
I
It was
just
a little
submitted.
wild today.
Yeah.
It was wild and I was just home quietly working. Okay. No public, the revised agreement, change of use. I can't think of anything else. Both properties restricted, change of use. We'll figure out how to word if you ever had an increase in parking demand. I'm hoping that doesn't come about. As you know, we're all very concerned about how tight the parking is getting downtown. Well, our applications keep focusing on that. Okay. Any further questions from the commission? No. Is there any objection? Oh, before I do that, Ann Knoll is seated for Mr. McRae on this, since she is back from air conditioning jungle. And are there any objections to closing this application at this time?
No.
Hearing no objection, this application is hereby closed, and we'll try to decide it later tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you done with us now, Mr. Haslam?
I am.
All right, have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. Johnson. All right, the next application has been postponed. That's number 6. For a final site plan and special permit to convert a barn carriage house into an ADU that exceeds the maximum size allowed and thus requires a special permit. That is at 295 Taconic and has been postponed. Our following application is Ms. Cronin, if you would kindly raise your hand. Okay, our next application is GP Holding for a final coastal site plan and special permit to modify the final coastal site plan and special permit from 2022. This is to increase the seating capacity at the restaurant at the railroads at Greenwich Main Station. From the seating and dining goes from 112 dining seats to 130. And it is adding a 20-seat bar area so that it will now have 112 seats as opposed to the originally approved 150 as opposed to the 112. The applicant is offering to implement a managed on-site parking program and to provide the parking required for all restaurant employees at the Greenwich Plaza parking garage. The property is 83,116 square feet. It is at 2 through 34 Railroad Avenue in the CGB, CGBR, CGIO, Coastal Overlay, and Flood Hazard Overlay Zones. Good evening, Ms. Cronin.
Good evening. How are you?
Very good, thank you. We have many questions. We had a whole bunch of questions for you from the
I know.
briefing
Do you want to bring up my team? I have John Canning with me, our traffic engineer. I have Joyce Storm, our leasing consultant, and I have Blake Gulino from ProPark.
Okay, so before we do that,
the
first question that somebody asked was about why you wanted to increase to 150. You had, I believe it was the same person, your leasing expert.
Yes.
Was here the last time, and she explained that there's a critical mass that restaurants are looking for. After we had the briefing, I circulated to the commission, and I believe it's in our public record. I circulated to the commission a recent article in The Economist on restaurants and how restaurants are changing and how they're evolving. And it made some points. One of them was that profitability, that 42% of all restaurants, food establishments in the United States are not profitable, and that being able to have more seats and fill them is a plus. So it made that point. It also made another interesting point, which is that it said post-COVID, there is a far greater, it continues to be the shift to delivery and pickup. And one of the things that we haven't discussed with your application is how the vehicles for pickup and delivery would be handled by your parking. So as I read this article, and staff is happy to email it to you directly, but it is in the record. It's less tied. It is, this question that I'm raising with you is tied to the increase in seating, because your putting a tighter demand on the available parking at what we all blissfully called the hopscotch lot. And now you've got knowing how many meals could potentially be pickup or delivery, you might have to have a delivery vehicle, and you might have vehicles coming in just for pickup, which would be in excess of your seat number. So I would be interested in data on that and how you would handle that. In addition, as we discussed it yesterday, Beta, and Mr. Canning is welcome to, respond to this, but we agreed with Beta's comments that the stacking that was shown in the diagram looked very tight in the hopscotch lot, and they offered a solution in their second.
We agree with their solution.
Perfect.
So, and it
Third-
actually gets us 2 more spaces in that lot.
it.
So it's a win-win.
Okay, win-win. Great.
Yeah.
The last
Um,
thing that
go ahead.
Beta raised is a concern for the distance that handicapped or disabled people would have to travel to get from the hopscotch lot to the door of the restaurant. And unless you have a solution to that tonight, which you'd like to discuss with us, one of the things we talked about in the briefing is, might you pursue with GPD that, and we're happy to help with that by speaking, we can ask staff to speak to Fred, to Mr. Camillo, or to Chief Heavey, to make it possible to have drop off by the door for handicap, for anybody who has a disability and has trouble navigating that distance. I mean, we'd like to help this restaurant be profitable. It is our goal to be business friendly, but I thought that was a valid issue. So those are the questions I have right now. Now, based on that, I haven't even let the commission talk yet. I'm just going, and
well, and I had a whole presentation I was ready to give.
yeah, and I was like, I get the desire to increase. I know 2 commissioners have questions for you. But
can I quickly respond to the 2 that you've asked so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things you said was that, well, first of all, if there were going to be, Uber drivers, Uber Eats, or pickup, that we already have a 112 seat restaurant approved. So if people are going to be picking up food or doing whatever, they're going to do that today and tomorrow. And one of the other things you said was,
can I stop you on that?
Sure.
Can I just stop you?
Yeah.
So what I've realized and learned, we approved this in 2022. And what I've realized and learned, we all kind of thought some of this was going to diminish post-COVID. What in fact has happened is the permanent change, apparently, in people's dining habits. And so we are now looking at a potentially greater demand, and you're increasing the seating, which is a great opportunity to make sure that this is working for you. So I'm just thinking, at the time we were like, oh, it's all going to go away. People are going to go back to in-person. And that's apparently not been 100% true. So is there a way to accommodate those additional? That's the question.
Yeah, and we can definitely look at that.
Okay.
But I think from our perspective, we're actually making the parking overall better, because what we're proposing, as you know, is a 38 seat increase. So that's, 18 dining seats,
bar.
and then and then 20 bar seats. And the parking that's associated with that increase is 19 spaces. And what we're providing through both the managed parking.
Wait. How do
Yep.
you get that?
Because it's one, hold on. It's one
It's
space for
3
every 3 dining seats.
For every 3 dining, and 2
and 2 for every bar seats.
Right.
And then there's the 20% increase for
10.
employees.
So so it's 19, right? Is what you said?
Yes.
Okay, right.
Oh,
Okay.
you're so good at math. So you have 19 spaces that are, or increase in 19 spaces from those 38 seats. And how we're proposing to accommodate that is to give back 32 spaces. So we're doing that by increasing the capacity in the hopscotch lot and taking all 11 employees and parking them at Greenwich Plaza. And to your point before, and I did hear this at the briefing meeting, you know, people are still working hybrid, and I think that's going to continue. Greenwich Plaza operates a very, you know, strict security protocol over there, and they count cars every single day. And what they told me is in the past 6 months, they've never had less than 71 spaces available. So there's plenty of spaces there to accommodate those employees.
And the good news for your restaurant is that the other thing is that because people are doing work from home still, suburban dining has increased versus the baseline that was in the city. So some of the dining that's in the city has shifted out to the suburbs, which strengthens your operation.
And part of what I did want to talk to you guys about is that, you know, when you plan, we try to get the numbers right, you know, and we sort of got it half right, because the 112 seats, it works it works up till 6. But basically, and that's why I had Joyce here, because what they're hearing from every single tenant, and this is why the space is still, you know, not rented out, is why we're here, is that for that prime dining time, which is from, you know, 6 on, and on the weekends, 112 is just not enough. You know, it's not.
Right.
And
So-
and what we heard was 150 is what they need.
So interestingly, and I'm sure your consultant has the same information. The other thing that is in the same piece in The Economist is that the demand for restaurant time has consolidated closer together and is not as spread out. So for example, there's greater demand than there used to be it's less scattered across time slots than it used to be. So you have to have, what it says actually is that you have to have more seating capacity, because you need to accommodate a greater number of people at say 7 o'clock, whereas at 8:30 you could dance the polka in your restaurant. But that is the other point. So again, I see the rationale for your request, but at the same time, I'm looking for disability, seniors.
Oh, I do actually have a plan in our presentation that I'm happy to show you if you'd like.
You mean
but
if we let you
if you let me,
I don't
but
know, you know, we
did-
make
so-
a point of like making
I know. You know, I think it was Mr. Yeski brought up at the pre-application to, you know,
He
try to
did.
talk to the police department about the valet, because, you know, in that front area, because as far as he knew, that wasn't permitted. And he was correct about that. I did talk to Deputy Chief Bonney, and he said, we don't support that. And so after I saw the beta comment, I reached back out to him yesterday after the briefing meeting, and I said, well, we have a handicap space, and this is what I have in the slide in my presentation. There is a handicap space right in front of the restaurant. And I said,
Right, but
well, could
it
that be
fills.
used for, you know, disabled or impaired drop off? And the response was, well, you have to talk to DPW, and DPW came back and said, I don't think that's legal. I don't think you can
No.
limit when a
No,
handicap
it's not.
space is
So the-
available. So the
we've got
only
to
option
yeah.
would be to create a separate loading space, but we have a loading space. I mean, we have a drop-off area right in front of the train station, which is where everybody drops off if they need to.
But it's not close enough because the door's further down. So what I was going to suggest about this, because I had a feeling I mean, and I know that your clients have perfectly good capability of representing themselves, but I was going to suggest that staff discuss this also with Chief Heavey and/or First Selectman Camillo, because I know that they would like to be supportive of it working. And I just think, given what our community is like, we really do have to address the needs of the senior and disabled, especially when we've made such an investment in making the avenue more ADA friendly.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to work that problem. If we strike out, we strike out, but I believe that you would get support if staff was on it. Now,
Okay, we can certainly look into it more. Um,
Now, you've got people with hands up, so
I
you
do.
want to, yeah. Mr. Lowe?
Oh, God. Oh, thank you.
You're the lucky winner.
No,
Oh, is the chair ever
well,
going to stop talking?
back about, 4 or 5 minutes ago, anyway, it occurred to me that we're asking or reminding an applicant to consider data and all kinds of data. No, you're not doing that.
No, I'm just asking them to think about disabled senior, and I'm asking them to show us that they can handle. I'm saying, oh, I read this data, and here's what I want from a zoning perspective.
Right. Well,
Okay.
I know, but it seems to me it's a little difficult to ask for specific data as it pertains to this specific site. The data now, if you're talking about published articles in The Economist that's going all over the
No,
world.
I'm not asking for that. What I want is them to give me a plan for how they're going to handle senior and disabled and how they're going to handle pickup and
Okay.
delivery. That's all I want. I'm not going to tell them to go read The Economist. That's just, I happen to be reading that article. I'm not asking them for
all
data.
right.
I wasn't asking for information on why 150. I was saying I pretty much get it, but I want to know.
Well,
that-
one of our commissioners wanted to know why we bumped
Yes,
it up.
and that's fine. And I said, there's a commissioner who, I know that
Yeah.
there's interest on the commission. I personally want to know that a disabled person is not going to be forced to go down, to have to figure out how they're going to get to that restaurant.
Yeah,
on the
I'm
sidewalk.
sure, well, I think Ms. Cronin hears you loud and clear, and my guess is that
Yes.
The applicant is aware of the various contingencies they need to consider, because if they fall short anywhere, the restaurant will fall on its face. So they've got to be, I would guess they're on
But they
top
have
of it.
not, yes, but they have not offered us an access for senior and disabled. And so I am asking for. it.
Okay, and I would ask, the next thing is I would ask Ms. Cronin, it's my understanding that the applicant owns X number of parking spaces, basically right in front of this restaurant. Is that correct?
They actually don't own the spaces in front of the restaurant. The way that the property goes, it
It's right
angles
to
down.
at the curb.
So
or something.
the ones actually right in front of the restaurant are owned by the town. The majority of that, those spaces.
Okay, so
There's like a little strip.
Then the chair's suggestion is very apt. So you need to go talk to the town. But I'm sure there's a way that you can figure out how to handle that. In line with valet parking, it's just be valet parking for seniors and handicapped or whatever we call them. Right
Tracy,
now.
would you mind letting me share my screen quickly? Because I do just want to show you this one plan that I have in my deck, just because we're on the subject of this. And if you still feel that you want us to pursue this, we certainly will.
I want it, boom, submitted, documented. I know.
I know.
Okay.
Make Michelle a co-host, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was thinking
Thank
that you
you.
could do it when she asked you. No, I have,
There you go.
I want to be sure that anybody who's got a disability has access. And we've got the stair issue too.
Let me go. I'm just going to click right down to the page if I can get there. Okay, can you guys see that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's this handicap space right in front of the restaurant. There are stairs over here, but there's a handicap entrance here that gets you into the front door. A handicap person can also get all the way around the outdoor dining area into the plaza, and there's another door here. This is all ADA accessible. This is ADA accessible. You can come in here. There's another handicap space here. And then obviously we have the, just public drop-off area in front of the station. So I do understand what you're saying, that this is a little bit far, but it's,
Yes.
we do have two other handicap spaces.
I
And
got
then,
it, but I gotta have a plan in place because we just don't, I just want to know that there's more than, oh, there's a couple of spaces and they can grab them if they're available.
well, I mean, I think that that's how it works at every restaurant. I mean, there's X amount of
Right.
handicap spaces, and
Right. Yep.
this happens, to be located right by the front
Yep.
entrance.
Right.
And
But you're in the situation at the moment that
okay.
you're asking us to do this expansion, and I'm saying you are now doing this parking situation, and I'd like to know that we're considering how we're going to accommodate people.
Okay,
I
we will
mean,
work with
look,
staff on that.
And let me put it to you this way, from my own point of view, if the town, DPW and GPD do not help, then this is going to have to be what it is, these spaces, the handicap spaces, because we've tried and we haven't been able to do better. But I just want to know we've tried really hard.
Okay.
So
I
I'm
can
not
appreciate
saying,
that.
I'm not saying, oh no, this is totally unsatisfactory, but I would like to see that we've made a genuine effort to accommodate having, Bianca, are you still on the ADA committee?
No, Jackie is.
Jackie is, okay. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Stop talking a little bit. Dennis?
Oh, I'm allowed to talk? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that everything we just talked about is why I was so passionate about you going back to the police department, because I just think the location is great. We want the restaurant to be successful. It absolutely is well positioned. Two points. I hope they're not listening. Is anybody from police and fire listening, Chair?
No. Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
God.
Fire is listening.
I'm going to get a police.
Yes.
When the
Mark
pandemic
Dawson
hit,
is on.
When the pandemic hit, we said we need to shut the avenue down and bring the shops out and the restaurants out in the street. The police, fire, and DPW nearly lynched us and said, no, 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 no. It took 4 months, but look what happened. We're famous now. It's worked superbly. Yeah, we cut it back and there were issues, but it made Greenwich Avenue what it is. This restaurant is not that big. There is a problem, though. You got 150 people. Having one handicap space is ridiculous. So I still think you got a great case to go back. I think the chair is saying we'll support you. You should go to the first selectman. He made a big difference in shutting down the avenue. You may remember we shut down half the avenue originally. And then we had a big fire lane. We accommodated because we were trying to help everybody on the avenue. We're trying to help you at this point. So definitely go back. But my negative question, you ready for this, Michelle? Is so technically you might get the spaces and it works on paper or whatever. We look the other way. But let's be real. People aren't going to go to that lot unless you make it very attractive for them to go there. And I'm talking about everybody. Forget the handicap. They're not going to go. But you can meet technically the parking. But given where you are, people are going to try to find a space as close to the restaurant. What can you do in that lot to attract people that want to go to that lot and want to walk? We had the same thing up the top of the avenue, Pickwick. So we asked them to make sure parking was free. Now they had a valet inside the garage. We asked them to advertise the address as the garage. We asked them to put it on their website. We said no Greenwich Avenue because they would do the same thing. They wanted parking in the garage and everyone was going to park on the avenue. What can you do to that hopscotch to that people want to park there and induce it? You advertise it, you put it in your website, you give them a break in the restaurant, something. Is there anything that you've thought about to induce people? Because if you don't, come on, people are going to pour up just like the old movie theater. There was a jockeying on those couple blocks right there to find a parking space in front of the movie theater. Is there something that you've thought about? Did I miss something?
Well, I think that the fact that people are going to know that they're going to have a space there. So the street parking isn't going away. People can still park on the street, but they're going to know that the valet parking is there.
You're going
And
to charge for it?
no, it's free.
Okay,
And
that's good.
we do have our Pro Park guy here who can speak better to this than I can, but basically there's no app. It's done by a phone number. The people come in, you give them your phone number, they park the car, you go in, you eat your dinner. When you're about to have your check, you text them and say, I'm coming out. They get the car ready for you. You come out, your car's there, you drive away. That's it.
But they still got a couple hundred yards to walk to the restaurant.
It's 400. It's about a little,
465 feet.
Okay, that's almost
it's a
two.
2-minute walk, and I'm a pretty slow walker, so
No,
it's
okay.
really not that far, guys.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, my contact with folks that have disabilities and that have issues walking, they need
You're muted. You're muted, Margaret.
they need an access.
And just Mr. Yeski, just to clarify, we do have, the on-street parking is not counted towards our on-site handicap parking.
You
So
got
we do have
100
handicap.
You got a 150 seat restaurant. That's pretty big, even for Greenwich particularly. And it makes sense at the train station. Some of those people are going to be on and off the train. They're going to be parking in another lot. They're going to walk down. I get that. And we really are trying to be successful, but the intangible amount of space that people are going to look for around that restaurant is going to really put a burden on that bottom of the avenue at this point. And it's already super, super crowded. And yeah, what they're going to do is give up and go down to the lot eventually. But if they can, they're going to find some space someplace. So I don't know. And anything more creative you can do, like I thought one of the most creative is they listed the restaurant as the parking garage address. Now you can't, well, I don't know, maybe you could.
I don't know if we could do that because the block is like 2 through 34. So there's several, it's not like one standalone place. So because there's different addresses along that block,
But you could put in your ads that if you're, give me directions, but you put in the GPS,
yes,
the number of the lot, so they take you to the lot. Now that may or may
I'm
not
not
work.
sure I would do that because you then have people who are arriving by train. So you got populations coming from different places. I think I would just list the restaurant as what it is. Folks, to be honest, when there was a movie theater there, we all learned that sometimes the hopscotch was the only place to go. So I think that part of it is not difficult because we all knew that you could go to hopscotch. People
Well,
learn.
Thank you for helping me in my case.
No, I'm sorry, but I don't.
What are you doing? Riding a bike or what? What are you doing?
Walking a dog, I bet.
She's multitasking.
Yeah, don't we all?
She's a chair of many
Here she's
talents.
back.
Walking two dogs.
No, she's got an evil twin. They were doing two different things there.
No, sorry.
Well, I'm just looking to help. And when you talk about
get it.
handicap pickup and delivery, I don't know, get a golf cart or something. I don't know what to do, but anything you can come up with, which
Wheelchair.
is better. What's that?
A wheelchair.
Well, you could loan him a wheelchair too.
No,
yeah.
we're
But you need a
talking
pusher.
about
I know. I know
Uber
which
Eats.
for things, right?
Uber Eats. We're talking about something different. We're talking about what happens when people come in for pickup because they've got to access the restaurant. Now, depending on what kind of restaurant you get, some higher end restaurants do not want to do takeout.
Well,
Okay.
Some of them where you call or you text when you're there and they bring it out.
But that's your business decision. So anyway, Dennis, the only reason I was disagreeing with you is I do agree that people have to be incentivized to use that hopscotch lot. But on the other hand, those of us who've been in Greenwich for a while, we do have some habit of using it ingrained in us. So that part, but I was asking for some of the things I was asking for were questions you raised at the first briefing.
Oh, and I agree. What they could do is in the GPS, they could say parking lot and put that address in, and then restaurant a different address or something, you know. I'm just looking, hey, I'm
Yeah, and we
grasping
can
at straws
have
to
like
make this.
little, signage that says, valet that, in the hopscotch lot.
Yep.
And I think when people actually get there and realize when you would go to the hopscotch lot before you did it, you had to park, you had to maneuver. When you realize that you can just go there, pop out of your car and walk away, I mean, that's very convenient.
Yeah.
Right. Much more convenient than the other location Dennis is discussing. Okay. That good, Dennis? And Noel is
Happy,
next.
but
so-
I'm done. I'm finished.
Okay.
I'm not happy, but I'm done.
Hello?
Well, and
Well,
just very
I'm sorry.
quickly, and I appreciate that you
Her
guys
hand is
want
up.
this to be a success because, as you know, I've kind of had a unique opportunity working with this site and also the Bruce Museum to really try to like drive home the challenge in the POCD to kind of tie Upper and Lower Greenwich Avenue together. And so, this corner is the keystone to making that work. Like the challenge has been to pull people across, because before you were just met with this concrete wall of a theater, and people got used to for decades, that's the end of downtown. You hit the wall. That's it. It's over. And that's not, you guys have helped us tremendously in approving the site plan that got approved in 2023, because now this is going to be a vibrant, restaurant with outdoor dining and a pedestrian plaza. And we want it to be vibrant. We want people to come there and pull you through Railroad Avenue and then continue on to the harbor. Like that's the whole, that's the planning goal.
And that's awesome. But from a zoning point of view, we still want to know that we're accommodating the different kinds of traffic and that we are not going to have an issue with disabled and senior. Those are our issues.
I understand. And I think that our technical reports show that the parking will work. And I think that your third-party consultants agree that there's no traffic impacts. But I hear what you're saying about the drop off for disabled.
I'm going to just interrupt you for a second because I've got people who are looking like they're very eager to speak. Ann Knoll is the next one with her hand up, followed by Peter Lowe. And Knoll, go ahead. And then Mary, I think you had your hand up. Go ahead, Ann Knoll.
My question is, so in the pre-app discussion, you mentioned that this hopscotch lot would also be used for the retail.
Great, thanks for raising that.
When they were open, and I wanted to confirm that because we had some discussion yesterday about trying to figure out, was this lot purely dedicated towards a restaurant, or is it also available for whatever retail?
It is. It's available to any Greenwich Crossing tenant. So any of the retail uses and the restaurant.
So in the narrative, the parking is described as if it's only for the restaurant, kind of. It comes across like that in the narrative.
It's sort of weird, and it just happened to work out this way that the parking nonconformity was such that basically the 100 spaces that are devoted to retail didn't change. So it was like 100 and 100, and then the restaurant was the 45. So it was like 145 versus what we're proposing now, which is 164 as the demand.
But when you look at the allocation that you're proposing for the hopscotch lot in the narrative, and I came away with the idea, and that's why Ann Knoll disabused me in the briefing yesterday. I had the idea that you were going to make it exclusive in the evening for the restaurant. So just to make that clearer.
In the evening, yes, because the retail shops are closed.
Not until 9 o'clock, some of them.
Citibank.
So yeah, you need to. Citibank is, but the other retail, some of them are going to stay open till 9. So just because not knowing the whole mix that's going in there, so just raising that. Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I have another follow-up question. So if you were offering this for free to anybody who's parking in Greenwich Crossing thing, and it's all via sort of a text or sort of a link in the text, what's to stop somebody from going across the street or going around the corner?
I know we briefly talked about validation with the owner and with ProPark, and You know, maybe
Hard to do.
ProPark has a good, we didn't get to a solid conclusion, but we need a validation process basically. And whether that's similar to what they did in the past with the arm where you can't, you know,
I
you
did
need,
think about them.
you
You
know,
have to
you
have the
need the
code.
code, like basically you need the text to get out.
Right.
So
You get the
made-
text
yeah.
from the retail store or the text, whatever, some sort of response from, I don't know. But I don't know
yeah,
how
and
that
I know
works.
at Richards, like they had someone stationed there to say, you
Oh,
know,
they
this
still do.
this parking
Yeah.
is for Richards, and we're gonna have, I mean, the valet as of right now is being proposed basically all day, like 10 to 10. So I mean, really the person can be there and say this parking is only for Greenwich Crossing.
But see, the person says, I'm going to Greenwich Crossing, and you have no way. The Richards person follows you to make sure you're going into the store, okay?
Actually, you get a little card that's stamped by whoever you,
Okay.
that's from the front desk that you give to get out.
All right.
Okay, so it's got to be something similar.
All right.
Right.
Okay, Peterlo, you have waited patiently. Go.
Oh, thank you. So what is a couple of questions. What is the capacity at Hopscotch? I'm sure you've mentioned it 100 times. In terms of vehicles, car, parking spaces, Ms.
So
Cronin?
right now, the parking lot has 36 spaces. We provide an additional 9 at Greenwich Plaza through leases. So that's where we got our existing 145 spaces, excuse me, 45 spaces. What we're proposing
Wait,
is,
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. So there were 36 spaces. That's what's striped in
Okay.
Hopscotch.
All right. So
Under the managed parking with the valet, with Beta's recommended operational layout, that would go up to 57
okay.
spaces.
I'm not sure where do those extra spaces come from? Just the give
From
and
the
take?
from the valet operations, from being able to park cars closer together.
Right. Okay. So we've got if the restaurant is operating at capacity, we don't have enough parking, do we?
We do.
Only,
Okay.
Well-
only if they do the valet.
Right. So we're going to do valet. That leads me to the next thing. Is there a requirement for handling disabled senior other than valet? I mean, if a disabled person is able to pull up in front and turn their vehicle over to a valet, why? I mean, why isn't that at least in part a solution to the disabled having to walk from that Hopscotch lot?
Police don't want that.
They have to.
They don't want
I
any
mean, I
drop-off?
think it
They
is
have
a
to
solution.
agree. The police have to agree to a drop off in front of the restaurant door, to a
But
drop off area.
what I hear, oh, maybe I misunderstood. What I was hearing you
Well,
say
wait,
is that if a handicapped person can park in the valet just like everybody else, why isn't that a solution?
Because they're not going to walk 465 feet. I know that for a total fact.
No. But if the valet person is taking their car, the
Because
disabled
GPD
person,
at the
Right.
door, right?
yeah,
Not
Okay.
allowed.
okay.
Not
Where
allowed.
are these valets stationed if they're not stationed?
Inside the hopscotch lot, only inside the hopscotch lot. And there's no queuing in the street. You have to pull into the hopscotch lot and they take your car inside the hopscotch lot. That's why Dennis
Well,
was.
that's yeah. I don't regard that as a very good valet service, frankly.
Well,
Okay,
it's
that's
really
what-
managed parking is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why Dennis was so much emphasizing, as I
Yeah.
understand.
Well, I
his
didn't. I'm
point.
sorry. I'm a little slow. I didn't
Yeah.
get it.
So his
this
point
seems. Yeah.
was just that now he has come on, the disabled person has come on, they're required to go into hopscotch. GPD does not let you do drop off in front of the station. We
Right.
know in front of the restaurant. Now we know that folks get dropped off, but I'm just saying as
Yeah,
we,
no, I
okay,
understand. And,
all right.
and Dennis is smiling like the Cheshire Cat, but
No, it's just that I think, Peter, you're making the case. That's why I keep pushing the applicant to go back with our support.
yeah, I'm now.
Because it
I'm
makes all the
sold.
sense in the world, and we want to do it at this spot. So it's not like they're, you know, we had an app
Okay.
dot street and we said no.
Got
to
it.
it.
She's got the message. I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
we've
but
told her 10
it's not what
times.
I
would
don't
call
mean to
valet
repeat
parking.
myself 26
Did.
times, so.
Well, you know,
I do
some
the
of us
same
aren't as
thing.
quick. That's all.
I do the same thing. If
Oh, I
somebody
didn't
has
know that. I never
yes,
occurred
I
to me.
do. I
You
do. I do
I
the
didn't
same thing.
notice it.
The applicant looks at me with those deer in the headlights. I go, okay, let me just say this. Okay. Arn is next.
Oh, how exciting.
I'm done.
Just a question. So how many valet people are you proposing? Let's say, what's the peak, minimum, maximum? Do you have a number yet?
That's a question for Blake, and he is here if you'd like to bring him up. He's
Okay,
the
then
Pro
I'll
Park
just jump to my
expert.
second question, or comment. As far as I can see, Hopscotch is on a grade that slants towards Railroad Avenue. I'm not sure individuals in wheelchairs may not be comfortable going down that hill to the
You
sidewalk.
got it.
Okay, so if you have your
Add that,
valet,
is somebody keeping a list so we can go at the police in an organized way with all these great points?
No,
We're just going to deliver a dead horse and have them figure it
it's
out.
fine, Dennis. No, it's fine. We got it. We're on it.
I got a list, don't worry.
We got it. We're on it. Okay, go ahead, Arn.
I'm
sorry
done.
that.
I'm done.
Okay, all right.
I think they were going to address the question of the number of valet.
Yes, here's Mr. Giulino now.
Yes, thank you, guys. We're proposing anywhere from 2 to 3 valets during peak to handle the 57 cars in that lot.
Okay, all right.
I'm just going to comment, sounds light. Or they're going to be running really fast.
Well, it's just not that big a lot. They're just moving around the
Exactly.
lot.
Yeah, but
Yes, correct.
a lot of, I don't know, 40 or 50 cars coming in at the same time. And, you know.
Yeah, the strategy is you have the, oh, I'm sorry, Michelle. The strategy is, again, adding that technology in, allowing time to stage the vehicles before they need their cars. So we have plenty of time to fill the back of the lot, work ourselves to the front, giving us plenty of space, and then anywhere from 2 to 3 employees to greet and then move those vehicles.
And then just
the fun
just to
part
clarify-
is that people stay in restaurants at different times. So, you know, you put them in the back and then they have a quick meal or they don't like their meal and they want to get out of there. And you got to unbury 40 cars to get them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's adaptive, obviously. Within the layout, the way the change is, it's very accessible. You have one main drive lane. You have to move 1 to 2 cars to access any cars in the back. It's more of filling the back of the lot first, allowing more space up front for queuing and adjusting of the lot.
And
Okay, thank
I
you.
will just add that in
You're welcome.
the traffic report, I believe even at the peak time, it's 2 cars. I think it was in that highest time frame was 2 cars in that minute.
Incremental to the existing,
Okay.
right? Okay, and no?
Okay, so so actually that brought up the question of events. If you do a whole restaurant buyout, the likelihood is that everybody's showing up at a similar time. So what would you propose? I mean, are there thoughts or plans about how you would do that, or are you not allowing that?
No, we did talk about this yesterday, and if there was a full buyout of the restaurant, there would be overflow parking there's a surface lot that's in between the 2 Greenwich Plaza office buildings, which has about 52 spaces in it. So there could be overflow there.
So why don't you consider this question that Ann Nola is asking you? Why don't you think about for the return, what kind of event size you would be able to handle without?
And I guess,
go ahead, Ann. No.
Or would there be restrictions on timing? I mean, I would assume that during the business days that lot is fairly well used by people who are in those buildings. I know the evenings are a little more flexible, but
I know that Pro Park also does offer shuttles, if that was required,
Thank you,
for a
Michelle.
larger event.
Can you remind me, where did you say the employees were where were they parking? I know it's at Greenwich Plaza, but where? What level?
B and C level is what's owned by Greenwich Plaza.
That's one of the
not
questions
the-
Nick had yesterday. Thank you for asking that.
So I think, and are there 2 handicap spaces right in front of the restaurant on this map, or
There,
Is one of them
it's-
going away?
One of them's going away.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dennis?
I think one of my questions got answered. In the hopscotch lot, are you parking cars in the aisles between it? In other words, you're gonna park behind the cars? Is that how you're stacking it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so there would be cars parked perpendicular like they are now, just closer together, and then there'd be an aisle
That they
of
park
cars
in.
parked parallel on each side, and then there's a middle aisle that's open.
Okay, and the other question got answered, although I just was at a big fundraiser downtown at Seaport
Mm-hmm.
and parked in one of these lots. They had triple decks in it, and I didn't wait for my car. They had enough people running around. They had a lot of people. I don't know. We don't like stacked parking, but I don't know whether your guy there has any experience with that in terms of valet parking.
I'll bring him back in.
I'm just trying to get more spaces.
Oh, and do stack parking to do those lift things?
Yeah. Nobody seems to like
I'm
it,
not
but I
sure
gotta tell
that
you, it
deck will,
works.
I'm not sure the deck will hold a weight.
That's a deck?
Yeah, that's a deck.
Really? What's underneath of it?
My sense of the hopscotch lot, I have this memory of the hopscotch lot vibrating when I drive on it.
Well, that could, yeah, decks.
Michelle, is it a
there-
deck?
I don't know if it could be considered a deck, but it does structurally share the wall with the train station, like the train line. Like that back wall is
I mean, it could be a
connected.
structural limitation. Cars on that lot make it vibrate. It's got space underneath it. It's not on grade, from what I remember.
Okay, well.
Oh, we could
I
check that.
I believe it is on
Okay.
grade.
That's how I remembered it. Okay, so, Mr. Gulino, you heard the question. They wanted to know if we ever considered those machines, the stacking things. Mr. Kenning, I'm not bringing you in because we want you to speak when you come back. Okay, and we're trying to get through this with all the questions we have for you guys to come back with.
You
And
want
if
me to
he
answer the
answers
question
them,
about
maybe
lifts?
we could just
Sure,
cross it
go
off
ahead
the
and
list.
yeah, go ahead. Ask the lift question. Answer the lift
Yes,
question.
absolutely. We have experience with lifts. I do a lot in White Plains and throughout
Have you,
Westchester.
did you consider them as a viable alternative here was really what he was asking.
It absolutely could be. It's I guess Michelle could answer that. It's typically appearance when it's in an open lot like that.
I agree.
Yeah, and
That's
I
the
think
only
we talked
downside.
about it like, God, probably 10 years ago when we were looking at revitalizing this property, and that was not
Welcomed.
well received.
Nope.
Well, they may not have the need either, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There really is. There's so much parking down in that entire area, really.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Lowe, did you have any more follow-up questions to what you were already asking? I wasn't sure that you had gotten everything out.
It's very kind of you. I'm done for now.
Okay.
Turn the floor over to somebody else.
Okay. Anybody else have outstanding questions? All right. I'm going to turn it to public comment. Would anybody from the public like to speak on this application to expand the seating capacity at the Greenwich Railroad Station, dining at the restaurant to 150 total seats, of which 20 would be bar? Anybody wish to speak on this application? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Okay, not seeing anybody. Dennis, go ahead.
I forgot to ask, do we know the nature of the restaurant? What kind of a restaurant it is? Because that does generate traffic. No? We don't
No.
They
know?
haven't been able to lease it. That's why they're
No,
asking.
we had a top contender, but I'm not sure where that stands at this point.
Because the contenders wanted 150 seats. That's what Ms. Cronin told us at the pre-app.
So if
that
you
the
get
reason-
150 seats, what kind of a restaurant might go in terms of the draw? What type of
Make your pitch, Ms. Cronin.
This is a question for Joyce. She's our expert here. She's our expert. All I heard was that it was a very everyone would be very excited for it to be here.
And they would come and stay for 2 hours as opposed to pick up and delivery?
What do you mean? A customer would come and stay for 2 hours?
Yeah, I mean, some customers want to go stay, spend the whole night, and they leave their car there. Some go in, have a drink and leave again. You know what I mean? There's a variance in the parking requirement. We have this thing about fast food pickup vis-a-vis. sit
Yeah,
in a
no,
restaurant.
this would be an upscale dining
Jean-Georges.
experience.
We already have a Jean Georges.
Okay, keep
don't we?
going. Keep going. No guessing. Not our job.
No,
Okay,
it would be an upscale restaurant.
they're trying to get an upscale. That's what they told us at the pre-app.
Okay.
They're trying to get an upscale restaurant. The requirement, the people that they've tried to do leases with, what Ms. Storm told us at the pre-app was they have asked for 150. Ms. Storm, feel free to comment.
Please, okay, I don't know why my picture isn't here, but that's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We'll remember you from last time.
Okay. Hello, how are you? And thank you. Yeah, we're working with what I would consider some of the most formidable, best restaurant tours in the country. It's an elevated dining experience. It's not fine dining per se, but it's elevated. And I mean, I think that Greenwich would be really proud given the landscape of who we're talking to. And this beautiful box that's been created, this new construction is something that's being incredibly well received. And these restaurateurs that are all national of name and force are excited about it. However, and we keep saying it, there's a certain a level that relates to the margin and cost of creating a restaurant experience today, coupled with the capital costs necessary to create a restaurant that demands a certain amount of seating capacity. One thing about the delivery, I just wanted, excuse me, to comment on, which is that the more elevated the experience, the less there is in delivery and takeout, just by definition. We're really, as working with the restaurateurs, we're there to capture you, you know, and keep you in that seat and get, you know, 2 cocktails and, you know, and a dining experience. That really is what we work for and frame and shape. And I'll just say one thing, which is what has been one of the things that has resonated with all the restaurateurs and great operators in the country that we've brought in here. They all understand that this is the signature of Greenwich Avenue, that this really does connect Greenwich Avenue to the harbor, but also to the train station. And so that's really helped us in terms of how we're selling the opportunity.
And I appreciate that. And if that's the case, then your valet people had better understand the difference between a Honda and a Ferrari.
I certainly do, Dennis. So
And you don't park Ferraris next to each other in a jammed lot. So, you know, just a thought.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Storm. I'm going to go ahead and move you back. I think we've gotten to the point where you've got the stuff that you you've got the stuff. Oh, because you only enabled her talking, whoever promoted or didn't fully promote her. That's why she couldn't turn on her video. You didn't actually promote her to panelist, or maybe I made the mistake. Okay, so you've got a to-do list. The only thing we didn't address fully with a presentation from you, Ms. Cronin, was this question of why 150 in the economics, but I think we've circled around it enough that, you know, you can include it, some words on it the next time, but you know what we're looking for. And the big question is, how can we support the efforts that you're going forward? Because I think we're going to, my sense is we're going to have to ask Chief Heavey, staff is going to have to ask Chief Heavey to try to help, and probably the first selectman.
Okay.
But I know in the past, he has been very supportive of this effort to, as you say, make the connection. So we will be continuing this application then. If there are no further questions at this time from the commission. All righty.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you, guys.
Thank you for all your patience. I know we were intense.
That's okay. It was
Speaking
fine.
for myself, of course, only. Thank you.
Never. All right,
Bye-bye.
thank you, guys. Bye.
All righty. So, okay. We now go to our next application in the public hearing. Is Mr. O'Donnell is right there. Okay. All right. Our next application is Grace Bay Holdings for a final site plan and special permit to construct a pool house where the proposed total volume of all structures on the property would exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 2.17 acre property located at 71 Ridgeview Avenue in the RA1. Mr. O'Donnell, I understand that you are here because it's our obligation to open this application and we will then continue it without discussion.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. And so with that, we will continue this application. Our following application is number 9, Maverick J. Maverick LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new single-family residence, detached barn, dock, and associated site work where the total volume of all the structures will exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a vacant 4-acre lot. This is 11 Wickham Lane, 11 Wickham Hill Lane in the RA4. The important thing about this application is that we approved the subdivision in 1983. And therefore, the zoning regulations that apply to it are the regulations from 1983. And so with that, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can, as usual, I am grateful for your time and I want to use it efficiently. I observed the briefing and I reviewed the comments and I have chatted a bit with Jackie. So I'm happy to respond to your questions or start with a brief response to some of the briefing issues and some of Jackie's concerns in her staff report.
Well, given the fact that we still have quite a few agenda items in front of us and that we seem to be moving slowly, I would love to just be able to jump on the things that were action items and just see if you were agreed. The first thing is the comments that DPW Engineering made on the 30th of July, suggesting the more robust S&E and the additional measures. Are you agreeable to those?
Yes.
Providing us with a construction phasing plan that prioritizes stabilization of the fill areas in the backyard in the early stages and throughout the project.
Yes, that's in progress. We agree.
Okay, what IWW A also, I think, raised, consider meadow type planting for the areas proposed to slope down towards the pond.
That's been implemented already, Madam Chair. Jackie and Sarah, I facilitated an email where they, Sarah Cacaro from Wetlands indicated that we have added the meadow plantings, which you can see beneath the level spreaders at the rear of the yard just before, and that'll add an additional layer of stormwater filtration before the stormwater goes into the undisturbed areas of the forest there.
Identify the construction staging material storage areas as part of the erosion control measures you're taking.
Absolutely. In addition to providing a more robust tree protection plan for the 22-inch oak that's adjacent to the septic system there.
And what about the integrated non-chemical pest management system?
It is agreed. That's required by the HOA bylaws, but our clients have a high environmental interest.
I had a curiosity, you have that line of evergreen trees that's not labeled. If you would just get it labeled, what they are. The meadow planting we've got, staging, the 22-inch oak. I couldn't find a number. I was counting it on the plans. If you could just provide staff with the actual number of trees being removed.
I can do that presently or provide it to staff.
Provide it to staff.
Thank you.
And, or you could say it out loud if you want.
It's in the narrative letters.
Yeah, okay, I
Overall,
couldn't find it. I couldn't find it, so it was my bad. Overall? Go ahead.
56 trees being removed,
Okay,
14 in the upland review area and 42 in the central massing of the site.
it was the 42 I was having trouble getting to. Okay, apparently the boulder demarcation doesn't show up everywhere, so on the site development plan,
It will be included, Madam Chair.
okie dokie. That's all I got. Anybody else got any questions? All righty.
I got one.
Yes,
Yeah, is the applicant willing to provide an energy narrative? Understood it wasn't required in 1983, but given the size of the project, the commission is very interested in seeing one.
Absolutely. We tried to, although not provide a distinct and separate energy narrative, I did address it in my narrative letter. Although it wasn't a requirement, the applicant worked with me and I can hit some highlights, Arne, if you'd like.
I'll review your letter again later. I won't tie up the meeting with this, so I'll look at it later.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then the other question I had from yesterday was, you're going to have a dock, maybe you're going to have, some sort of boat. Would the applicant be willing to not have a fossil fuel engine on their boat because this pond, I guess, leads into Greenwich drinking water?
That's correct. That's already protected by your predecessors in the 1983 subdivision. We will accept it as a condition of the application, as well as the Connecticut General Statutes.
Thank you.
okay. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Kindly raise your virtual hand. This is 11 Wickham Lane. I see no one raising their hand. Any further questions from the commission?
No.
Does anyone object to closing this application at this time? And
No.
all right, seeing no application, I've been doing this all night. Seeing no objection, the application is hereby closed. And I think you're done with us for the night, right, Mr. O'Donnell?
I am. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and your exceptional
you, sir.
staff.
All right. Who's going to represent 19 Livingston? Is there a hand up? Oscar Ovalle, that's right. All right. All righty. All right. I think it's no power boats at all, right? Or are you okay with electric boats? We'll ask you later. I can't ask you now. Okay, Mr. Ovalle, good evening.
Good evening.
Let me just announce your application. Our next application is Luis Morocho for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new two-family residence, a new driveway with parking in the front yard, stormwater systems, landscaping and related site work on a 6531 square foot parcel at 19 Livingston Place in the R6. With that, Mr. Ovalle, you probably just want to know if we have anything outstanding, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so just the conditions that we would ask and what we talked about at the briefing yesterday, there was a lot of debate about on a lot of moving forward, great work on revising the landscape plan, but then there was some confusion about what was labeled what. So we would just like you to work with staff and clarify the American holly and the, what was it, spiced?
Oh, no.
Was it bayberry or something?
Spiced bayberry. No, why I didn't type that. Okay. So we just would like you to clarify that there was a place where the labeling was confusing us. Is that agreeable to you? You
Yeah,
don't have
very
to do
good.
it now. You just would work with staff. You would go back and work with Patrick or if
Okay.
you, okay, and you just say, this is American Holly, this is the Bayberry, and you just clarify it with them so that you would be done with us.
Okay, perfect.
We would also want you to do the same with the soil and erosion controls and the tree protection, that you confirm with P and Z department. Prior to starting any work on the site.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay. The next thing is, we've been going back and forth about that 46-inch oak. We very
Yeah.
much want you to take wonderful care of it.
Yeah,
No
I understand that.
stockpiling. We will ask you to have no stockpiling anywhere near it or fill that would affect its root system. Because that
Yeah,
is a beautiful,
yeah,
unique tree.
Exactly. If you saw on the updated site plan that we
Yes.
provided, we moved the stockpile farther
Yeah.
from the tree.
Just making sure. Somebody said something about potentially having some fill, so we're just going to make sure you do that. The last thing is, because of you might, if you're going to do any work in the towns right away, you have to get, and this is what DPW asks for, a permit from them. So
Yeah.
that's my list. Mr. Lowe?
Yes, I think, did we somehow determine yesterday that the staff would decide on the sufficiency of screening?
No, that is up to us, and we will have to make that finding when we make the decision. And that was what we were, but we were trying to get there yesterday in our discussion, whether that was sufficient. So if you have a question, go ahead.
Well, as of now, it's difficult for this particular commissioner to determine the sufficiency of the proposed screening. So,
do you want to see that rendering again so you can comment?
No, I looked at it. I can't tell. And I just didn't know how was this left yesterday? Because I'm confused about that. Were we going to wait and see more renderings, or let staff handle it?
We're gonna, my understanding was from our discussion that the main questions we had on the screening was the allocation of the American Holly and the Spiceberry, because the American Holly provides greater width.
No, I
right?
remember all this.
And that was all that. And what we asked is, given the fact that we liked the plant selection for Patrick and potentially staff like Jackie, to review how it was done to provide sufficient screening.
Right, so that's what I said, that,
Okay.
so it'd be
But the
left up to the
commission-
staff to,
But the commission still has to make the finding.
yep, okay.
So if you would like to see another view of it or something, I think this is a good time to ask if there's something that would.
The answer is yes. I would like to see as representative of you, once staff and applicant have clarified what's going where and what it might look like.
Okay, so that means we would not close this tonight, is what you're thinking.
I was not even thinking about that. So that's what you're thinking. And here we go.
So that was the question. So
the question was, we're going to leave it up to the staff and the applicant to work this out in a agreeable fashion, correct?
Not quite, because we have to be able to make the finding that there has been sufficient planting provided for us to waive the prohibition against parking in the front yard.
Right. Were you prepared to do that tonight?
I cannot answer that question because it would be predetermination. Sorry. If you have more questions and you'd like to see more stuff, yes.
Were you, but it sounds
I
like you're
can't.
proposing to close this tonight.
I was going to suggest it, yes, but as you know, if someone wants additional information, we don't do that. So, but you've got to be able to be comfortable that there is sufficient screening. So that is important. So it's whatever you need.
Okay.
So you would like to have additional, could we perhaps put up the rendering that we had yesterday so we can take a look at it, that color rendering? And then go through what the species are that are doing the screening and how tall those are going to be and what additional information we would require at this point?
My recollection was that we were advocating switching some of these.
We were.
Right. And therefore, this rendering on the left, this top down, doesn't give the best perspective, in my view, about the adequacy of the screening. And the rendering in the upper right is so small. I mean, I can see, it's also taken from an elevation. I mean,
Is there any way you can magnify that if you zoom in on that so we can see it better? Whoever's doing the screen share, can we go to the upper right-hand rendering and see if it gives us a sense of the screening? So those are two dogwoods. I can't read the label anymore. If someone has it in front, or I guess I could turn to the plan.
Yeah, the ones on the corners are the dogwoods.
Okay, so Mr. Ovalle, two dogwoods, and then along the fence is?
There are gonna be two American hollies on the entrance of the driveway.
Okay,
And then
those are tall and big.
yeah,
Okay,
and then the barberry ones are gonna go after those between the dogwoods and the American hollies, even behind the dogwoods. So we have a full screening about 6 feet high.
okay. And the American holly gets to be what would you say, 35, 40 feet high, if not trimmed?
They can get pretty big.
Yeah.
Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed the briefing yesterday. Are the bayberries more modest in size? Because I guess the question I had, it looked like there was a lot there, which was good. But you got some of the tallest stuff, right, where you need to have the sight line to get out of the driveway. So I wondered whether it made more sense to put the hollies closer to the dogwood and pull the bayberries toward the.
This is exactly.
I don't know how big bayberry. I don't know how
Okay,
big.
so
bayberries.
this is exactly what I asked Mr. Ovalle just now.
Yep.
Is that this is what we would assign to Patrick and Jackie, that they move the bayberry and the American holly around.
Okay.
Yeah.
To provide optimum placement, because the American holly does get very large.
Yeah. So you're going to get better screening and maybe a better sight line if the bayberries.
But the other thing,
leaving that up to staff.
Now that said, you are able to edge forward. Okay, so you come out of the driveway, you're at the mouth of the driveway with your car right there where the arrow is right now. You have perfect sight line. You are not, your sight line is not necessary from behind the bushes. Your sight line becomes necessary at the mouth of the driveway. Further, we have no regulation. As we discussed this yesterday, I was thinking about 6126, but 6126 is only for lots at intersections. This is not an intersection. You were right, Tracy. I went and found it finally. But so when you're at the edge of that driveway, your driver's seat would be pretty much aligned with the center of the sidewalk, and you would be able to see down the street completely. So
So you could actually have the American holly.
you
It
could
could be
have the
big.
holly, and it could be big. But we left it, the discussion yesterday was we would leave it to Jackie. Patrick did the application, but this is Jackie's background. Jackie would work with Mr. Ovalle to lay it out in a way that meets what she knows is our objective. Bianca told us yesterday how high the spice bayberry gets. Bianca, do you remember what you said?
I think that might have actually been Jackie, but I can look it up.
Okay.
It was 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet. So you're looking at across the board on maturity. This will be this should be private.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. All right. So that's good because that helped flesh out some of the things we talked about yesterday. And that's why I had said to Mr. Ovalle, we weren't totally clear on how he was going to lay out because the labeling for the landscape plan is a little different from what's shown here because it doesn't show the American holly.
Yeah,
in
you're
this,
right. We're not
right?
showing that
It only
before.
shows what must be the spice bayberry. So, Jackie knew to optimize the screening benefit, but all of these plantings would get very large. The American holly, especially. I've seen some that are just enormous. Okay, anything else? Mr. Lowe, what, as you look at this, what additional information would you want to get?
0. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. So let me just turn to public comment. Would anyone from the public wish to speak on this application at 19 Livingston Place? 19 Livingston Place, kindly raise your virtual hand. All right. You've got no comments, Mr. Ovalle. Any further questions from the commission?
No, not really.
And then here comes the question. Anyone object to closing this application at this time? Okay, seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Thank you, Mr. Ovalle.
Thank you very much.
We'll hopefully decide this tonight.
Perfect. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. And there's Mr. Hagney. He's not going to let me announce it unless he's in. That was good how the agenda got laid out. So the attorneys are together. They have all their applications together. That was really good. I think it's nicer for them. I mean, we don't care, but it's nicer for them.
That's part of Patrick's, what we call tinkering magic in the office.
Oh.
He does look at those opportunities. We leave the order of the agenda to him.
To Patrick?
Yes.
The
rest of us can't figure out how he does it. We try and he changes it every time. So we have just handed it
Yeah,
back
that's
to
the
him.
problem with the boss people.
Yeah. That's that's his job security. Among other various other reasons.
Okay. All right. So moving along, 29 Doubling Road, application number 11 for a final site plan and special permit to construct a 3,461 square foot addition to an existing single-family residence, including an indoor athletic use in excess of 1,200 square feet and an outdoor sports court patio, driveway modifications, and associated site improvements where the total volume of all the structures will further exceed 150,000 cubic feet on a 2.79 acre property located at 29 Doubling Road.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. The commission approved the house on this site in 2009. It also, at that time, needed a special permit because it was already over 150,000 cubic feet. A couple of things that came out of the briefing yesterday. The plans, 4 plans for what is labeled a kitchenette And since in our regulations, we don't have a definition for kitchenette, we have either a kitchen or we have a wet bar. So the layout for that area will be done so that it complies with a wet bar because the house already has a kitchen. One thing that came out of the comments actually from the wetland agency and then again from conservation staff was protecting a 14-inch red maple. I forwarded a plan that shows the putting green to be reconfigured so that that 14-inch red maple is protected. And there was also an area closer to the east side of the property that was to be maintained as a meadow. We have actually as part of what we submitted, a revised plan showing that as meadow and additional plantings in that area. The last thing is this a 2.7 acre lot or not? And this actually was decided by the commission twice already. First in 2005 when the subdivision was created, and the area that the staff questioned was counted as part of the lot area. And again in 2009 when you approved the house that's on the property now. I don't know if Mr.
But did we set the zoning lot area at the time when we did the sub?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't recall
Actually,
that.
there was an interim
Okay.
application between that and now where we added additional land from the piece that's now owned by the Greenwich Country Club to this parcel.
So everybody understands this zoning issue. There is a 25-yard minimum setback in the zone. And there's a portion of this lot that is only 50 foot wide. So you go side yard to side yard, your setbacks end in a butt. And so the question is, the question that kept being raised is what is the zoning area, the lot zoning area? Because in effect, there is nothing but the side yards in that back end. Now, Mr. Formica was saying there was a different zoning area at some point today. The last correspondence I saw was Mr. DeAndrea providing his opinion that Mr. Formica was wrong. Have we heard anything further? I see you, Mr. DeAndrea. Have we heard anything further from the ZEO?
We did. Sandra emailed everybody and I believe
The only one I saw
it was right
from
at 4 o'clock.
Okay, I didn't see that one.
Which I can either display or read into the record if you
Both.
would like. Tell me what you prefer.
Can you do both? Because I do better seeing a lot of
Yep.
times.
Okay, hang on. Let me just make sure I got.
I guess I could open it. It's from Sandra at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. I had a way around it for you, Mr. Hegney, but I'd like to see where they came out first.
Hold on, let me just make sure I have the right document. No, that's not it. Yeah. No, that's the attachment, but not. Oh, wait a minute. See, 7. Oh, here we go. Hang on 1 sec.
Have you seen this, Mr. Hegney?
I have not.
Okay, so it's going to be news to all of us. We're going to see how we deal.
Although I did speak with Mr. Formica earlier today, and I am anticipating something more positive.
Oh, that's so pretty.
Sorry, wrong screen.
Oh, but that was very uplifting.
That's Greenwich Point Park, actually, that picture.
Beautiful.
My screen share. Took it on New Year's morning. There we go. That's what I meant to share. And I will read it as well. This is an email that James Lunny sent to Sandra, myself, and Stephen Formica, because Mr. Lunny had to work remotely today. Hi, all. The past practice, as I understand it, and as Steve has addressed in his email, would prohibit the area in question being counted. I have no past practice during my time here in Greenwich with this issue, although I've had conversations about quote unquote dumbbell lots where this is exactly what prohibited the area being counted. And that means being counted towards zoning lot area. Please see the screenshots below where he has provided the definition of zoning lot area. And hold on, I gotta get I'm running two screens, my mouse gets lost. And he highlighted part of the yard definition, which hang on, I will read from something that's clear. He's looking at 6-5, 56.1.
Does this impact your ability to do the building? You're at 0.1 and the max FAR is 0.135. Does this impact your construction, this decision from Mr. Lunny?
It certainly reduces what my client thought he bought, based on the commission's decision in 2009 that this is a 2.7 acre lot.
Right.
For zoning purposes.
Excuse me?
It's a 2.7 acre lot for zoning purposes.
Right. So let me ask you this,
You may choose to want to add on further. But
right. I get that. So, but that is a different question. So in the interest of would be able, so you tell me how you want to proceed. Do you want to spend time? This is only a must open tonight. So do you want to leave this open, spend some time on it, explore this, debate it, or could we come to an agreement where, and I'm not sure that that Tracy and Bianca will let us do this. We agree that there is a question about the entire zoning lot area, but that you are compliant regardless, and that the question of the zoning lot area will be separately resolved. Is that possible, you guys? Bianca and Tracy? I guess either one of you, because it's Sandra's application.
Right. I mean, if
we said, look, there is
either way, either way, the zoning enforcement office is going to check
right
the zoning lot area and the floor area ratio before permits are issued.
Right. So
during that process, certainly, if Attorney Hegney has something in, it sounds like maybe a 2009 decision letter that might have spoken specifically to the ZLA zoning lot area, we can certainly then provide that to the zoning enforcement office.
Yeah.
As part of the package that goes to them.
So you're saying this works, that because he would be, based on these numbers I'm looking at, they would be compliant regardless of how big the zoning lot is.
With the proposed project right now, yes. And
with this proposed project. And that
Sandra did some back of napkin numbers this afternoon. She thought that was the same conclusion she had come to as well.
Yeah. Well, I did.
At least for now. She understood that obviously it could impact future projects.
Yeah, right. I just wouldn't want this to set a precedent that my clients lost land that he thought he was buying when he bought this, because
frankly, how would you rather than do that, Mr. Hegney? I understand that. How would you word? I was thinking something like, okay, how would you word that so your client is able to go forward with this proposal while leaving open the ultimate size of the lot, of the zoning area? I'm fine to leave this application open. I'm trying to be helpful to you if you would prefer to move it forward.
I have, Madam Chair. The commission has two decisions already on this property. One in 2005, when it created the lot through a subdivision application, and one in 2009, where the house that's currently on the site was approved. And in both cases, it was determined that all the land that is within the boundary lines was considered lot area for zoning purposes.
And do you
And
have
so-
those decision letters?
and-
I don't have those decision letters, Mr. Hegney.
Nothing has changed since the house was built.
Fine. So,
in
Mr.
terms of the
Hegney,
zoning regulations or the lot itself.
okay,
Both
Mr.
stayed the
Hegney,
same, so I don't know how it goes from being 2009 being 2.7 acres to now being something less.
Mr. Hegney, you have not provided in your submission those letters. I have not seen them. I didn't know they existed. So I think what you're asking us for is to leave this application open so that we may go back and read those decision letters. I was giving you the option of trying to close it for you if the commission was agreeable, but if you would rather leave it open and let us do the research.
It's choice, because the client does want to move ahead with the project.
I thought maybe, and
I
you're
don't want
gaining,
him losing rights that I believe he has.
I'll make a deal with you. How about this? Is your client available to you?
No, he's not.
Okay, so I can't make that deal with you. So you're gonna have to make the call. You wait 3 weeks. I don't know if we can accommodate you on the September 1st agenda. This application has a lot of time left on it because we're just opening it now. I don't know how soon we could accommodate you because I know these, both the September 1 and September 15 agendas are already packed. So your call. We need to see those letters. I'm sorry, but since the issue's been raised, I got to see the evidence, right?
I'd just like Mr. DeAndrea to have an opportunity to speak.
Oh, sure.
Since he's
Sure.
been
I
raising.
know he's
his hand.
going to tell me the
So
same
he's
thing,
retired.
but I haven't seen the letters. So, I mean, much as I respect both of you, I think we got to see those letters. I haven't seen those decision letters. It's too bad you didn't know because you could have just sent them to us today. Mr. DeAndrea,
Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission.
you're very welcome, Mr. DeAndrea. If you
This
can-
application is based on the approval of the lot split and the revision of the lot lines, not once but twice, as Mr. Hegney has pointed out. Just in the strip of land that's 50 feet wide, we're talking about the potential loss of 19,000 square feet, more or less. That doesn't include the front portion of the property, which we've indicated on the subdivision map that was approved by the commission as at least 125 feet wide as required. The section 6-556.1 was created specifically to eliminate the hourglass shaped lot. And this lot, as designed and approved by the commission, is 100% in accordance with 6-556.1. Mr. Maitland was adamant about maintaining or creating a definition that specified how the side yard and rear yard, et cetera, had to be configured. In this case, in the 1 acre zone, it's very clear that it should have been 50 feet wide. We can provide you, and I don't think it's necessary, given the commission has reviewed this lot twice. We have experience between Mr. Hegney and myself on multiple applications where we understood very clearly the parts of a lot that must be subtracted from the overall area when there's a portion of the lot that doesn't comply with the definition 56.1. It's very clear. It's been used and applied numerous times by this commission. This lot is 100% in compliance with the Greenwich Building Zone regulations.
I got it. The applicant is representing and his engineer is representing to us that this is what is in our decision letters. However, I have not seen these decision letters and neither has the rest of the commission. Therefore, the choice is, do we try to move this forward for just what you're proposing now? I'm thinking you're really leaning towards, let's settle the issue, give the commission an opportunity. If staff will dig out the letters, and as soon as you can get back on the agenda, we will have read the letters and we will be able to make the decision consistent with what's in those letters.
Keeping in mind that the client does want to move ahead with this, although this is the first time the commission is seeing it other than the pre-app.
I was just trying, because we're going on
A
break.
year or
and we're-
two ago.
Right. I was just trying to
he
be helpful to
scaled-
everybody tonight because we were going on break for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And I know that the next 2 meetings are packed, but it's your call.
With the understanding that the applicant does not agree with what Mr. Lunny has sent to the commission, and that we will deal with that at a subsequent time, we would be prepared to move ahead with this application this evening.
Okay. So, all right, I got to figure out how to word all that. Okay. All right, so the ZEO has opined that the area in the back, I'll figure out how to do it. I will figure out how to word it when we're ready to, if we act on it, which I hope, Mary?
No,
Mary,
that's all right. I
Tony
think
has
the
this
wording is going to be critical on this, obviously.
Yeah, so I think we're just gonna have to work on the wording. Let me just, I want to just write down exactly what you're saying.
The applicant with the.
Wait, I'm not a secretary. Hold on. So I don't write that fast. Okay, so say it again, Mr. Hegney. The applicant
The issue of zoning lot area will be.
does not agree with the ZEO's interpretation, with the ZEO's interpretation of zoning lot area. And how do you want to handle that in the future? I think it's a discussion with the commission in which the commission will rule separately. And as a discussion item.
Unless, either as a discussion item or with the zoning enforcement officer.
No, I think it should come back to us because he's already made his call. Let us read.
That's fine.
Applicant to return
because
to the commission.
Come up again.
All right. For a discussion item. To resolve this issue. Okay.
Sounds good, Madam Chair.
Well, I've got Mary too, so she'll help. And I've got Tracy, who's also an attorney, and Bianca, who's just super smart along with the rest of the commission. Okay, so we have that. And I think that's it. And then you would be able to go ahead on this. We'll get the stuff, we'll read it. As soon as I would say to you, when you come in for a discussion item, you send us all the material, make sure it's in our little pause. And we'll have a discussion, and then the commission will make a finding based on what you've submitted.
Sounds good, Madam Chair.
And then that will, I'm assuming, I mean, part of the thing we should dig out is what is in what's been filed. I mean, there should be plenty of evidence for what you're saying, but we just don't have it.
Yeah.
So I have to do my job.
There are 3 prior decisions. One is.
Yeah,
when
got it.
The lot was created in the subdivision, then when additional land was added to it, and then when you approved the site plan special permit.
And I'm sorry, because when I was reading the application over the weekend, it just did not click for me. I kept reading that 50-foot thing and it just didn't click until we got into the briefing yesterday. Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, go ahead, your hand's up.
I just wanted to point out for the record, while you consider what you were suggesting to go forward, by removing the section of the lot in rough calculation, you're talking about the loss of about 70%, 0.7 acres.
Mr. DeAndrea, do you know what? You have underestimated me, and I'm getting 0.436 of an acre. It's 19,000 square feet was the number you provided in the public hearing just now on the record. You said 19,000 square feet, and that is 0.43 of an acre being 43,560 square feet.
May I continue?
I would stop.
I need to clarify something.
Mr. DeAndrea,
We're going to
You're-
take the chair's math on this one, Tony.
The chair
incorrect.
figured,
It's
the chair
incorrect.
knows that 19,000 is less than half of 43.
But it is incorrect as to applying the regulation and the definition as it's
so,
written. I want that on the
Mr.
record.
Okay, Mr. DeAndrea, that's good. But at
Thank
this
you.
point, we've given you everything we can possibly do. We've bent over backwards. Beating us up doesn't help. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bit
Madam
tough.
Chair.
All
We
right,
have
I hope,
nothing further.
thank you. All right, I'll just figure out how to word it all. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Tony didn't help. All right, are we done?
I
Oh,
don't
no,
think-
you've got Glenville.
Public comment?
Okay, so, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 29 Dublin Road? 29 Dublin Road, kindly raise your virtual hand. Okay, I think we're good. So I think we've reached a good compromise. We'll
Yes.
figure
I
out how to
think
word
we can
it.
move forward this way.
And we can move forward. Okay, so now we go to our next application, Mr. Hegney, which is
So are you
555.
closing this one?
Ah, yes. I was just going to leave it in suspense, wasn't I? Getting tired. Okay.
Yes.
Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? At this time, thanks for catching me, Tracy.
No worries.
No.
All right. And no objections, this application is hereby closed. Our next application, 555 Riversville LLC for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new 2,088 square foot single family residence and a 9,346 square foot car barn, driveway and associated site improvements where the total volume of all the structures will exceed 150,000 cubic feet, and where an accessory structure will exceed 1,200 square feet on a 9.436 acre property located at 551 Riversville Road in the RA4 zone. With that, Mr. Hegney, you listened to the briefing yesterday. You're ready to address comments.
I did, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We postponed this from 2 weeks ago so that we could get approval from the Health Department, which we have received. There was some question as to why the Health Department is considering one bedroom in the car barn. And that's because that's the only way the Health Department can size a septic system is based on bedrooms. So if there's a bathroom there, whether there's a bedroom or not.
That's what Mary
We're
said.
gonna call it a bedroom.
Mary said that.
And that's how they do it. So that's why we have 3 bedrooms in the house. We have an equivalent of 1 bedroom in the car barn so that we have the 4-bedroom septic system.
Okay.
And then what we previously discussed at the other meeting and that went over at the briefing, it's no oil changes, no mechanics lift for working on the cars, private use only, and we've resolved the conservation comments as well.
No car maintenance at all.
Correct. They may wipe them down daily, but
Oh, yeah. Okay. Any other questions from the commission on this? On the cupola, did I pronounce that correctly, Mr. Lowe?
I think you did just fine.
Okay. On the cupola, the one thing I was not able to calculate is the total area. I assume that it is compliant.
yeah,
Okay.
I did.
Under
I
6127, it wouldn't be like you to, but maybe you let it slip, but the zoning enforcement officer will catch it anyway, so.
That was a question that I had for the architects, and they assured me, because I did think about that, knowing that regulation, that it's 5% of the roof area or 100 square feet, whatever is less. And
Okay.
they are small.
And
just meet the
my
height.
take is, we could just condition it that you would remove one of the, say it again for me, Peter.
Cupolas?
Cupolas. If there was an issue, because you, as I recall, you have 3.
Or they could make them smaller. Yes, it would comply with the regulation.
Okay, all right, so this just has to comply. Okay, any other questions from the commission on this?
Nope.
All right, do you have any public comment on 555 Riversville LLC, which is really 551 Riversville? Well, it's because they own all the property. Any public comment on 551 Riversville to build a horse barn, a car barn, and a house? Okay, so you do not want, just to be clear, although the septic has been approved for a 1-bedroom, you are not doing an ADU at this point in time, or an apartment. Okay, so we would just
There's no
condition it.
kitchen in the facility.
Okay, but there is a Kiewit bar,
Milk bar.
which just
So you don't have to
saying,
go back to the house when you.
you just put in a little microwave and a little a little stove, those hot plate things. You went to college.
I had it in my hotel room in London for a semester.
There you
I know
go.
exactly. That's
So
my main meals over the.
So we will just
semester.
say as a finding that you have represented, there will be there will be not a dwelling person in the accessory. Tracy.
Right.
I mean, not that we have any problem with it. We just want transparency.
No,
Ms. Tracy.
we're all set. Again,
Okay.
1-bedroom is just the unit of measurement that the health department uses.
Yeah, got it. But because we saw it, I saw it. I'm like, what? We're doing an ADU. Okay. No public comment. Further questions from the commission?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, does anyone object to closing this
Nope.
application? Nope. Okay, this application is hereby closed. And we go forward. Okay, Mr.
Right.
Hegney, you're done with us.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. I'll try to get the wording right on this other one. All right, okay. And with that, we go to Madam Kulikowski, representing a zoning text amendment to amend section 6111 of the zoning regulations. That is our coastal overlay zone. And if you would go ahead, Tracy. You're muted if you're talking.
Sorry, I have a large screen and it takes a second to move the cursor across it to unmute. So,
Oh,
yeah,
you know that if you hit the space bar and hold it down.
well, it's anyway, I've got
Just
we
on
got
your-
Macs and Dells and multiple screens going here, and it
Yeah, but
keeps
just on
going
your
a certain
keyboard.
direction. But I got it.
On your keyboard, if you hit the space bar, Zoom just told me that again
Yeah.
the other day.
All right, we'll test it out. I also left my notes for this in my office in Greenwich, so
Oh, you want me to go?
no, I'm winging it. No, because I'm
Okay.
going to talk about how we did get deep comments. And so this is a text amendment to amend the coastal overlay zone so that it is consistent with the changes made by Public Act 2533, which went into effect on October 1st, 2025. We have been administering the coastal overlay zone program at staff and commission level in compliance with those changes to the law. We just didn't do the text amendment because we were hoping legislation would have been passed to give us the single family home exemption again. That did not pass. So that is why you see so many coastal site plans that you now see. The law also implemented the mandatory referral, the 35 days that we talk about all the time now. That is also that same law. So the proposed amendments to 6111 are to be consistent with that law. They were reviewed by our liaison at DEEP, and he also concluded that the proposed amendments are consistent with the Connecticut Coastal Management Act. We received comments from WestCog with some suggestion language changes that it's not that I don't agree with them, I just don't think we need to do them because we address nitrogen loading through the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual, and we address the regulations already allow staff to elevate, as you guys would call it, elevate applications to you if we feel that they're not consistent with the Coastal Management Act or have adverse impacts that we want you to look at. And we also already, Westcog wanted us to come up with kind of set percentages or sizes of impervious surface as to where it might be exempt or it might not be exempt. But again, the regulations are already drafted as a may, not a shall. So we already have that discretion. And as you know, when you're dealing with environmental regulations, what the site actually is matters. So coming up with set percentages doesn't always work. And that's essentially it.
Any questions from the commission? Does anybody in the public wish to speak on this proposed set of amendments for section 6.111? Seeing no hands. Does anyone object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Hearing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Mr. Basili.
Yes. Hello, I'm awake.
We did good.
Yeah, not bad.
I kept asking you if we were doing okay. You didn't lose internet. You're good. Okay. we're
Everything's
done.
good. All right.
Now, hopefully we got a lot of decisions to make, but hopefully we will finish sometime soon.
I guess so. Well, by September you will. So see you then.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All righty. We now go to our discussion items, the first of them being 1205 East Putnam Avenue for a pre-application. This is for a 6110, which proposes demolition of an existing two-family home and two-car garage and reconstruct two buildings containing a total of 13 townhouses, of which 2 units would qualify as moderate housing and also at site improvements at 1205 East Putnam Avenue. And Mr. Tessie. And then I assume Mr. Pecora doesn't have his hand up, so I guess it's going to be Mr. Tessie to start. Okay, Mr. Tessie. I'm going to let the commission talk to you on this one. I've been duking it out with everybody all night. I'm going to let them duke things out for a while. Yeah, we're going to go duke.
Do you want me to set a 20-minute timer?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I know, Mr.
Thank you.
Tessie, that's hard for a lawyer. We get that.
No, it's not.
It's hard for
Not
commissioners
for me.
too.
This is
Okay, and you can start with our comments. Go ahead, please set a timer.
okay. Well, you gave a quick and accurate summary of the application. I think it's important to stress that this is an application brought within the confines of the building zone regulations. We are here, we meaning Mr. Cora is here, and I'm here also with the project architect and the owners of the property, our clients. We all listened to the commission members' comments during the staff briefing. We have reactions to all of the comments. Overall, I again want to point out that the regulation 6110 is being implemented here on a piece of property obviously we all recognize is in a sensitive area in that it has access only to the premises on the post road in the northern lane or the westbound with the westbound lane. We understand that. The property is a through lot, as you all discussed yesterday, to the public street Neil Lane to the north of the property. Our clients have engaged with the Riverside Association. They've engaged with their neighbors, some of whom may be here to speak this evening.
They are indeed.
And we think overall, well, we hope overall that they'll have positive comments when one looks at the alternatives for this site, given the fact it's in the LB, it's in a commercial zone. It's not a site that we believe is conducive in any respect to a commercial use, especially a very active commercial use. And it's a site I believe that this commission has heard in the past under an 830G application, which the neighbors came out in force against. I wasn't involved in the application, but I was at those meetings. Here we have an applicant, therefore, who's trying to work within the regulations, work with it, with the neighbors, and work with the association to come up with a plan that's before you today that allows for pure residential use, has sufficient parking, meeting the parking provisions contained in and 6110. Mr. D'Andrea here, he'd call it a good plan, as we all know. He is the site engineer, but we're not providing any engineering, as this is at this point in time a discussion item for the commission members. With that, I can field as our professional, meaning our architect, questions of the commission members. We realize it's a long evening, that's why we got the clock on us. We also have, as I said, the owners here to enter any particular questions of our clients.
Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, looking at the renderings, the one thing that strikes me is that
Can you put up the color rendering, somebody? Go
yeah,
ahead, Mary.
that would be great. There's an aerial view, and there's also a view from the courtyard looking toward Putnam. And my immediate reaction to it was there isn't a lot of landscaping here that reads as landscaping. It reads as screening. There are no sidewalks within the property between the various parking areas. So it feels very much like a house, a parking lot, and screening, as against something with a residential character in the middle between the two buildings, where people will presumably spend a lot of visual time. I was particularly concerned about the availability of light on the building closer to McDonald's, because you have a McDonald's that's it appears to be at least 90% of the length of that building. And between the McDonald's wall, you have arbor vitae and the back wall of the property. And I don't know how much space that is, but it doesn't look like you're going to get a lot of light or air on that side of the building. And I'm not good enough a visualizer to determine how much light there will be in the courtyard between the two buildings, because obviously let me get this right, the B building, the non-McDonald's building, is going to get more light, obviously, than the McDonald's building. And I just can't figure how much light and air is going to be available, particularly for the McDonald's building. So again, I love the idea of having mid-income apartments here. It's just this feels very dense and not very landscaped. And I think because the parking is so good, there's just not a sense of the residential characteristic of green space.
Okay. We're just going to give you the comments. I think that's good. I can only add to what Ms. Jenkins is saying, that I've seen happen, that when the arborvitae, and this is a lot of arborvitae, I believe, when the arborvitae is that close to the building, the inside portion of the arborvitae dies, and what the tenants look at is brown. Okay, anybody else on the commission want to make comments? No, okay, just what we covered yesterday. We would like you to do a traffic safety assessment here, because there were two concerns raised at the briefing. One of them is that Neil Lane is going to be a cut through. And I believe Mr. Yeski, do you want to go ahead? Because I think you also said something about this, about the cut through.
I think that was Nick, but I was saying along the lines of what Mary is, this is a housing project that is not very appealing, and certainly in terms of people walking and light and structure and whatnot. I was hoping to get this to ARC sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that yesterday, and here's the trade-off for the commission to consider. On the one hand, And the streetscape itself doesn't give much. I mean, there's really only second story windows, there's screening, but there's no improvement to the Putnam Post Road streetscape. So the first thing would be, can we do something with that Putnam facing facade, and what we would ask ARC? But the more important issue we raised is that Neil Lane, as we all know, backs up at that light, and would then, people would get there and they would use this development as a cut through opportunity. I mean, it just begging as a cut through, and they would cut through, which puts at risk anybody who's walking along that alley between the buildings. So we would want some sort of assessment from Beta and your traffic consultant, not in regard to the parking as much, but this issue of the cut through. The second issue we would like you to address is, and Nick emphasized this yesterday significantly, there's that island on the Post Road that makes it impossible to take a left into the building, probably just as well, because when the Post Road traffic is heavy, you can't do it anyway, regardless of island. But Nick kept saying the only way you can get into this building is turning right from the Post Road. And again, that's going to lead you to circle around on Neil. So we'd like an assessment of the ingress egress of this building from your traffic person, and understanding that you're trying to do moderate in here. So we're trying to focus your traffic work on health and safety. And also, if you would talk with the fire department, I assume you're already having a dialogue, but the other concern that came up is this building is only, you may be sprinklering it, but it would only be accessible from the front to the trucks. And is that satisfactory? I'm assuming if you're sprinklering it, it will be, but we would like you to have some early conversations with Marshall Dawson.
We've already had, oh,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I think I hit it all.
We've already had conversations with Marshall Dawson.
Okay.
And he's signed off on the project.
Okay, good.
So
So he's okay with, because you're sprinklered.
They'll be sprinkled also.
Okay, fine.
And insofar as the comments regarding the facade, we understand that. Our clients actually have experience with the same issue at another project. And the idea is basically to give a feeling of that those buildings are, that you have fronted, that you have a view of front of buildings. So architects already working on that aspect of it. On the issue,
fantastic, Mr. Tessie.
On the issue of cut through, we've already engaged, I believe, the traffic consultant. I think when you take a look, we all have to deal with the practicalities. This property is entitled to be developed within the zoning regulations.
Can I make a suggestion?
Let me make a point. Go ahead.
Okay. My suggestion is simple. If the residents of this building, if there was one of those bars and the rest of the residents of the building had a remote to lift the bar so they could come in through Neil Lane, but it's not a cut through.
Well, it's not going to be a cut through when you take a look at it and use some, which I did it, what I'll call logic. If you have people coming down the Post Road east-west, which is the only lane you could use to cut through.
No, it's from Neil that I'm worried.
No, I'm telling you, but I'm starting out this way. I'm starting out, go that way.
Okay.
If you think about it, there's no reason for anybody to want to cut through to get to Neil Lane. Now, if you're on Neil Lane,
you hit the light and you're backed up.
If you're on Neil Lane, right? Yeah. And you're going north, and you're heading north, right? And you see it's backed up, right? Cutting through this property doesn't get you anywhere because you can't get to the other side.
What do you mean you can't get to the other
You
side?
can't,
get
you
to the
go
other-
through, if you're heading, want to head north and you see it's backed up on Neil because the light at the intersection with the, with McDonald's.
Say you're,
blocked
I'm
up.
assuming you're going west on the Post Road. So you're
If you're
going to the
going
light.
west on the, if you're going west on the Post Road, you mean you'll go around and cut and go that way? And
Yep. Okay.
I think-
So
but
I
I'm
want
not going to beat it to
traffic.
death.
Yeah,
I
don't
think
beat it to death
you're-
because we don't pay you to be a traffic expert, and they don't
No.
really pay me for that either. So let's just get a safety.
Well,
I'm
yes,
just worried
yes.
somebody's out there with a stroller, they're unloading groceries right in those carports, and somebody comes bombing down and
That's
you know,
fine. Yeah,
I
we
just wanna
understand
know.
we understand your concern.
We got it. Anything else from
Not
the
gonna beat it to
commission?
death.
Okay, any other
On the
concerns?
landscaping, we hear what you're saying. Obviously, there's only so much you can do.
I know. When you're
To develop the project, to the degree it needs to be developed, to justify the project for our clients. So let's see what the architects can do, landscape architect can do about that.
okay, Mr. Yeski.
Is Neil Lane one way?
No,
Two ways.
No,
So.
two ways.
Mr.
It's
Tetsu-
one way off the Post Road, and then when you get past the Andrea's office, it's two ways.
I guess your point, I was trying to understand your point, which is if you want to go west on the Post Road and you're on Neil, there's no need to cut through because can you go down Neil Lane to get on the Post Road going west?
No, if somebody were looking for that shortcut as
Okay.
described by Chair, I understand that aspect. I was looking at it from a more of someone who wanted to go north. Because overall, I mean, I live in the area, so I've used that area a lot. I've never seen it backed up that much, but I
So
try to
Neil
avoid
Lane-
driving during the day anywhere I can in.
Neil
And
Lane
you're
west
not
of this
always-
project is one way coming this way, the other way. Is that what you're saying? I don't know whether it's one way or not.
Near lane's two ways,
The Neil Lane is two ways.
right? And up to, yeah. I was on a two-way portion. I went to check it
Yeah.
over the weekend and and Mr. Tessie's right. The traffic accumulates at certain times of day because when it's rush hour, that's a very long light because DOT runs the lights on the Post Road, not us.
No, I understand. I was just trying to understand. If you want to go west and you're on Neil, there's no need to cut through, right? You just go west and get on Putnam, right? Am I missing something?
What are you trying to say? You're going on Neil and you want to turn right and go west on Putnam, and there's a big lot of people, and McDonald's has got people.
But you wouldn't
what
go
hap-
there if you were going to go west on Neil, unless it's.
No, you're
That
driving
segment of
down.
it is one way. Madam Chair is right. The segment from the Post Road past the Andrea.
Got it. Okay,
office
now that makes
is
sense. I
one
got
way.
it. You
So,
can't go
I'm-
west on Neil
No,
Lane
you
to get on the
can't.
post
You
road.
can't
Got
go
it. All
west.
right, I got it.
I
So
understand
what
what you're saying.
happens is at meal times, the light is long, it's rush hour, it's meal time, it's McDonald's, okay? So the McDonald's driveway gets really congested and the cars are coming out.
I
Then
got
there-
it. I got it. I thought.
Okay, it's
I thought his
messy.
point was there would be no need, but there is a need because it's one way and he had no
bail.
choice but to cut through or go
And-
up to the light. Got
And
it.
as we all
Right.
know, and we hate to say it, if people have an opportunity to bail or take a shortcut, they will. I've watched people, and I always talk about this, the CVS parking lot in Cascab. Folks use that as a cut through.
Got it.
Okay, you're
No, we don't have
laughing.
to be, yeah, we.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
I don't have to
you
beat
know
it
what
to
we're
death.
raising,
I understand
health
your
and safety.
concern. We'll let the
Okay.
traffic engineers
And
point out,
oh,
not what I do.
and Mr. DeAndrea is raising his hand. You know, I was
No,
wondering.
No,
No,
he's
no.
out of time.
He's out of time. Okay, we're out of
Can't
time.
describe this in 3 minutes and 46 seconds.
Okay, no, and plus, Mr. DeAndrea's opinion is interesting here because he does have an office on Neil.
Right.
But okay, all right. So you know what we're looking for, and I'm so glad your applicant understands that thing. Now let's turn to public comment. And I know
Sure.
we've only got 3 minutes, but we'll do what we can. We're not going to limit. We're going to limit the public. Try to make it as short as you can. Try to keep it at 2 or 3 minutes. And Jeffrey Hadzima is the first speaker. I hope he's not with you, is he? And then anyone else from the public wish to speak? I know the Riverside Association is here. Mr. Hadzima, are you with the Riverside Association?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. I'll try to keep this brief. I just have some prepared comments here. My name is Jeff Hedzima.
Oh, and could you email them to us when you're done?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
I live at 132 Cedar Cliff Road in Riverside. I am a board member of the Riverside Association and was asked to speak on behalf of our board by our president, who is unable to attend tonight. Just some general comments from our board on this project. Number one, we are in strong support of the overall residential nature of this project, which we believe poses a far less burden on traffic conditions than a commercial or retail use in this location, which is already burdened by heavy commercial and retail traffic, as we know. Number two, our board strongly supports the architecture and aesthetic of this project. The developer, at the board's encouragement, selected a high-end residential architect and has designed what we, our 17-person board, view as a tasteful shingle-style program in keeping with the coastal environment of Riverside. We think it will provide a vast improvement architecturally to this area, which is otherwise dotted with monolithic commercial retail structures. And we think it's a very creative program, as the roofline and angles of this type of architecture help soften the visual density of what otherwise could be a more vertical full top story. And
Mr.
then lastly,
Hedzima, are you able to screen share? I'm just curious.
excuse me?
Yeah.
Let's see, how can I do that here?
Just, I mean, well, if you can't quickly, just email it to us. We'll
I'll
love to
email
look at
this
it.
after if
Okay,
you don't
just
mind.
email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then lastly, as we think about the landscaping and layout and overall effects on Putnam, Neil Lane, and the direct abutters, they are proposing a dense landscape plan here around the perimeter, which we wholeheartedly welcome. We think the layout here is actually very creative. This allows for an internal mews and courtyard for residents, which breaks up the massing into two facades and creates a smaller program than could otherwise be created here with a monolithic commercial massing in this location. And so we think the overall impact of this project is terrific. It will vastly improve the arrival experience and aesthetics of Riverside's primary commercial stretch. This is a top priority for Riverside Association right now. And this developer approached our board several quarters ago regarding a proposed development in this site. They have worked with us in an admirably amicable and collaborative way to make sure to address all questions from our board. And our 17-person board is in unanimous support of this project.
Fantastic. Mr. Tessie, I'm so proud of you.
Wasn't me, but I'll take credit.
That's fantastic. That's
I
what
could
we
have
love
ruined
to
it
see.
all. You never know.
That's what I love to see is people working with the residents. Okay, please, if you don't email us your comments, at least send us the renderings you have or whatever you're drawing. We'd love to see it. And we will share it with the ARC.
Will do.
Thank
you.
All right. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on 1205 East Putt? Okay, I think we're all set, Mr. Tessie.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so let's move on.
Okay.
And do you want to
Good idea.
have Mr. Pecora with you this time?
Yes, that makes sense.
Madam Chair, I'm recused on this.
Okie dokie. Y'all come back now soon. All right. Okay, so our next item is a review of the proposed floor plan for compliance with the Commission's July 7, 2026 decision on regarding 129 Hamilton Avenue. This was an addition of a third unit, as you may remember, in which we requested that all the rooms have ventilation, have windows. And so Mr. Pecora has shared with us, and you've seen it, and Tracy has taken photographs, has seen the location of the proposed window, and it's up, does the commission wish to ask any questions at this time? Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Pecora, I brought it up yesterday's briefing. I just wondered, your storage area down on the lower unit, if it would be possible to shrink that and effectively add the area next to the door coming in, maybe make that as part of the living area, which could give you more light. And in the summer, maybe you put a screen door in there, and in the fall and the spring, get air coming in. I don't know if that's possible, but I just wondered if from a builder's point of view, that would be possible, or what the drawbacks might be.
Yeah, I think from a fire code issue, you can't use that as a pass through as an egress because of the equipment that's in there. So that poses a little bit of a problem.
Okay, so you couldn't put. Yeah, go ahead.
I would have to fire rate the entire. It would just be like a little L, little hallway.
Right.
That would go out, because I'd have to still get access to the equipment and fire rate that proposed wall and a door access to all that. So that's kind of problematic. Well, we thought of the same thing, to be honest with you. And when I met with the fire marshal, he indicated that can't be you can't use that as an egress.
Okay.
As an official egress, that is.
Okay. Then follow-up question, because we noticed from the pictures that outside the window, delineated in red, are 3 AC units. So I guess the question is, how difficult would it be to move them, I guess, over to the other side of the entryway there?
We would move them to the lower part of the wall, and then add the window above as large as we could get structurally.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else from the commission? And no.
Is it possible to show the picture that had them? I'm just trying to figure out what the spacing, if you're talking about moving them, because it looked like the ground was a little bit elevated there and that there wasn't a lot of room, or it's a very high window in there. I just kind of want to understand how that would work.
So we would move if you could kind of envision the air conditioning unit sitting in front of the wall down low.
Oh, okay. So you would not remove that, whatever they're on, you would move them to the front of that, and then you would have the window in that area behind.
Yeah, that would be the idea.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
And how is the, so are you going to have to run just the wiring for these units? You'll have to run them sort of from the side, I guess.
Yeah, we would figure that out. Obviously they wouldn't go in front of the window.
Right. Or like too close to the window if it's supposed to be sort of.
No, we would do it appropriately.
It's not to code to have them, because they have exhaust, so that it's not to code to have them be too close to the window.
Right.
I mean, not that we're supposed to opine on code. I've been told that several times about this. Okay. Anything else from the commission? I guess my only comment is I wish there was more you could do, and it's what we're all saying, what we've been saying all along. I wish there was more that you could do. I do.
Look, the more we could do it would be better for us too. But I honestly, that is the only location for a window in that entire place.
I'm still a bit, there was a point at which someone said in a meeting that the lower income people should be appreciative of what they get, and that stung a great deal.
I don't think
Okay. All right. Well, let's just
Madam
move
Chair,
on.
Yeah, that wasn't phrased that way. That kind of not phrased that way. I'm sorry.
It's how I heard it phrased.
Well,
So again, this removal and the rewiring is all much simpler than putting in a fire rated, sort of creating a hallway to this door. And then to sort of carve off some of that storage space where the mechanicals are.
Yeah, I honestly, I mean, look, if I could make it work doing it the other way, it would be great. But I think this is probably the more appropriate way, because it actually adds light into that room versus a hallway that brings light into the room.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Does anybody from the public wish to speak regarding this application? This is at 129 Hamilton Avenue, the proposal to add a window to comply with the conditions of the P&Z approval letter. Nobody from the public. Okay, thank you.
Well, I think we're supposed to get direction from you, right?
We are going to work on that. I've already had another attorney telling me how to run telling me how to run the meeting tonight.
I wasn't telling you how to run the meetings.
Oh,
It's not a normal pre-app. I just,
Not a
that's all I was trying to
not a
say.
good way to go. Mr. Wells?
Sorry, it just occurred to me, in that door that we just looked at, is there a green area? I mean, can the tenant like go out there and, you know, have a chair or something, enjoy the sunlight, or is there just no room there? You know, where the grass is?
Yeah, Mr. Wells, this property is almost, it's basically like a 1/4 acre property. There's 2 patio areas. There's an enormous yard in the back.
Okay.
The tenants actually have their grills in the back. They, you know, one tenant's been there for, I think, 13 years. So, you know, they all like it, and they wouldn't want to go out that door because it's like 12 feet, I guess, from the neighbor's driveway. They'd want to go in the back and enjoy the big patio and grassy area in the back.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So what's the commission? Perfect. It's a bit steep. Okay, so as we go into discussing this, our decision letter, and I'm just going to read it again, said the applicant shall modify Unit C to provide both natural light and ventilation in all the living spaces. Changes to the proposed architectural plans shall be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission as a discussion item at a commission meeting prior to the issuance of the zoning permit. Now, the kitchen is technically a living space, although it's open into the room, into the main room.
Right.
Okay. So the kitchen is a living space, but it's open into the main room. They're providing this window. And the question then is, does this meet the intent of our condition on the approval in our motion to approve? And I ask the commission for your thoughts. Arn?
Well, yeah, I think it does. I think it makes a big difference having a window in the living room, and also I think it's also mitigated. We're not just looking at the space itself, we're also looking at the space outside the building that the tenant can enjoy. So I was concerned before all they would be down in you know, below ground, but it's not even below ground. And they do have access to the outside. I know I'm going on a little bit, but I'm just
not at all.
Trying to explain why, for me anyway, this meets, for me, adequate, you know, light and ventilation.
Both the building code and our zoning regulations don't address outside. They both say light and ventilation and address only the inside of the unit. But what you're saying is, in your view, this meets what our intent was. Dennis?
Same thing. I agree with Arn. I don't think they have a choice, and We need the unit.
Great. Okay, so section 6122 of the zoning regulations reads, understanding this is an 830G, except as otherwise provided in this article, every room in which persons live, sleep, or work, or congregate shall have adequate light and ventilation. And so that was what we were citing, because it's also in the building code. And so even though it's an 830G, there's also a health and safety issue there. So Dennis is good. And no?
I agree with both Dennis and Aaron, but I don't think,
Okay.
I mean, adds it, and I don't think there's a lot of other choices that they have.
Mr. Lowe?
Well, my understanding was that they were to provide ventilation and light into every room. And it's not clear that they either were successful or could actually do that. So have they done that? Every room?
Technically, the kitchen doesn't have the window, but the kitchen is part of the family room. There's no wall. That said, and I'm not supposed to talk about it, but under the building code as I read it, and Mr. Pecora can elucidate, he will be required under the building code to provide sufficient moving air and sufficient artificial light if there's not sufficient natural light. So to the extent it's section 301, I can't quite remember the building code section. This is the advantage of AI, Mr. Pecora, is to find these things. They're going to have to do more than what we have, but we can't touch it because it's building code and it's not our authority. I would have liked to have seen the kitchen with a window, but Mr. Pecora had explained to us previously that the terrain does not allow it. That's correct, right?
Correct. The Tracy could attest, she drove down the driveway. The asphalt goes from property line to the building. And the windows that are there are approximately, 6 inches above the driveway. So there's no way to put a window well on the other side to add either bigger windows or more windows. And I thought it was more appropriate to have a direct vent fan versus a recirculating fan, which is why we put the kitchenette in the location we did. Well,
it's going to be up to Mr. Valerie.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been CO'd, but as I said to Tracy, the building department is going to determine everything here. So, I'm not really concerned because it is what it is, and they're going to make a determination.
So I think you then everybody has weighed in. Do we need to make some sort of motion, Tracy, or is this sufficient guidance that everybody has agreed that this meets the intent of the decision letter?
I think you should probably do a motion.
Okay. I
It
hereby
doesn't need to be
move.
long.
I hereby move that the commission finds that the window proposed in the family room next to the chimney of the affordable unit at 129 Ham Ave meets the intention of the commission's condition in its approval letter, which I just closed and don't have the date of. Could I have a second to that?
Second.
Mr.
How big is that window?
Thank you.
It's going to be as big as I can make it, in all honesty. I don't know. It may be longer than deeper, but if I could dig out a little bit and make it an egress window, I would love to make it an egress window, but I'm not sure if I can structurally with the foundation.
Be great. Okay. Who seconded?
I did.
I'm sorry, I think
Mr.
I
Wells
guessed
has
Aaron, that was
seconded.
correct. Okay.
All right, Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Wells, Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for
You want
making
me
the
to
Lowe
effort.
didn't get the
Oh, I'm
vote.
sorry.
Wait, Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Lowe. Tired. Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
Also aye. Now the motion passes 5-0. So whatever you can do to make it bigger would be great, Mr. Pecora.
Thank you for all your
gentlemen.
help.
Thank you both. All righty. Oh, look at Mr. Tessie. He's happy. Okay. All right. With that, I hereby move approval of the July 7th, 2026 minutes.
Second.
Do I have a second? Mr. Lowe has seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okie dokie. We are going to start with 14 Eggleston because it's fast. I hereby, as to the appeal filed.
Wait. Sorry.
But
We actually have to allow public comment on 14 Eggleston, please.
Okay.
Sorry,
Which
forgot about that.
Okay, so do we have any public comment on the proposed stipulation of agreement on 14 Eggleston? Any public comment on the proposed stipulation of agreement on 14 Eggleston? No. Okie dokie.
Thank you. Laura will be happy.
Any questions from the commission on the proposed stipulation?
No.
All righty. Okay. As to the appeal filed against the commission's February 25, 2025 endorsement that 14 and 23 Eggleston are separate lots. Whereas the parties have concluded that it is in their respective best interest to settle and resolve any and all disputes that have been or could have been raised between them, with each party to bear his or its own attorney's fees, costs, and disbursements. Whereas the parties have agreed, this is the key part, to revise the current plan to construct a single-family home on 14 Eggleston Lane by moving the house an additional 3 feet off the side yard, thereby providing for an 8.5 foot wide side yard setback, abutting 12 Eggleston Lane, and an additional 2 feet back from the front of the lot, thereby providing for a 39-foot front yard setback. Therefore, be it resolved, the commission approves the entry of judgment thereon by the Superior Court in accordance with the terms of this stipulation for judgment dated August 4th, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Wells. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe, I'm on it now.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Now, how do you guys, want to go from here?
Quickly.
All right, so let's take it from, those were the two quickies. We've done we have to do Millbank.
Yeah, it's a quickie as well.
Mr. Wells, go for it.
As to Millbank Land Company LLC application PLP 2026-00160 for a final site plan and special permit to amend the previously approved conditions of the final site plan and special permit applications PLPZ 2017 00551 and 2017 00552 to request relief from the parking agreement with the adjacent property at 30 Millbank Avenue on a 15,817 square foot property located at 46 Millbank Avenue in the R6 HRO zone. Whereas the applicant is requesting final site plan and special permit approval from relief from parking agreement conditions from the previous approved terms under the PLPZs that I previously referenced.
Yeah, I would never say them.
Okay. The shared parking agreement with the adjacent parcel at 30 Millbank Avenue was due to insufficient parking at the subject lot at 46 Millbank Avenue. Whereas at 46 Millbank Avenue, the 3,093 square foot of usable office space would require 21 parking spaces per section 6-158, parentheses, 1 space per 150 square feet of usable floor area. The existing parking on the site is 14 spaces plus 1 ADA. There's a current employee limitation imposed by a previous approval of 17 total employees 1.2 ratio of employee to parking space at 46 Millbank Avenue. As there are currently 13 employees at 46 Millbank, that location has excess parking. 30 Millbank Avenue has 11 employees and 16 parking spaces, and therefore excess parking. If the 1.2 employees to parking ratio applied to 30 Millbank, the employee limit on that building would be 19 employees. Whereas both 46 Millbank and 30 Millbank are under common ownership. Millbank Land Company LLC owns 46 Millbank, and Stone Harbor Landing Holdings LLC owns 30 Millbank. Mark V. Johnson is the principal and sole member of both entities. The applicant has provided a draft agreement in exchange for relief from the shared parking agreement. The agreement is to be signed by Mr. Johnson on behalf of both entities and states that the owner of 46 Millbank will provide an affidavit each year that there are no more than 17 employees at that location. The owner of 30 Millbank will provide an affidavit each year that there are no more than 19 employees at that location. The owner of both buildings agrees to maintain parking spaces at each building equal to 1.2 employees. This agreement is a covenant running with the land and is binding on the parties thereto and their successors and assigns. This agreement terminates the existing shared parking agreement between the two buildings. Therefore, be it resolved that Millbank Land Company application ... for a final site plan and special permit to amend the previously approved conditions of final site plan and special permit applications ... and ... to request relief from the parking agreement with the adjacent property at 30 Millbank Avenue on a 15,817 square foot property located at 46 Millbank in the R6 HRA zone, subject to the following. The agreement and covenant will be executed by Mark V. Johnson, the sole owner of 46 Millbank and 30 Millbank Avenue, and will be entered into the Greenwich, Connecticut land records. 2, if there is a change of use as defined under the HRO for either building, the owner will need to get P&Z staff commission approval. If there is an increase in parking demand beyond the 1.2 agreed limit, the owner of either building will work with P&Z staff.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. If I might add, I didn't hear them, so correct me if I'm wrong. Just a couple of findings. The commission finds that the proposed removal of the parking agreement does not impact traffic or the surrounding neighborhood, and therefore doesn't affect compliance with 617, section 617. And then something like the commission finds the historic character and compliance with the requirements of 6109 are not affected by this proposal. And maybe, and I don't know if this is necessary, maybe just say, because it was raised in the staff report, that the existing use of the property and the restrictions being imposed make unnecessary any additional parking be provided under section 6. That's 158, right? Yep, 6158. Okay, I think we got it. Great job, Arn. Okay,
Oh, great. Thanks for the additions.
Okay, so Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. So we did that one. Hold on, taking a breath. We did Millbank. GP Holdings, a no. Okay, so we didn't do Grace Bay. Oh, okay, 11 Wickham. Hold on. And 11 Wickham. This is J Maverick LLC, application for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new single-family residence, detached barn, dock, and associated site work where the total volume of all the structures will exceed 150,000 cubes on a vacant 4-acre lot located at 11 Wickham Hill Lane in the RA4 zone. Whereas the P and Z
Sorry.
Is that a second, Peter?
It was a cough.
Whereas the P and Z Commission approved the subdivision application on 4/5/1983, and the zoning enforcement officer issued comments dated 7/30/26 that acknowledged that the applicant is entitled to utilize the building zone regulations as amended through 6/1/83. Just lost my place. And also that the parcel is to be designated as a rear lot, not fronting on a street. Health issued an email on 7/1/26 stating it had approved a septic system designs for both the new residence and the barn. The landscape plan prepared by Environmental Land Solutions dated 6/3/26 provides 6 shade trees, 11 understory trees, and 40 shrubs, and approximately 300 perennial plantings. DPW Engineering issued a memo dated 7/30/26 asking the applicant to resubmit prior to permit approval, but they further suggested that the applicant implement more robust S&E control measures to protect the wetlands, provide a construction phasing plan that prioritizes stabilization of the fill areas in the backyard during the early stages of the project, and consider meadow-type planting for the areas proposed to slope down towards the pond. Identify construction staging and material storage areas as part of the erosion control measures. Conservation issued a memo dated 7/28/26 suggesting an integrated pest management plan emphasizing non-chemical pest control methods and the implementation of a lawn care program that minimizes fertilizer and pesticide use within the 150-foot URA. Additional protection for the 22-inch oak tree near the septic reserve, and generally supporting the 7/30/26 comments by DPW. The IWWA issued a permit, which includes the proposed dock and 4-foot wide wood chip footpath connecting the dock through the conservation easement and URA areas. A boulder row is proposed within the landscape plan along the limit of disturbance and outside the 100-foot URA to discourage future encroachment into the wetland buffer. Therefore, be it hereby resolved, this application is approved with the following conditions: implement the more robust S&E controls to protect the wetlands, provide the construction phasing plan that prioritizes stabilization of the fill, etc., revise and agree the landscape plan to increase the number of trees on site and, if necessary, reduce the shrub count. Provide species detail for the existing line of evergreen trees. Implement meadow-type planting for the areas proposed to slope down towards the pond, and submit a landscape plan for the meadow area and agree it with staff. Identification of construction staging and material storage areas as part of the erosion control measures. Submit the integrated pest management plan emphasizing non-chemical pest control methods, and implement a lawn care program that minimizes fertilizer and pesticide use within the 150-foot URA. Provide additional protection for the 22-inch oak tree near the septic reserve. Document the tree removal plan, which they said they did, but I was having trouble with it. Amend the site development plan to include the boulder demarcation. Submit an energy narrative to staff. Address all other outstanding staff and department comments, and there shall be no power boats utilized, no fuel fossil power boats, right?
Yeah, why don't we make it broader and say no power boats?
Good with me. I thought you were okay with electric, and there shall be no power boats. Okay, that's it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
He's muted.
Mr. Yeski?
You're muted, Dennis.
I know.
There he is.
My cursor disappeared. Aye.
Oh. Aye. Mr.
Aye.
Wells. Where's Miss Jones? There
Aye.
she is, Miss Jones.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. That was Wickham. Okay, Luis Morocho. Here we go. Luis Morocho for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new two-family residence, a new driveway with parking in the front yard, stormwater systems, landscaping and related site work on a 6,531 square foot parcel located at 19 Livingston Place in the R6 zone. Whereas the applicant appeared before the ZBA and received a lot frontage and lot area variances. Increased setbacks apply to this lot as the ROW, as the right-of-way is deficient. The ZEO commented on 5/5/26, noting no issues with the proposal, but stating that the lot is undersized and the frontage is deficient. Both units will have 3 or more bedrooms. As such, required parking under section 6155 is 2.6 spaces per unit each, for a total of 5.2 total spaces. The applicant is proposing 1 garage space per unit and 4 surface parking spaces for a total of 6 spaces. Section 6155 also prohibits parking and parking aisles from the required front yard unless the commission, this was your question, the commission finds these are adequately screened by landscaping or substantial changes in topography. The IWWA issued a green sheet on 5/15/26. DPW engineering commented 5/12/26, allowing that several issues associated with the proposal be addressed prior to zoning permit. DPW sewer advised 5/9 it had no issues for the commission to consider. The applicant has provided the standard acknowledgement for the sewer comments. EMAC reviewed the energy renewables narrative on 7/9 and found the proposed energy performance to be between its good and better benchmarks, noting the use of electric heat pumps, enhanced insulation, and level 2 EV chargers. The applicant has confirmed the electrical system is designed to be solar ready, including the appropriate electrical capacity and a chase for future solar installation. Conservation commented on 7/9 that it appreciated the updated landscape plan, which includes species-specific native plantings and confirmation the existing 46-inch oak tree will be protected during construction. The commission notes some issues regarding the placement of the proposed new planting and screening, but finds the revised landscape plan will provide adequate screening as required by section 6155. Therefore, be it resolved, this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. The applicant is to obtain a permit or approval for work in the town's right-of-way prior to issuance of any building permit. To work with staff to address the commission's comments regarding the revised landscape plan. Specifically, applicant is to optimize the placement of the American holly and spice bearberry for screening purposes. I think for screening. That kept moving around as we talk. Okay, confirm the installation with P&Z Department of the S&E and tree protection prior to commencing work. Ensure there is no material stockpiling or fill affecting the root system of the 46-inch oak and that it is adequately protected. Address all other outstanding staff and departmental comments. Do I have a second? Don't everybody jump at once.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Wells, I think we're losing some of our other seconders. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells, how
Aye.
do you vote? Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Lowe.
Yeah,
Aye.
I know you're on the bottom.
Oh,
I keep
Jesus.
like not finding you. And I got my eyes fixed too.
Oh, that's encouraging.
Yeah, I got my eyes fixed and I'm
You
still
need to
having
read.
trouble finding.
Yeah, that's
You're
what
And
I
I'm
mean.
losing people all night. Okay, Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Our next one is, okay, and on this one, we got the tricky wording because this is Hegney's on 29 Doubling. 29 Doubling Road LLC for a final site plan and special permit to
Excuse me. Sorry.
you yawn again. To construct a 3,461 square foot addition to an existing single-family residence, including an indoor athletic use in excess of 1,200 square feet and outdoor sports court, patio, and driveway modifications and associated site improvements where the total volume of all the structures will further exceed 150,000 cubes. On a 2.79 acre property located at 29 Doubling Road in the RA1 zone. The subject parcel includes a 50-foot wide section at the western portion of the western portion. This is really badly written. I'm sorry. It's what happens when you're writing and listening. Okay. At the western portion. The RA1 zone requires a minimum side setback of 25 feet, meaning the 6 existing side yards would touch along that portion of the property. Whereas IWWA reviewed the application on 6/22/26 and subsequently issued a permit, which includes special conditions to be met prior to the commencement of on-site activity. On 7/30/26, the ZEO noted no issues with the project, but has commented that his interpretation is that the zoning lot area must be reduced to reflect the narrow portion on the western end of the lot where the 2 side yards meet. Tracy, does that work? The ZEO has commented that his interpretation is that the zoning lot area must be reduced to reflect the narrow portion on the western end of the lot where the 2 side yards meet.
Right.
Okay.
That is fine.
Okay.
Although I thought we spoke of
Hang
the
on.
applicant providing additional information. You can do that later. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The applicant has stated on the record that they disagree with the ZEO's interpretation regarding the zoning lot area.
Okay, there we go.
DPW Engineering advised on 6/19/26 that the project is approved for zoning building permit. Health Department commented 7/22/26, noting that its issues had been addressed with both the replacement area and relocation of the septic tank being approved. Conservation provided the following comments on 7/29/26. Consider retaining the 14-inch red maple outside the URA. Staff recommend that the applicant restore and maintain the previously approved meadow planting plan in accordance with the original mitigation plan as discussed with the Wetlands Agency. EMAC comments of 6/16/26 were highly favorable regarding the energy narrative. The commission notes that the first floor plan depicts what could be a kitchen. The commission finds the application meets the standards of section 615 and 617 of the BZR, subject to the conditions contained in its decisions herein. Therefore, be it resolved, this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. Restore and maintain the previously approved meadow planting area in accordance with the original mitigation plan. Retain the 14-inch red maple. Outdoor sports and indoor athletic facilities are for personal use only by owner and family. The kitchenette to clearly depict it as a wet bar only. And here's the big one. Prior to zoning permit, applicant is to return to the commission with a discussion item so that the commission may make a determination regarding the zoning lot area of the subject property. Applicant to address all other outstanding to staff and departmental comments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Wait, I'm gonna
Ms.
give it to
Jones.
Jones, yeah, I'm giving it to Jones. All right, okay, Jones has seconded. Mr. Yeski.
Aye.
No, wait, before we vote, does that work? The language works, right?
It sounds great.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds really good.
Y'all don't even care anymore.
Oh, come on.
Just want to go to
How could
sleep.
you tell?
And I
You
was
get
like,
a
when
southern
we were,
accent, y'all.
yeah, when you were rabbit holing on one of the applications, I was like, oh, we're going to regret this later. Okay. When we were rabbit holing, Mr. Yeski, how do you
Aye.
vote? Mr. Wells? Madam Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with it, the motion passes 5-0. Okay, I am turning the floor over to my illustrious colleague, Madam Jenkins, who is seated on this application. And Ms. Jenkins is seated for Mr. McRae, and Ms. Jones is seated for Mr. Yes.
Is this the last one?
No, we got one more after this. I was trying to hurry you guys, and you guys were getting grouchy at me. I'm like, we gotta
Grouchy?
move.
That's all right. This is a macro length resolution.
Oh, good. Awesome.
Yes, definitely. With respect to application PLPZ 2026-00212 for a final site plan and special permit to construct a new 2,088 square foot single-family residence and a separate 9,346 square foot car barn, driveway, and associated site improvements, where the total volume of all the structures will exceed 150,000 cubic feet, and where an accessory structure will exceed 1,200 square feet on a 9.436 acre property located at 551 Riverside Road in the RA4 zone. Whereas the commission reviewed
Riversville.
I'm sorry, Riversville Road.
Riversville.
Did I? Okay.
You said Riverside.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Other
It's
side of town.
Wait, thank you. No, it is Riversville Road.
One sweats one river versus
Yeah, one's like another. Whereas the commission reviewed a pre-application PLPZ 2026-00212 on 4/4/26 with respect to this project. Whereas this application was reviewed by the commission at meetings duly held on 7/21/26 and 8/4/26. Whereas on 7/1/26, the ZEO noted no comments on this application. Whereas on 6/19/26, DPW requested that the applicant resubmit prior to permitting approvals. Whereas on 7/31/26, the health department issued approvals for septic systems with capacity for 3 bedrooms in the cottage and 1 bedroom in the car barn, although the barn architectural drawings do not indicate a bedroom in that structure. Whereas on 11/18/25, the IWWA issued permit number 2025-130 for this project, and there have been modifications to the project subsequent to such permit issuance. Whereas on 7/16/26, Conservation issued comments following a 7/9/26 meeting with the applicant and P&Z staff to review the 7/7/26 revised landscape plan, and agreed that modifications presented in the revised plans as submitted to IWWA staff can be handled by P&Z staff as final construction plans under the IWWA permit number 2025-130. Whereas on 6/4/26, EMAC commented on the applicant's 5/5/26 submission and applauded the proposed use of a geothermal system, but noted some contradictions in the narrative and disappointment that no EV chargers are included in the proposal. Whereas the car barn features 3 cupolas that must meet the requirements of BZR section 6/127F, the applicant has represented that such cupolas will not exceed 25% of the maximum height permitted and shall be less than 5% of the footprint of the roof area in compliance with that provision. Therefore, be it resolved, this application is hereby approved with the following conditions. Staff shall review and approve modifications presented in the revised plans as submitted to IWWA staff as final construction plans under the IWWA permit number 2025-130. The car barn shall be maintained as a private use, and there should be no commercial use of the structure, including but not limited to public events or rentals to third parties. The ZEO shall confirm that the proposed cupolas on the car barn comply with the limitations on size and height set forth in BZR Section 6-127F. The car barn shall be used exclusively for vehicle storage. No car maintenance, including but not limited to oil changes, shall be conducted on site, and no hazardous materials are to be used or stored on the site. Applicant shall address all other outstanding staff and departmental comments.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'm glad Ms. Jones is still with us. Yeski, are you there?
He's not on
Oh, he's not seated. That's right. All right. Ignore me. Mr. Wells,
Aye.
how do you vote? Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe? Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Okie dokie. Ms. Jenkins?
Aye.
You did say there's no bedroom, right?
Yeah, I said it in a whereas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okie dokie.
Yes, she did.
Albin is also aye. I just blanked. Albin is also aye. And with that, the motion passes 5-0. And so the application of the Planning and Zoning Department for a zoning text amendment for section 6-111 of the regulations. I'm going to leave out the whole big summary of it. Okay.
Oh.
As required, and here are the whereases, as required, both Westcog and Deep were notified of the proposed zoning text amendments on 6/29/26. Westcog provided comments on 7/16, which the commission finds are addressed elsewhere in the zoning regulations and in the Town of Greenwich Drainage Manual. Deep commented on 8/4/26 that the proposed amendments are consistent with the Coastal Management Act and commended the applicant for incorporating design changes. The commission finds the proposed modifications to 6/111 of the zoning regulations are consistent with the town's comprehensive plan of development and the 2019 POCD. Specifically, the proposed language is consistent with guiding principle 4 of the POCD to sustain and improve our natural environment and the section on coastal resilience contained therein. Thereby, be it resolved, the zoning text amendment is hereby approved. Do I have a second? It's the last one.
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski?
He's muted.
He's looking for his cursor like I was.
Aye.
There you go. Aye, Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Madam Jones.
Aye.
And Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
And Albin is also aye. And with that, it's 5-0 and we are done.
See you in September.
Wait.
We have one September.
To what? To
To
what?
what?
No,
To what?
peace out.
We
Mic drop.
survived. We
All
survived.
those
Where
things.
was the moment today when
Brooks
none
will
of us?
never believe this, how much work we
Two
got.
drinks.
Now, the real question is, our newest member still hasn't sat in a meeting longer than 20
Yep.
minutes. And this is the first long meeting we've had.
And he's
in a
like,
while.
I'm going to Wyoming.
Well,
No.
but Tracy says the next meeting is very
The
long.
next
We'll
agenda
see
is
whether
long.
he shows up.
Mhm.
I think what we should do is we should all like disappear and just leave Nick and Brooks. We need 2 other people to show up and they can have a quorum and they can work real hard because they have to we made something like 12 motions tonight.
Yeah.
We've never done that.
Cleared out a lot of stuff there are a lot of things that we've seen a couple times that we finally were able to.
Yeah. But we've
Address.
never, I
Well, it
have
wasn't
never
without putting
made,
up a fight.
yes, I know you tried, but I was like, no, we gotta go. because that way we've got the deck cleared going into 9/1 and it is kind of, I mean,
Yeah, 9/1's already full.
and it already looks like tonight.
Which alternate is up for 9/1?
Hmm?
Which alternate is up for 9/1?
I don't
9/1,
know.
hold on, I'll tell you. It is, it's Mr. Harris.
It should be.
Okay, who wants to have 9/1 off?
Tracy, will you define full in in the way. you just-
If I
12
looked
items.
at the meeting sheet, I'm guessing it's gonna tell me, and this is before we deal with some of the postponements. I think we have 15 applications already. We try to stay at 12. We had 14
I think
originally
I'm
on this
gone the
one.
month of September now.
We're all going to
There
Europe.
also
I'm
are
going with
3
her.
meetings in September, so please be prepared
That's
for that
why
as well.
that's why I was pushing you guys so hard tonight. I was like, because we've limited Pat to 12. That years ago, we limited him to 12 because were fried after 7 hours, and we can usually do 12 in 7 hours.
Yeah, no, we did. We started with 14 tonight. We ended up. We usually have been. The postponements have been running a little higher this year, so we did try to
So but
account
we
for
did
that. So we
12.
have some things that are moving over. So there will be some things on
Margarita,
9/1 that'll move to 9/15.
The preferred pronunciation of it's cupola.
Really?
As if it's like
It's not
Q.
cupola?
It's
It's
cupola.
It's like Q, like you cue somebody into something.
Or a
It's
Q-tip.
cupola.
Q-tip. It's not cupola.
It's not cupola. It's cupola.
A couple of guys
I
were
don't know,
walking
we
down the
should-
street.
Cupola.
If people
The
would
first
only
one's
do
cupola,
how,
the
if
second one's
people only
cupola.
knew. Do you remember when the neighbor got mad because we were starting to get punchy and they were angry at the application? We were already really tired. We're starting to like lose it. And people
Well,
only knew how punchy we get.
I remain grateful that I'm not sitting in town hall right now. So there you go.
Oh my gosh, Lauren Rabin asked me the other day if we would be willing to meet in
No,
person
no.
sometime.
No.
And I was like, well, it's a little tricky right now because everybody's doing it. People are traveling and they still come to the meeting. So right at the moment we couldn't.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
what do I say? We
About
couldn't have done
at
it.
least half of this commission would be traveling.
And Skippy got trapped outside and couldn't figure out how to, he was tangled in the screen door. That's when you guys thought I was riding a bicycle. I was trying to get him out of the screen.
That was quite a trick because you were showing yourself doing different functions on 2 different screens.
Well, what it is I sign in on my phone so that I can go and free the.
Well, that was kind of scary. Don't do that again, please.
Okay, so normally you don't notice because I leave it dark. So I won't turn on the video the next time. Normally I stay dark on the phone and just keep talking from the phone while I get Skippy out of whatever horrendous.
No
mischief.
one asked Bianca, did you have fun tonight?
No, she did not. She's sick.
Oh God.
Yeah,
I think I'm over my cold now.
Bianca's been bailing us out this week. She has not felt well.
But your
Well,
best
you're
moment,
excused now, so go get better.
your best moment was it's not the most parallel.
Yeah, that was classic.
Yeah, that's
Honorary
good.
legal degree for that one. Honorary
That's
legal.
good.
That guy Green looked like he had been
Yeah,
hit
well, I
upside
was
the
going
head.
to bring
Said,
up
"What?"
that they were complaining when the deep letter came in, but the other attorney's presentation didn't come in till 4:30. So, but I refrained.
Recording stopped.
Oh,
Yeah.
Too late.
I'm Mr. Hegney. We'll give you an approval right now. I disagree. You can have the approval and just disagree.
Yeah, we'll
Trying to
work
give you
that,
something
we'll work
here.
that out with Jim, and once we have the letters, I didn't realize those letters existed. Had someone
No.
said that, we would have gone that way.
Right. All he had to do was submit them for the record.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I can get them to Jim, and Jim can look at them, and yeah.
And Jim could change his mind, which he could just come and tell
Right.
us.
Well, Jim even said in his email, I don't have the past practice.
Right.
And if there's
that's good.
some
Yeah.
past practice that I need to know about, we'll
And-
address it.
And I don't want to be Jim when Hegney goes in to talk to him anyway.
No, he'll be okay. He'll be okay.
Okay.
All right. It
All
was
right.
nice. It's now 11 o'clock. You can all go to sleep. I was just waiting for Dennis's curfew.